Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 51 Chapter 49 Sweeping Dragon Gate. King Shan is just standing alone in the window, as if he didn't see the incoming Dragon Gate sect disciple. Dragon Gate sect knows that I have spirit ginseng. Who said it? Sick yellow tiger. Losing me saved your life. A betrayed anger rose, and his mouth slowly ejected a curve, revealing the white teeth. Liu Hong jumped in the heart beside him, so heavy murderous aura. Hey! He lifted his foot and squatted on the heavy 8 Immortals table. The 8 Immortals table was wide and large, at least for the next 10 people. It was made of jujube and weighed 200 pounds. A pedal flew up, with a fierce momentum, slammed into the Dragon Gate disciple. Kai Da was the first to bear the brunt. I didn't think that there would be such a trick. I was horrified at the 8 Immortals table. He reacted quickly. He immediately abandoned the sword and picked up the internal strength. He shot on the 8 Immortals table. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li King Shan sneered. Kai Da broke her arms at the same time. Her chest was sagged by the 8 Immortals table, spurting out a blood, and a burst of bones shattered. 8 Immortals table went on the go, whistling with 7 or 8 Dragon Gate disciple, smashed the railing and fell downstairs, making a loud bang. There are also guests downstairs. I was looking at the Dragon Gate sect's discipline, and the murderous aura went upstairs. I was still thinking about who would be unlucky. I looked at each other and looked at the fun. Suddenly I saw a table with 7 or 8 Dragon Gate disciple fell and scared to scream and escape. It wasn't until the table landed that I was shocked. I saw that Kai Da had already vented and had no air intake. Other Dragon Gate disciple had a Kai Da block, but it was not killed on the spot, but it was also broken by the broken bones. Moan pain. Calling more. One by one, I was stunned. When did I see the Dragon Gate disciple? Who is there upstairs? Li King Shan inexplicably remembered bowling, and those Dragon Gate disciple were white, not just like a bottle, but unfortunately not all. The remaining 5 or 6 Dragon Gate disciple, because they are relatively close to the side, there is no table, but the body is full of shocked cold sweat, standing in the same place. I do not know how to react. These wealthy disciplines practiced martial arts, which experienced a real battle. It all happened in a blink of an eye. Almost everyone didn't react. In an instant, the situation reversed. The original powerful Dragon Gate sect was swept in half in the blink of an eye. Only Liu Hong saw Li King Shan's movements, and his face was dignified. If he was himself, could he stop it? He could avoid it. And the conclusion was worrying. His brows were tightened more tightly, and his face was more ridiculous. Today, the face that Li King Shan brushed off seems to have come back a lot. Li King Shan, regardless of other people, strode to Yang Jun. Yang Jun was kneeling on the ground. Just before the 8 Immortals table, Li King Shan kicked him over, but there was a block of Dragon Gate disciple in the middle, giving him time to react. And he was on the ground and escaped. He still can't believe that this is true. The people he brings are strong players in the door. There are 3 third-class masters in the house. Others are air players, but they are killed and injured in a stroke. He is guilty of sin. It became a very ironic joke. Looking at Li King Shan approaching, he suddenly remembered that the dozens of mountain bandit in the hands of Li King Shan, remembered the terrible fierce name of the person in front of him, remembered his martial skill is not enough. He pulled out crazy the sword came, give me the kill. A sword rushed to Li King Shan, and there were 5 swords. From the front, back, left and right, flashing cold light, stabbing Li King Shan. The dazed Dragon Gate disciple also reacted. They are the senior brothers who practiced for a long time. Brother, although there is not much actual combat, but the cooperation is not bad. This speed is not a difference, and Li King Shan is caged in the sword. Be careful with the sword. Li Long reminded loudly, but it was too late, and 6 long swords pierced Li Qingshan's with the body. The face of every sword has a pleasant look. It seems that I can't think it works. My Dragon Gate sect's sword array is really extraordinary. Liu Hong's face is a look of ridicule or regret. It's too tender. Jiang Hu's experience of fighting is too small. The situation that must have won has given the opponent a great opportunity to attack himself. However, the degeneration of every young talent, let him like Jiang Hu, in the spare time, there will always be some relaxed, very eager to say, "Look, Ginger is still old. The strongest may not be able to live to the end." The tip of the sword pierces the skin and can't go any further. The surprise expression of the swordsman becomes horror and crazy, but only the tough sword is curved into an arc. Liu Hong was shocked. Don't he have added a horizontal cultivation to the position of impervious to sword or spear? Not to mention, the steel sword of internal strength is not a common knife and gun. This boy brought him. The horror is too much. Li Qingshan slowly said, "It's no wonder people say that the 2 fists are hard to beat the 4 hands. This kind of joint blow is no less than peerless expert's strenuous blow. His beggar's flow, the invisible bewitching red light, but this a weak sword, how can I hurt me?" A true chi screams. The long sword is broken, and all the swordsmen spurt the blood out. On Li Qingshan's skin, only a faint white mark is left behind. Yang Jun felt that a raging true chi rushed into his own body, and his internal strength, which has been painstaking for many years, couldn't stop him from smashing his body. Seeing also falling downstairs, a flash of light flashed into the back of Yang Jun, with a large sleeve. Yang Jun landed smoothly on the ground. Li Qingshan showed a hint of dignity on his face. Although he saw the movements of the coming people, he could not keep up with such lightness art. Although his defensibility is amazing, his speed is his weakest link. Yang Anzai buckled Yang Jun's veins. His face was cold, Yang Jun's meridians were a mess, and this martial skill was considered a waste. Yang Jun called out and fainted. Yang Anzai looked at Li Qingshan again, and his sister made a terrible killing intent, and then he did not see a semi-conventional appearance. Full of heart is filled with hatred and remorse, he originally came to the restaurant earlier, but originally expected Yang Jun with a group of discipline enough to take Li Qingshan. If he met Liu Hong, he would not be able to speak, but he would have been hiding in the restaurant. But I want to change things so fast. I kicked 8 immortals table from Li Qingshan and cleared half of the Dragon Gate disciple off the court. He wanted to shoot, but then Li Qingshan got into the sword and it was a dead end. Even Liu Hong, who has seen Li Qingshan's cross-cultivation husband, thought that Li Qingshan would die, not to mention him, so he kept his figure, and this stop was too late. Liu Hong smiled and said, "Yang brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. How come suddenly caused such a big movement? What is it for?" Li Qingshan sees Yang Anzai and Yang Jun's face are similar to 5 or 6 points, and then listened to Liu Hong's words. "I know that this is the sect leader of Dragon Gate sect and the first person of Sun Cheer's Murim. After all, Yang Anzai walked Jiang Hu for many years, and he was determined to be no more than the rich family." He immediately put down his son and did not look at Liu Hong. Instead, he said to Li Qingshan, "I originally wanted to persuade you to hand over things and I don't intend to hurt you, but now I might change my mind. I have no enmity with you. Why are you so embarrassed?" Speaking of the back, I couldn't help but anger and scream. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan laughed. "I don't intend to hurt me. Nothing is innocent. If he is weaker in the martial skill, he falls into the hands of Yang Jun. I don't know how much torture and insults I have to suffer. This life can't be saved." On the mountain road, the threat of humiliation of the strong is high, perhaps not enemies. Yang Jun may also feel wrong. "Yeah, I just said a few words, and didn't really cut your hand. I just want to ask you, who told you this thing?" Then, I will ask him in person. It's no wonder that you are so unclear. It's no wonder that you will teach such a son and discipline. I will kill you today. Now, in addition to this bane, before you slam the Blackwind camp, take the flag to you. Li Qingshan is even more red light. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 52. Chapter 51, Spirit Artifact. Dragon Gate sect is overbearing, but in the eyes of everyone, Li Qingshan is 10 times more arrogant than Dragon Gate sect overbearing. In a word, it determines the fate of the two Jianghu forces that have been entangled in Sunxia for a long time. Yang Anzai has no anger at his face, and he has restored the calmness and rationality that a swordsman should have. He instinctively judges Li Qingshan as a rare enemy in his life. But he also has absolute confidence. His light and graceful light art, the most restrained Li Qingshan, is like a foreign cultivation. Just like Li Qingshan restrains Liu Hong's iron fist. The strength is big, it can't beat people, it is also the power of death. Li Qingshan blocks the sword of Dragon Gate disciple, but can't stop his sword of second-class master. This point, Li Qingshan is also very clear, and he is keenly important. The sword worn by Yang Anzai is different from the steel sword that ordinary disciples admire. But in the face of such an opponent, it is impossible to escape. Only the face of Ting. The two confronted each other, and the restaurant suddenly calmed down, and the murderous aura was so overwhelmed. Hey! Yang Anzai pulls the sword off the sheath, send cold sword glow, sweeping Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's pupils shrink, and the first level of faint aura is also on the blade, just like the knife he got today. The name is famous and the sword is famous. This is a sword in Sunxia City that nobody knows. Soaring Dragon Sword, Dragon Gate Sector sword that has been passed down for generations. Only sect leader is eligible to wear. A person is famous, but a sword is famous. This sword can be cut into an even if it is held in the hands of ordinary people. If it is in the hands of a real swordsman, it is a real murder weapon. This is a spirit artifact. Green Bull looked at the knife in Li Qingshan's hand before returning to the party. What is spirit artifact? Li Qingshan played with his knife. Did you really give me a treasure? He had a previous life, but he often read the novel and wrote it. He went to a grocery store and went to perilous divine artifact. From then, if gods block, kill the gods. If Buddhas block, kill the Buddhas. Green Bull sneered and broke his illusion. This thing, barely attached to first-level spiritual chi, even the low-grade spirit artifact is not. Most of the beginners refining apprentices, but at your level, it's barely a treasure. Just the sneer of Bull's eyes getting more and more intense. This thing can only be used as a flying blade, whether it is for a cultivator or a common warrior. It is a waste product that is not a chicken. Li Qingshan put the knife in the precious way, but this is the first piece he got. Spirit artifact, which has great commemorative value. After all, it is not a rare item. But I didn't expect that. In a blink of an eye, I saw another one, and it was still in the hands of the enemy. The treasurer of the Golden Spear Shop is also in the gentry, and when the other gentry are panicking, he looks at Soaring Dragon Sword. If the sword is in the Golden Spear Shop, Li Qingshan will not sell if he takes all the money out and asks him on the ground. Sword Chi came in. Everyone thought that Li Qingshan would be like a hard-hitting hard horse, but he rolled around and avoided sword chi and went to the corner of the restaurant. Yang Anzai changed his strokes faster, his wrists were off, and Jiangwen was in the shadows. He was forced to Li Qingshan, a few feet apart, and the chilly skin stabbed Li Qingshan. Wherever they went, the gentry were screaming and fleeing, and thought they would be a meat shield. Li Qingshan didn't have the chance to reach that level, grabbed an 8 Immortals table and used it as a weapon. The 8 Immortals table is as light as nothing in his hands, the wind is raging, and the lights are swaying. Yang Anzai did not put this power in his eyes. The Jian Immortals table, like tofu, was cut and shattered. In the blink of an eye, only one table foot was left, pinched in the hands of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan exhaust one's limited abilities, like to throw out the table. I don't know if it is flustered, but I still missed it, flying from the side of Yang Anzai. Yang Anzai, the sword is like a rainbow. Li Qingshan vest is attached to the wall, cannot be evaded. Suddenly the restaurant was dark, and the table legs that flew out of Li Qingshan shot down the last lights. "I want to escape." "It's too late," Yang Anzai screamed, but did not see it. When the darkness fell, Li Qingshan's face floated, not a panic, but a smile. "Hey!" Li Qingshan took a double-handed shot and caught soaring dragon sword between them. Yang Anzai sneer. He borrowed the momentum of the rushing, and wanted to hold the sword with strength. It was delusional. Sword edge, the spurs of the sword, the friction between the palm of the hand, the sound of metal symphony. The Jianjian is only 3 inches away from Li Qingshan's throat. Yang Anzai's face has changed, and the yin wind rushes behind him, which makes him feel like the life and death crisis. This is impossible. This is his first thought. Although he couldn't see it, other feelings were still there. Some people couldn't find it when he was close to him. How strong is the lightness art? Is it a hidden weapon? If the lights in the restaurant are still on, everyone can see that after a knife spurs Yang Anzai's brain, it really looks like a hidden weapon. But if someone can open the eye like Li Qingshan, then it will be appropriate to hold the knife in Little An's white hands. Little An, self-studied out of the beautiful bones, daily blood-washed, is not afraid of this level of blood energy, can be really close to the expert side, but still lacks a suitable weapon. If you use the ordinary hunting knife again, with the strength of Yang Anzai, even if you don't cross the external art, the internal strength will fly the knife and it will be hard to cause fatal damage. But now it's different. The spirit artifact knife is in the hands of Little An, not only a waste, but also a sharp weapon for the divine weapon. Li Qingshan took the bait as a bait, just to introduce Yang Anzai. He and Little An did not prepare in advance, and did not have a word of communication. They had extreme trust, and Little An did not disappoint him. Nothing. Yang Anzai is also very powerful. In the middle of a few minutes, he bowed his head and the blade almost slipped over the scalp. He was shocked and confused. As long as he continued to exert his strength and killed Li Qingshan, he could calmly deal with the hidden weapon expert. The knife jerked and turned down. Not a hidden weapon. Yang Anzai's brain was instantly confused, because he still didn't feel the back, a little breath of life, and a cold breath in his heart. Regardless of disregard, he retreats the sword back. Li Qingshan bites the sword edge, sneer, and wants to stab easily, but the first to be pierced must be your head. Want to withdraw? Then don't think about it. The sword is in the presence of people, probably the lesson that every swordsman has received, not to mention the sword is the sword that the ancestors passed down. The sword stayed in the hands of Li Qingshan, but the man flew out with a very elegant body. But the man was no longer able to float, and his head was scattered. Extremely embarrassing. All of this happened only in the blink of an eye. From Yang Anzai's sword, Li Qingshan was pushed to the wall, and then to the assassination, but it took a few breaths. The gentry were flustered and could not react. Only Liu Hong sniffed his nose and smelled a bloody smell. The heart is full of shock. Yang Anzai is injured. How did this kid hurt him? At the last moment, Yang Anzai decisively abandoned the sword, but also paid a heavy price. Little An still used the spirit artifact knife to pull a wound of more than a foot behind him, and the blood blew down. Li Qingshan was a little admired for his decision. He first realized the emotions in the book. Even though he was a life and death enemy, he wanted to put the other party to death at all costs. But in the confrontation, he would still be. The skills shown by the adversary were shocked. However, in the battle, he certainly will not be entangled in this kind of emotion, or that everything is entangled in right and wrong. Since it is dead and hate, it is right to kill the other side regardless of everything. There was a darkness in the restaurant, and some lights came in through the window. Yang Anzai widened his eyes and tried to adapt to the darkness. A black shadow appeared, and the wind rushed into the face, faintly seemingly suffocating. C. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Black Wind Camp Master. Fierce Tiger goes down. Yang Anzai suddenly remembered the nickname he had dismissed, Tiger descending the mountains Li Qingshan, and now he is not the human race, but the ferocious beast. He lost his sword, but he was like a child, unable to resist, and hurried backwards. The yin wind once again lingered from behind, screaming for souls. Li Qingshan has no scruples. Bull Demon strong fist is arbitrarily swaying, big open, and impressive, and Yang Anzai is forced to dodge everywhere. Little An, who dances in the dark, is pervasive, hot and sinister. The two are just one soft, one yang and one yin, and the cooperation is wonderful. Yang Anzai is also a good one. Although he was injured, he still had a lightness art body, and he was dodging, but he added a few wounds to his body. The blood flowing behind him became more and more powerful, bloody and heavy. Even ordinary people can see. What is Li Qingshan? Suddenly, the sound of the building was bursting with a strong internal strength, which sounded like a thunder. A dozen torches rose and the upstairs was bright. Li Qingshan had a heart and signaled to Little An that the knife immediately flew back into his sleeve. This secret he didn't want anyone to know. Everyone saw the appearance of Yang Anzai, and they couldn't speak with horror. Before the lights went out, Yang Anzai was so powerful that he almost killed Li Qingshan, which is consistent with their consistent knowledge. Regardless of Li Qingshan, no matter how strong, Sun Qiamurim is a character. But in a blink of an eye, Yang Anzai was defeated and lost so badly. Yang Anzai also resumed his vision and retreated to Yang Jun's side. His face was pale and his face was sullen. He wanted to swallow Li Qingshan, grab Yang Jun, and broke the window. Li Qingshan said that it was a pity, but he didn't care too much. Step on the windowsill and look down. Li Qingshan is here. At first glance, I saw a black bear-like figure, and the black bear saw him. Four eyes met, electric light flint. Xiangwu. Liu Hong said that although he was based on Sunchia City, he also had a relationship with the murderer. The Black Wind Mountain bandit went into the city. I don't know who shouted. First, the gentleman on the restaurant made a mess, and then the shouts passed away. Li Qingshan stood on the high building and saw that the entire Sunchia city seemed to be flustered. Xiangwu was also horrified at Yang Anzai, who got the news together and came to Sunchia city, one to take revenge and one to take spirit ginseng. Dragon Gate sect takes advantage of lightness art, taking the first step and taking spirit ginseng to avoid accidents. Li Qingshan has his own Black Wind camp, and Yang Anzai said, I didn't want to hurt you, but it was a shit. But Li Qingshan's strength is beyond everyone's surprise. Yang Anzai said, this kid's martial skill is no less than you and me, and there is a trick. Campmaster is careful, but originally did not want to have too much to do with Black Wind Camp, but now, all the enemies of Li Qingshan are his friends. Dragon Gate sect colluded with Black Wind Camp and attacked Sunchia City. Everyone is a witness. Li Qingshan passed the voice far away with true chi. Yang Anzai is shocked, biting his teeth. Li Qingshan, I am not wearing the sky with you. In this sentence, the right aura of Dragon Gate sect was taken off and dropped to the position of the thief. If you dare to do it, don't be afraid to say it. Well, Campmaster Xung sent it to the door and it saved me some trouble. Li Qingshan puts Xiangwu in it and defeats Dragon Gate sect. These words are arrogant. Great tone. Xiangwu changed his face and slammed into the air and flew to Li Qingshan. With his large body, the lightness art is not bad. Li Qingshan was about to shoot, and a figure flashed alongside him. Liu Hong's move, Iron Ride, was a trick against Xiangwu in midair. Xiangwu fell back to the ground, and Liu Hong took the opportunity to return to the upper floor. Both of them had blood on their faces. Xiangwu furious. Liu Hong said, Campmaster Xung is coming to Sunchia City, it is too much to give the old man a face. Just as every beast has its own territory, and Jianghu, the emphasis on this, is better than the beast must not allow others to invade. The practice of Black Wind Camp has made him a good place to go. Of course, if it is an ordinary person, Xiangwu is so popular, Liu Hong may not be willing to take the lead, and Li Qingshan has demonstrated the ability to help others. The two literati dressed up in the gloomy road. Iron Fist Gate is against my Black Wind Camp, not afraid of getting rid of the door? Liu Hong said, Where is the definition of Iron Fist Gate? The voices fell. The streets and alleys, the crowds of people, surrounded by the restaurant, are all Iron Fist Gate's discipline, heard the news. One call is full, and the momentum is above Li Qingshan. Jiang, who is a hero, can be arrogant in his own territory, not only because of his own martial arts, but also behind the powerful forces, even if Xun Xiangwu and Yang Anzai teamed up, but also have to measure. Yang Anzai suddenly sighed. Sect leader Liu, don't you want to know, I am here for what? Liu Hong raised his eyebrows and showed a look of interest. Li Qingshan frowned, but could not stop him from speaking. It's for a spirit ginseng. It's in the old White Peak area. The martial practitioner can get a little bit of martial skill and get a chance to promote an 8th realm. Now he's in his hands, so the martial skill can progress so fast. Yang Anzai refers to Li Qingshan, full of vicious. The man is guilty of his sin. He tells the place of spirit ginseng in front of hundreds of people. The news will surely go away. At that time, countless people who are eager to get spirit ginseng's jiang who will smell like blood. The beasts in general, gathered around, Li Qingshan will be torn and crushed. Everyone's eyes can't help but look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is low-browed and undecided. He knows that the defense is in vain. His martial skill is undoubtedly sitting on Yang Anzai's remarks. The worst situation of concern occurred, but his heart did not become confused, but unexpectedly quiet. The old man is so old, he doesn't want any martial skills to advance, and he is murmur. Liu Hong said, but his eyes were searching for Li Qingshan. Obviously, he couldn't help but murmur. Spirit ginseng also has the effect of prolonging life. Doesn't sect leader Liu care? As long as you make a decree, take this kid. Spirit ginseng is at your fingertips. When I and Camp Master Xun only seek revenge, don't dispute this spirit ginseng. We just want to fight and we can't compete. Yang Anzai shows a terrible thing beyond sect leader, martial skill. Liu Hong is really very moving, and Xun Xiangwu's eyes are bright. I don't know what to think. Quietly. In a flash, Li Qingshan turned to everyone. His eyes were quiet, but his mind was eager to get away from it. He didn't think that Liu Hong would have any loyalty to himself. The reason why he was trapped in this situation is not because believe in loyalty. Of course, this is not a dead end. As long as he is willing to give up spirit ginseng, he can naturally escape, but he will not do it because he has no choice. The divine ability of strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers does not pay attention to chi refining. Spirit ginseng can be said to be the biggest guarantee for his promotion of the so-called innate master. The stalemate of the scene was quickly broken, and Xun Xiangwu screamed and flew again. Liu Hong lowered his head as if he was indulging and did not move. At least it's not impossible to make up your mind and even go down the stone. Yang Anzai also took the opportunity to apply gold saw medicine, control the injury, and want to shoot. Seeing that Li Qingshan is about to be trapped by Sun Xia's 2 experts, he has a tight muscle and is ready to go. Xun Xiangwu suddenly changed his look, forcing his body to twist his body and falling again. A feather arrow passed by with a blast, and then there was a sound of breaking. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Cultivating Mice Beer. Xun Xiangwu was half squatted on the ground and looked up at the top of the restaurant. A tall figure stood there, and the bow of the big bow was still shaking. Although it was not as good as stone-rending bow, it was a rare-hearted iron. His pupils shrink. Sick Yellow Tiger. Sick Yellow Tiger said, Camp Master Xun, this arrow is just a greeting, but I hope you will retreat, otherwise I will blame my heart under the heartless. Xun Xiangwu was shocked by a cold sweat, knowing that Sick Yellow Tiger was not a big talk. Only Sick Yellow Tiger was able to shoot with all his heart and others could not be beaten in the air, and it was very likely to be shot on the spot. Divine Archer, who has a good position and hides the sneak attack, is terrible. Yang Anzai said, you really have to be this kid. Sick Yellow Tiger said, spirit ginseng is indeed found by Li Qingshan, but has been taken down, cured for many years of dysentery. Sect leader Yang is looking for the wrong person. And behind him, stood a dozen chief hunter, more than a dozen strong bows. Sunshia Murim, the foreheads of the characters, appeared together. Only Li Qingshan, or an enemy or friend. The Iron Fist Gate's discipline was amazed, and the nearby residents were bold enough to open a window and watch this rare scene quietly. The torches are blown by the cold wind. Yang Anzai, Xiang Wu, Liu Hong, Sick Yellow Tiger, Li Qingshan. Everyone's expressions are flickering, but they seem to be frozen and stagnant. Each has its own. The scruples and considerations are related to each other, and no one dares to take it easy. Li Qingshan suddenly laughed. Laughter took the cold wind and spread it far away. Campmaster Xan, this is your only chance to kill me. Still not doing it? I will kill you personally, the ones under your hand, if there is a chance to escape. If I miss today, I will come to the door again to ask for advice, and uproot your Black Wind camp. One will not stay. Raving. Everyone present at the scene heard it was a harsh rant. Black Wind camp in the Sunshia disaster for many years, except Horse Rain Village is more than the world. Dragon Gate sect and Iron Fist Gate are extremely eager to destroy it, but Yang Anzai and Liu Hong are both in mind, unless the two join hands have the opportunity. But even if you succeed, you have to pay a heavy price. Today, Li Qingshan actually said that he would eliminate Black Wind camp by himself, even if his evaluation of his martial skill is not low, and he feels that he is too arrogant. Xiang Wu's face is closer to anger, more and more like a black bear. Then I will wait for you. If you don't come, I want Crouching Bull Village to live alone. Finally, the next sentence, no matter who can help you, I have to copy him to destroy the family. With the people hurried away, Iron Fist Gate disciple flashed open on both sides without blocking. A group of mountain bandit actually looked at the entire Sunshia city. The end is lawless. Yang Anzai also picked up lightness art and disappeared into the night. The sound came from far away. Let's wait. Li Qingshan, your enemies will be more and more. Your death is not far. Liu Hong Chong. Li Qingshan arched his hand and took people away. The gentry are willing to donate 10 times more money, just to let go of the Dragon Gate sect's discipline, and don't let them involve it. A messy restaurant has become empty, leaving Li Qingshan standing at the window, carrying the soaring dragon sword seized from Yang Anzai. Sick Yellow Tiger brought people up. Li Qingshan turned back. Yellow Chief Hunter, I want to explain. The two hunters brought up the bundled Little Black. Sick Yellow Tiger said, Your Majesty, say. Little Black said the reason for the matter, and finally said, You killed me, I don't regret it. Sick Yellow Tiger is a tough road. Little Black is what I grew up with. It only blames me for being ineffective. I ask you to spare him this time. Pull out the waist hunting knife. Return a knife and insert your shoulder. Chief Hunter. Little Black. Little Black, there are some things that can't be done. My Sick Yellow Tiger is killing countless people, never ungrateful, and never even hate it. Sick Yellow Tiger reached out and behind him, Chief Hunter gave another hunting knife to him. In the hands, Sick Yellow Tiger turned back into the left shoulder. Little Black's face is crying, cross-flow, repentance. From small to large, his respect for this man is more than his father, but now he has to see him scolding himself. Sick Yellow Tiger puts the hunting knife in his chest. 3 knives and 6 holes, to death. This is a confession that can be given by Jiang Hu. One hand firmly grasped the wrist of Sick Yellow Tiger, and the knife could not stab. Li Qingshan was first horrified, then relieved. Chief Hunter wants to take things on himself and die again. It's useless, even if they are suspicious, they will find me. Sick Yellow Tiger sighed and walked through Jianghu, knowing the horror of the matter. A cheat, a sword, can stir up a blood sea on Jianghu, the life of those first class, even super first class master. Don't fill it in with money. Li Qingshan, the red man's in the middle of the scorpion, disappeared, and a smile came out. It was not a laugh, but a heart-rending boy, but I am not afraid of them. This sentence is hearty and confident, not waiting for Sick Yellow Tiger to speak. He continued, Is my tiger bone wine ready? I will send someone tomorrow. Li Qingshan no longer said anything more. He went downstairs and went out to the building. Suddenly, his face was cold and he looked up, and the dark sky floated snow. A clear shadow flew out of the locust tree and flew beside him. Li Qingshan said to herself, I am not afraid of the enemy. I am afraid of betrayal. I saw Little An looking at him with a sly look. He couldn't help but smile. You don't understand it. You won't betray anyway. Me, right? Little An may not understand the meaning of betrayal in Li Qingshan's mouth, but he understands his expectation and the nod that is too busy. Let's go. It's not over yet. Tonight. Li Qingshan ignited a blazing flame, as if it could melt the ice and snow world. The old trousers drank an old wine and picked up the charcoal fire in the stove to resist the chill of the winter. He has not been a mother for a lifetime, and he has been a arsenal for decades. The neighbors have forgotten his name, only remembering his surname Zhang, calling him to be the old Zhangtu, or the old Gusu. And then the surrounding children somehow opened the old pants and the old pants. Let him. This single episode old man has been smeared with a bit of wretchedness. The night is already deep. He hasn't slept yet. He looks back at his life as usual, extracting the most shining parts of his memory and sipping it. As for whether these memories are true or false, just like his name, not only others, but even himself cannot distinguish. Dong dong dong. A few loud noises interrupted his memories. He opened the door unhappy. Who is this? Is it so late? Then I saw a half-a-year-old boy standing in front of the door and swearing at him. Smile. County Magistrate Superior Yi, let me come to the arsenal to take a few things. This is the instrument. The old trousers are covered in a squat. Although there are many imaginary parts in his memory, at least some of them are real. He really used to be a soldier and saw the scene of a real knife under murder. Very young and very amiable, but let him smell a familiar atmosphere. Murderous aura. Murderous aura can't get around. It's the feeling that a murderer with dozens of lives in the army will have it. If you encounter such an enemy in the battle, the farther you want to leave, the better. He didn't even look at the instrument carefully. He took the key and took the lantern and opened the door to the arsenal. The arsenal gate is as high as Jiangsu, the pig iron is built, and the 36 iron nails are neatly arranged, and a pair of tiger heads hold the iron ring. The old trousers pushed hard a few times, and Cuman did not move. He shouted, it seems to be frozen. I saw the boy put his hand on the cold iron door, gently pushed it, and the iron door opened and walked alone into the arsenal. The old pants are shrinking and waiting outside the door. In the past few years, someone has come to the arsenal for the first time. I don't know what I want to take. What do you want to do? Between the thoughts, I only heard the sound of from far to near. A figure stepped out of the arsenal. Black armor wrapped his strong body, filled with the texture of cold and chill, the skirt with his movements. The old pants stopped breathing and fell to the ground. He recalled the horror on the battlefield, those cold and fierce figures, as if the next moment, the people in front of him would kill him with a knife. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 55. Chapter 55. No clothes. Li Qingshan patted the 3 pots of feathers at the waist, carrying soaring dragon sword and stone-rending bow on his back, slamming the heavy, scary tyrant spear on his shoulders and disappearing into the darkness of the snow, only leave a deep footprint on the snow. In the county government office, the teacher told Yi Dakhwan, adult, Li Qingshan does not listen to your advice. Then there is no way. It turned out that Yi Dakhwan was seen by the Blackwind camp slopes and refused to help each other. It was a pair of 200. It was really unsuccessful. Li Qingshan was advised to leave a long-term plan. Li Qingshan would listen to him. Go with the instrument. Yi Dakhwan kept turning around in the house, suddenly stopped and jumped to the footsteps. Give me a horse. The master is not saying, why are we some horses? Yi Dakhwan said in a hurry. Those who are in the country, dare to be in the face of the official, let their children kill the official. Dragon Gate sect is a big thief. Tell them, who is not willing to send people, who is the thief? He wondered, if Li Qingshan died, Then he would not have to do this. County Magistrate, Blackwind Camp and Dragon Gate sect may also scatter the gas on his head. Master Yi Dao, the adults think twice. This can all sin the entire Suncheer's homesickness. Yi Daquan squats on his ass. Not too fast. The master had to listen to the order. Just out of the hall door, a dozen black people in front of him. I do not know when to enter the government office. The master was taken aback and looked at the faint lights in the hall. I saw that more than a dozen people were carrying bows and arrows. The original. It was originally Horse Rain Village. A hero. No, I don't know what to visit late at night. Sick Yellow Tiger has a white cloth on his shoulders, but his temperament is still calm. He patted the shoulders of the master. Superior Yi. Horse Rain Village. Sick Yellow Tiger is willing to help. After Li Qingshan left, Sick Yellow Tiger and others looked for it. The inn rested and got a message before falling asleep. Li Qingshan was completely armed and went out of the city. Sick Yellow Tiger certainly didn't think he was running away, and he got up. I go out. When I am away, things are handled by Little Black. Everyone knows where he is going. Little, Chief Hunter, we are going with you. After this incident, his face was less young and frivolous, and many adults were calm. The villa is the most important. Xiao. Horse Rain Village's name is not a compromise. We have a big hatred with Blackwind Camp. It is bound to be a good time. Only if you want to bet on that person, if you want me to be responsible, this is my idea. Sick Yellow Tiger said, okay, these 2 knives today. I am not white. Suncheer City, which has just quieted down, is once again noisy. In the Iron Fist Gate, Iron Lion Liu Hong did not fall asleep, but was thinking about what was happening today. Li Long Cross Introduction. His Majesty, Master. Liu Hong frowned. What are you doing? Li Long said, please ask the master to save the Crouching Bull village. Before Blackwind Camp, there was no slaughterhouse. One was to seize Li Qingshan's first evil first, and then to associate it with Iron Fist Gate. Easy to shoot. But after tonight, the parties turned their faces. Blackwind Camp will inevitably retaliate, and will certainly drop the knife. Liu Hong said, go and take your father's family and the steward Liu family. Li Long looked down. Please ask the master to help Crouching Bull village. Don't you not like it there? But that is the hometown of the discipline. Liu Hong indulged in a moment, like considering the pros and cons of all sides. Qos standing up, go, summon disciples. The mentality of spirit ginseng brought by Li Qingshan and the wealth of Blackwind Camp are taken into account. Li Long Darksy, thank you master. Yi Daquan, with the position of county magistrate, borrowed the power of Li Qingshan and the power of Horse Rain Village, and ordered the gentry to send people out. But there are still some nostalgia who are willing to resist and do not want to send people. Frowning at Sick Yellow Tiger, when considering whether to kill Li Wei, Liu Hong strode forward, arching, Yellow Chief Hunter, long-awaited name. Then he said to those resistant taxis, Liu Hong today vowed to, in addition to the great harm of Suncheer City, if you are willing to help, I will not forget Liu Hong. The implication is that if you refuse, I will not forget. In this situation, the gentry finally did not dare to resist again. They were reluctant to send people. Although they were reluctant in their hearts, they did their best when they sent people. The words of Xun Xiangwu are still in their ears. If you don't die, just wait for revenge, all you can do. And there are 2 strong overreachers, Sick Yellow Tiger and Liu Hong, who also feel that they really have a chance to level Blackwind Camp. Blackwind Camp is a bad thing, it doesn't really matter to them. Like Steward Liu's nickname Half Village Liu, most of Suncheer City's land is annexed by local nostalgic tyrants. Many of the villages looted by Blackwind Camp are their assets. As for the vouchers, they are bailed for ransom. I don't know how much, or they will not be willing to raise money for the previous prime magistrate. Xun Xiangwu did not expect that his threats would force the gentry to become deadly enemies. Yi Daquan was incredulously looking at the crowds, far more than his initial expectations. There were 400 or 500 people. He was overseeing in the middle of the county. Sick Yellow Tiger and Liu Hong bound the command. After doing such a heroic thing, the heart that was blinded by fame and fortune actually burned a bloody one. The master is also stunned, remembering the words written in the book, which are far away from him. Ascend to the top. The crowd gathers. The world is reversed. In the world, perhaps only a warrior, a hero standing out, can make it impossible, guide everyone, and complete the so-called miracle. However, this leading hero often has no good results. The old pants and hands trembled to open the arsenal door, and one piece of armored weapon was taken out, and the team of the thief was armed, and in the snoring, set foot on the journey. Sick Yellow Tiger said, I hope it is too late. This call has already taken too much time. Liu Hong said, you need to support for a while, but if you die, the old man will take revenge for you. Li Qingshan walked fast in the dark, equipped with 200 or 300 kilograms of weight. Not only did not let him feel hard, but there is a pleasure to release power. The armor is cold, but the blood is getting hotter and hotter. The footsteps are getting faster and faster. In the end, it is just galloping in the mountains. The heavy footsteps are like drums, and dong dong is ringing. I don't know how long it took to walk in the deep forest. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and the sharp sword penetrated the snow and slammed into the ravine. A camp was in the darkness, and there were some lights that were faintly lit. Black Wind Camp is right in front of you. Li Qingshan did not rush to the front, untied the wine bottle gourd, and the physical strength consumed recovered in an instant, and there was a burning sensation in the body of the wild horse. He suddenly remembered a lyric in the Beijing opera, and said, look at the front. The black hole, it must be the thief's lair. Wait until you catch up, kill him. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Sidely Black Wind. Black Wind Camp in the Juai Hall, the lights are bright, and the chief figures in the village gather together to discuss Li Qingshan. Big boss, what to do now? The kid is now hiding in Suncheer City, and Sick Yellow Tiger is guarding. Hey! Yang Anzai spreads the news of Spirit Ginseng. Who can protect him? It will die sooner or later. He died in the hands of others. The power of our Black Wind Camp can't be found, and the Spirit Ginseng is also in the hands of others. The second-born scribe is said. Xung Xiangwu really jumped in his eyelids, and his desire for the Spirit Ginseng was no less than anyone. He didn't mean that he would come to the door? At that time, I turned him into a meat. The seven-headed family was a bald-headed fat man, waving his face with a sledgehammer in his hand. The public faces each other and laughs at each other. Seventh child, only you will believe that he will come. As long as he has a little brain, he will not think that someone dares to single-handedly slap him. Black Wind Camp. If he refuses to come, we will force him to come. Although the snow is closed, it is not suitable for large-scale dispatch. But as long as a team of people is sent, it is enough to kill the Crouching Bull village and save the momentum of Black Wind Camp. His close relatives and friends, cut off the body and pieces, sent one by one. Do not believe that he still can sit. Second home said the poison. All the people were applauded, and they were greatly applauded. The second home also smiled. Boom. A loud noise. The entire Black Wind Camp seems to have shaken a bit. A mountain bandit rushed in and said, not good. Home, there, someone is in the door. Before the Black Wind Camp, a dozen gatekeepers. Mountain bandit trembling in fear looked at the gates of the village, and the gates of several large logs were not able to give them a sense of security. Boom. Is another loud noise. The logs are shaking, the sawdust is flying, as if a behemoth wants to break in, and under constant violent impact, the Zaman has a piece of hollow cracks. Boom. The giant wood shattered and scattered, and a piece of broken wood hit the chest of a mountain bandit. The mountain bandit did not care about their companions, but looked at the doorway in the snow, and a tall figure stepped into the Black Wind Camp. Give me a stop, here is black. A small-headed mountain bandit ran into the fear of the heart, but before it was finished, a feather arrow shot from the smoke, ending his words and life. Li Qingshan held stone-rending bow and said, I know. When the smoke and dust were exhausted, the mountain bandit found that there was no army or behemoth standing in front of the walled gate, and only a teenager wearing armor, holding a big bow. Fear in his heart faded a lot, and someone cried, "He has only one person." Everyone goes up and kills him. Campmaster has a lot of rewards. A dozen mountain bandit holding a variety of weapons, screaming and rushing up. Li Qingshan calmly pulled out 3 feather arrows from the arrow pot and put them on the bowstrings. The strings were full and the strings shook. The sharp arrows pierced the clouds and penetrated the 3 mountain bandits that rushed ahead. Like a broken puppet, it fell to the ground. Li Qingshan opened the bow like a spring, the feather arrowlessing, and even killed 12 mountain bandit. Kill you. There are still 4 mountain bandit rushing up, squatting on Li Qingshan's head, and Li Qingshan took the bow, as if he didn't see it, and continued to move forward. A whirlwind circling around him, wrapped in a sharp blade. 4 mountain bandits spurting blood at the same time, fell to the ground. A mountain bandit was very good. Saw a knife, wants to block the knife. The knife is like it is cut tofu and cuts off the long blade. Li Qingshan stepped over the body of a dozen mountain bandit and proceeded. Then she stood in the central open space of the cottage. I saw each village barracks. All of them had a mountain bandit. They heard the news and held torches in their hands. They were very eye-catching in the dark. He rolled up the big bow, and the arrow shot like a bead. The arrow seemed like an arrow. The effect of spirit wine gradually volatilized in his with the body, and his people were also slightly stunned. But the arrows that were shot out were helpless and failed. Juitang fell at the highest point of Blackwind Camp. Blackwind Camp's family was driven out of Juitang and looked down from the platform. Several of the masters were shocked and said, "He really dared to come? And it came so fast." Li Qingshan suddenly saw the mountain bandit no longer rushed, but an orderly retreat. Looking up at Xiangwu, laughed. "Campmaster Xan, the guests come to visit. Your host is so entertaining. I can't wait, killing you dozens of tips first. You won't blame me." A true chi spewed out, took the laughter out of the 10 miles, echoed in the mountains, overshadowed the sound of snow and snow, sounding like a thunder in the ears of the mountain bandit. "There is a poor near-poor," immediately screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of the ear. Inadvertently, I killed a few more. Li Qingshan grabbed his mouth and made a wine cellar. The group of thieves is terrifying. Xiangwu is even more eager to see. Li Qingshan's internal strength is stronger than his imagination, and it seems more ordinary, more exquisite, not as rumored, just a foreign teacher expert. This is definitely the power of spirit ginseng. Today is your death. No, I will slay you and torture you for 7 days and 7 nights. Li Qingshan smiled. I don't have so much leisurely and elegant to deal with you. Let's die at a speed. He raised his hand and opened the bow. His face slammed into a phantom, and the right hand turned into a phantom. Actions. The 7 arrows are connected in a line, which is the pearl string arrows method of the Horse Rain village, which is directed to the platform. Hurry to hide. Xiangwu reminded him that it was too slow. One of the arrows was planted from the platform. 3 arrows were inserted into the body, and only the first 4 arrows were avoided. 6 are home. The mountain bandit exclaimed. Li Qingshan touched again, and the 3 arrows had been warned, leaving the big bound arrow pot aside. He doesn't have an arrow. Everyone don't have to be afraid, kill him. The mountain bandit screamed and encouraged morale, and the black pressure came on, surrounded by a glimpse of the crowd, and the layers of shadows and weapons. General Li Qingshan was drowned. Li Qingshan provoked tyrant spear at the foot, slammed on the shoulder, whirlwind like a turn, 140 pounds of Jiang tyrant spear, like a black dragon dancing, with a low open-air cicada. 5 mountain bandit fell at the same time, not the head burst or the chest smash, the death cannot die. Li Qingshan, this weapon is in the hand, and the end is dead and will never leave a living. It also smashed the back of the mountain bandit, and it was also a moan scream. Li Qingshan looked at the platform. "Don't let the cockroaches die, and come to fight with me at a speed." Xia Xiangwu looked at the dead and wounded, but did not want to shoot at all. The meaning, but sneer, "Will you fight with you?" Looking down from the heights, you can clearly see more than a dozen mountain bandits in special service were mixed in the numerous mountain bandit and approached Li Qingshan. They did not hold weapons like their companions, but they hang low. Li Qingshan has a glimpse of their horrible killing intent, as if the snake had exposed the fangs, and the expert who could be seen in his eyes was clearly on the platform. Still can't let him ponder. A dozen mountain bandit raise their hands together and say, "It's all gone." Li Qingshan saw it. They held a dozen black lacquered shackles in their hands and pulled the trigger. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Break the Black Wind. Sun Xiangwu sneered and said, "Just with you, it is also worthy of a battle with me. It's cheaper to die like this." These dozens of hard work, he took a lot of thoughts to get it. These pickpockets also he spent the great time to train is the real trump card of his Black Wind camp. He is too evil. The other forces in Suncheer City regard him as a nail in the eye. If you can't sleep without any defense, these dozens of sneak attacks, even if they are first-class master, can't escape. And then? Li Qingshan, who should have died, suddenly raised the head and asked, nailed on the armor, but failed to penetrate his fascia. He also had a cold sweat. If not this body armor he dispelled the impact. His bull demon skin refining couldn't stop the spirit. It was so. He took a while to slow down, and the strong bow was really killing the divine artifact of expert. Protect the pickpocket, shoot again. Second, the family ordered loudly. The mountain bandits urged. The pickpockets quickly changed arrows, barely easy to use, but the speed is far less than the bow, so it is easy to damage. But with such a command, can play the most lethal. A group of mountain bandit commanded like the army, sweeping the army. How could Li Qingshan be willing to be the target? Look for the place with the largest number of mountain bandit, and transport the tyrant spear art, war chariot straight into the past, gunshots, and involve more than a dozen mountain bandit as if the black dragon swallowed the prey, and then spit it out. It was a dozen dead bodies. Just rely on these people. How can I stop him? A pickpocket had not had time to open the string, and the chest was pierced with a big gun. The body of 100 kilograms was picked up and smashed into another pick in the distance. Li Qingshan was a man and a gun. He was left and right in the crowd. He only attacked and defended. The sword fell on his body. He was immediately bombarded by the armor, and he couldn't hurt him. His big gun was thrown out, but he wore it. Broken chest. There is no death. In a few moments, he killed dozens of mountain bandit, and his hand was killed more than half. He was among the thieves, and his armor was nailed with more than 10 arrows, and he was even covered with blood. A violent killing momentum. Raw, scared mountain bandit, liver and gallbladder fragmentation. A mountain bandit intended to sneak from behind. He looked back. The red light flashed in the eyes, not yet shot. The mountain bandit face suddenly became iron blue, was scared to death. Sun Xiangwu sees the heartache and anger. Even if it wins, it will hurt his primal chi. The faces of other heads are also not good looking. The height of Li Qingshan's martial skill can be said to be beyond their imagination. Second, the family said, there is no need to be anxious. Li Qingshan is wearing a large gun and wearing armor. It seems to be impeccable, but it has to carry hundreds of kilograms of weight. Even if it is martial skill, it will not last long. Please wait for him. After exhaustion, take another shot and re-recruit the subordinates. Expert fights. There are very few big battles for 3 days and 3 nights, and even more than one tea is rare, because the soldiers are in danger. One move is inadvertently the life and death. The warrior is going to put his own in an instant. The will of physical strength broke out, and the drums were pressed against the opponent. Sun Xiangwu set his heart. He expected that even if he was himself, dozens of stone-rending bow, and then with such weapons and equipment trush, but also support for a while, and a person even if there is a great ability, once physical exhaustion, only let anyone kill. This is the terrible thing about the battlefield. It's not just a matter of killing elephants. However, Li Qingshan is not only not tired, but the more and more brave. The bottle of gourd spirit wine that he drank, the medicinal nature is so amazing. In his with the body burning, the power constantly rushes out. Tyrant spear as he danced into a phantom in his hand, and the gun moved with the people, and the direct killing was dripping and bloody. The bull demon strong fist of his cultivation is not comparable to the martial arts. The most famous of the cows is not the power but the endurance. Seeing that the mountain bandit is more and more dead, the corpses everywhere, almost collapsed, and the second head of the family sweats. What is going on? The snow is getting bigger and bigger, like a goose feather, falling to the earth and covering thousands of mountains. Falling to Li Qingshan, he was immediately swept out by the fierce gust of wind. A mountain bandit was picked and landed on the ground, staining a piece of snow and dyed it into a blood red. The remaining mountain bandit no longer sees the slightest fierceness. After panic, Li Qingshan will shoot a big gun in his hand. Good snow. Sun Xiangwu decisively ordered, do it. Unicom's other heads, flying together, the mountain bandit suddenly got a boost. When the seven masters hammered down and the air whistling, when they had not left, they took a burst of arrogance, and the power was amazing. He is born with great strength and can be a tiger bear. Second, the family said, don't touch him. Good to come. Li Qingshan one move, overlording, tyrant spear is facing upwards. A loud noise. A hammer collided, the hammer flew back, squatting on the head of the seven heads. The brain broke out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three-section whip in the hands of the four masters took Li Qingshan's waist, and the five-headed family made a ghost-headed knife behind Li Qingshan. The second home was hidden in the momentum with an ironclad fan. Qingshan has no backing for defense. However, the most dangerous, but still the hand that Sun Xiangwu grabbed him. Li Qingshan can withstand these attacks with bull demon skin refining and armor, but the impact will also make him uncomfortable. His body stagnation, and accidentally he finally understood why he said that when he was about to level the Blackwind camp, even the old Jiang who like Liu Hong changed his face. Do not believe that the danger is really unimaginable. Bull demon ground stamp. He took the opportunity to move. True Chi all rushed to the right foot, heavily stepping on the ground, within a radius of a square, triggered a small earthquake. The ground cracked and the earthquake, the shockwave rolling in all directions. The martial arts pay attention to the ground, rooting under the feet. As long as divine immortal has not been built into the wind, it is inseparable from the land under the feet. Several of the hands of the offensive is the wind, but the feet are dead on the ground. Li Qingshan stepped down. Their body shape was immediately unstable. Only a shockwave struck along the foot, dizziness and suffocation, and the offensive in the hand was also scattered and weak. Falling on Li Qingshan, it was difficult to work. Only the Sun Xiangwu martial skill is the highest, and the paws are still in power. Li Qingshan haha smiled and stumbled, avoiding Sun Xiangwu, scratching his face and slamming into the four-headed family behind him, while stabbing Sun Xiangwu's chest. Four of them screamed, smashed their bones and flew out. Sun Xiangwu swayed and shunned Li Qingshan. The skill of the five-headed family is the weakest. At this time, the spirit has not been slowed down. Li Qingshan loosened the gun, and the detective grabbed his head and slammed it on the ground. The sound of was like a crack of watermelon, and all the red and white were flowing. When I came out, I returned the tyrant spear back to the front and put it in front of me, posing as the barrier. In the blink of an eye, Blackwind Camp's offensive was broken and four of them were killed. Under his command, the third-class master is as vulnerable as a child. The remaining mountain bandit was as shackled as the body, and I didn't expect my cottage to be so fragile. Fragile like the village they had ravaged. The snow is getting bigger and bigger. The snow is stained with blood by the blood, and then it is covered by heavy snow and frozen. forming a red and white scene. The promise of pinging Black Wind Camp is being achieved little by little. Ps, in view of the fact that many friends have responded too slowly, from next week, they will improve the update speed. And don't say it, try hard. _carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 58. Chapter 58, Vajra Strength Talisman. Li Qingshan kicked the corpse at the foot and bared teeth smiled. This is much quieter. Come on, Campmaster Xan, I will give you a good time. A slight bias, there is the latter, also together let's go. The literati dressed up in the second home, there is no half-class temperament. The towel above the head fell, all the body was soaked by cold sweat. He is good with lightness art, lucky to escape from Li Qingshan, but the courage has been scared. Li Qingshan squinted and stepped back as a lightning strike. Campmaster, I don't want to die here, my strategy can't be in vain. The second master said this sentence, turned and fled, lightly lifted his breath, and came to Zaman in a few leap. The other mountain bandit also collapsed and fled to Zaman. Waste is waste. Xun Xiangwu yelled, and if Li Qingshan blocked it, he would not want to kill these traitors. Seeing the moment when the second home was about to escape from Black Wind Camp, a dark green blade slipped through his neck. He has no skill like Yang Anzai, and then he has lost his heart, just escaping. How to guard against the knife in the dark, spraying blood, dilated pupils, and knowing who he is in death. Other mountain bandit, which wants to escape, has also followed his footsteps, and the dark walled door seems to be the boundary line of death. Xun Xiangwu can't see what happened in front of the Zaman. He can only hear the sound of the heavy objects squatting, knowing that those people are fierce and less, and the heart is cold. What have you done? Li Qingshan Jiang Yang smiled. Nature is killing you. Little and after the cultivation Tao of the beautiful bones, although no longer afraid of the blood energy, but only to kill, murderosaurus skyrocketing, like a battle, little and also you can only get close to you around, but just sneak attack. The mountain bandit, which is smashing in the dark, is the best prey. There is no such thing as a hand in front of him. Xun Xiangwu is stunned. The foundation, which he has been operating for many years, is so ruined and destroyed in the hands of such a kid. All the mountain bandit is full of sin, and he is left alone. The Black Wind Camp was smashed into a sneaky moment, leaving only the sound of the wind and snow. Li Qingshan slammed his gun. Come on. Xun Xiangwu stared at Li Qingshan, twitching his hand into his arms, taking out a yellow paper with a lighter color. This is a very accidental and difficult, and it is a real life-saving straw. He didn't expect to go to this step, so he didn't have time to use it. Now he can't take care of this. Li Qingshan clearly saw the bright aura on the paper sign, the heart glimpsed, the gun tip shook, true chi sprayed out, making Tyrant Spear Art's last move, the most powerful trick to master the world. Go forward. Broken into the air. Xun Xiangwu bite the tip of the tongue and spray it on the paper note. The backhand is printed on his chest. A beam of light bursts open and envelopes him. He screams, I want to kill you. Hey! The sound of the golden iron symphony, the invincible tyrant spear, was blocked by a heavy golden light, and could not be penetrated. Little An wants to help Li Qingshan, but the golden spirit shines, but can't get closer. Xun Xiangwu grabbed the tip of the gun. Li Qingshan only heard a huge force coming from him. He couldn't hold himself under the gun. He couldn't hold the gun body. He immediately picked up the bull demon's foot hoof and bite the ground with his feet. Dragon, never step back. The Tumen, the iron gun with a thick mouth, was twisted into an exaggerated arc. The distance is getting closer. 5 steps, 3 steps. 1 step. Xun Xiangwu raised his palm and took a picture of Li Qingshan's head. His big hand was astonishing, like a bear's palm fan, which did not match the proportion of his body. Now it is covered with first level and is even wider. Li Qingshan was forced to breathe, and Tyrant Spear was let out, and he was scraped by his palms. A thick iron armor was scattered like a paper, and there was a severe pain in his chest. The sword is even more powerful. Hey! Xung Xiangwu seemed to be unable to control his own power. He shot on the ground and made a loud noise. The ground collapsed deeply, and the momentum was even above Li Qingshan's bull demon. Li Qingshan finally couldn't help but scream, "What is this?" Xung Xiangwu, "I will explain," burst into tears. "It is your death. Vajra strength talisman, with the help of Vajra bodyguards, is infinite." Green Bull did not know where it came from. A faint explanation. A talking cow. Xung Xiangwu was instantly shocked. "Elder brother Bull, how come you?" Green Bull said, "Hurry up and kill him. There is something to do." "Good." Li Qingshan grabbed the remaining armor and strode to Xung Xiangwu. "What Vajra bodyguard? See me to break your turtle shell." Xung Xiangwu Pufan's palm is photographed. "And you are self-seeking." Li Qingshan within the body true chi violently tumbling, bull demon strong fist from the bottom up, but also fully blasted. The fists of the fists collided, a loud noise. Li Qingshan's foot, the ground collapsed, the rock shattered, the bones were painful, the muscles were even more sour, but he ignored it and shouted, "Come on." It was another punch. Boom, photographed by gigantic palm. Li Qingshan fell to the ground a few more points. Xung Xiangwu wants to smash Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan is like a piece of pig iron, letting you work harder and harder. More than 10 times in the palm of the box. Li Qingshan's cuffs have not been buried in the soil, and the blood is leaking between the nose and mouth, but the look is more and more determined. Xung Xiangwu is finally relying on external forces, although the power is endless, but the speed of returning to the air cannot keep up. Finally revealed flaws, Li Qingshan how to let go. A punch, but once again by the heavy aura. "Useless, you can't hurt me." Xung Xiangwu laughed. "I think you can block a few punches." Li Qingshan did not give the enemy any breathing space. True chi broke out, spurred the boxing, and slammed dozens of punches. The vibration of the aura was repeatedly weakened, and Xung Xiangwu stepped back and forth, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, Ling Wang could not completely eliminate the boxing and was injured by the lungs. Xung Xiangwu was beaten on one knee, angry and unwilling. "You, death." Li Qingshan pulled out the soaring dragon sword behind him, poured all the true chi into it, and the sword trembled, and a sword glow of a foot long, a full force, squatting into the aura, and a smooth delay. A head landed, and the cockroaches turned a few laps, leaving a horror of fear on the face. Li Qingshan lifts sword Dao Spirit of Black Wind Camp, the first to be awarded, Black Wind Camp. And then the sword, it's a good sword. He didn't use the sword in the first place, but first consumed talisman with his fist. The aura of light, otherwise, when the light is at its peak, not only can Xung Xiangwu be killed, but the sword will be destroyed. Although according to Green Bull, this is a counterfeit spirit artifact, it is at least a lot more practical. "Elder brother Bull, what are you talking about?" Green Bull said, "Help the little ghost General Dao of the beautiful bones to look like, go and move the body. Don't waste so much good material." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 59 Chapter 1 Skeleton. Li Qingshan remembered that Green Bull said that cultivation Dao of the beautiful bones is only a matter of expediency, and that it wants to be truly cultivation, but also to use human blood, and it is the human blood that survives soon after the death. Blood energy, the stronger it is, the better. These mountain bandits are great materials in the Green Bull mouth. Although he does not agree, he does not care. He moved the bodies of the mountain bandit and piled up a hill on the open space. The scene is terrible and bloody. The gas is heavy and pungent, and Ra is Li Qingshan himself. She also feels a little thrilled and can't help but ask herself, "Is this what I did?" But he immediately calmed down. This is called retribution. This group of mountain bandit, if there is no such end, is heavenly Dao unfair, as long as the conscience, do not have to worry about doing anything, and then according to the Green Bull's command, will be loaded with Little Ann Skeleton's porcelain jar is buckled on the corpse. Little Ann fluttered a little nervously until she heard Li Qingshan say, "Go into the porcelain jar." The corpse trembled a bit, and the blood flowing down the river suddenly began to flow counter to the porcelain jar. The porcelain jar also trembled fiercely, and the blood stasis became lighter and weaker. After a long time, I only listened to kaka kaka, and there was a crack on the porcelain jar, revealing the red light, like coagulation, red. Li Qingshan frowned and held her breath, and this scene was too much like a horrible evil ritual. This situation is better like what demon was born. A porcelain jar burst, a blood-red little scorpion sits on the corpse, and there are two bloody flames in the eye socket, which is a scene of extreme horror, but the little hands are like a squat. It even gave people a great understanding of the sacred feeling of life and death. The tragic and horrible corpse of the corpse is like a lotus seat sitting Buddha. The white arm that stretches only like a white lotus petal is strange. Pole. Li Qingshan screamed and said, "Little An." Xiao Yan looked up, bloody flames, turned into a blood shadow flying, and Li Qingshan was surprised by the speed, which is faster than Yang Anzai's lightness art. He instinctively wants to block even counterattack, but stopped, let it fall into his arms, and then slammed into his chest and slipped down. Li Qingshan suddenly burst into tears and saw that Little An fell to the ground and shook his head, completely without controlling the speed. Little An stood up and looked up at Li Qingshan. From his eyes, he saw what he was like now, as if he suddenly realized that he was no longer a ghost. He looked down at his hands with only tiny bones and looked at himself. The body, then trembled violently, then squatted on the floor, his hands covering his face. Although there was no trace of sound, Li Qingshan clearly felt that he was crying. As a ghost race, there is at least a human figure. Whoever becomes this horrible appearance of inhumanity can no longer remain calm. Not to mention that he is still a child. Li Qingshan had a pain in his heart. He was hard as an iron heart in the killing. He suddenly softened down and licked his sour nose. He smiled and squatted down and touched Little An's head. "Why is this? It's not very cute. I used to only touch you. I can't touch you. It's fair." Little An raised the head. The blood in the eye socket was brighter, and he reached out and hugged Li Qingshan with his arm, and put his head on his chest. Li Qingshan hugged him tightly. In the snow, under the corpse of the corpse, a half-a-year-old boy, a small cockroach, embraced each other, as if they were feeling warm from each other's cold body. Green Bull was watching silently, and there was no such ridiculous look in his eyes. Little An is finally a child's heart, and her mood is getting better soon. She is curious to experiment with her new body. After a while, she walks on the ground, picks up a single band of the mountain bandit and flutters, or jumps. As soon as the air was a few feet high, it was inevitable that the felon fell to the ground. Li Qingshan was shocked, afraid that he would crush his slender bones, but he saw him turn over and stood up, scratching his head, thinking that he was no longer a ghost. Could not fly, but he was not disappointed, but run wild in the snow. Li Qingshan just let go of her heart, revealing a smile. Perhaps because of the love of the house and Wu, he really does not think that Little An is horrible. Xiaoyan's posture makes all kinds of childish movements, but there is a strange and cute, but others will not. I think so. He turned his head and asked Green Bull, "Does Little An have to do this forever?" Green Bull said, "There is nothing wrong with this. How many people ask God to worship Buddha images like this? It can't be changed. But let Yin spirit repair the entity, that ordinary people don't even think about it, even though it is demon Tao divine ability. But it is not subject to any Buddhist law or Taoist magic restraint, and it is fast and powerful. If this divine ability is circulated, it will be 10,000 times stronger than the spirit ginseng in your hand. Regardless of the Buddha demon. Come and snatch. If someone else gives you a big meal, can you still blame the cutlery?" Li Qingshan only smiled bitterly. "I know that Tao of the beautiful bones sounds much stronger than strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers." Not only did he quickly respond to him, but he only looked back and saw that Little An was clutching the big iron hammer of the 700,000 flying a few dozen feet. It collapsed a wall. "Now, Little An, one can slaughter the entire Black Wind camp, which is definitely easier than him. And Black Wind camp, who knows where to find Jiang Fu, can compete with his strength of one bull, can be obtained by his mountain bandit leader, certainly not a great high quality. He is for this strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers could not help but have a suspicion. He has taken hundreds of people's blood essence. Of course, the strength is not weak. If you want to restore the human form, it is not difficult. Green Bull smiled and turned the subject, ignoring Li Qingshan's suspicion. Li Qingshan also left her own behind her. Really? What should I do? Green Bull said, one is to make the Tao of the beautiful bones cultivation to a certain extent. You can turn it into 1,000, and what it will become like. Li Qingshan nodded. Buddhism is a red-pink, originally meaning to be true, but I am afraid it will not be done overnight, and it is illusion after all. Green Bull said, there is also a shortcut to take heart's blood pouring. It will take a long time to make the skeleton muscle, flesh and blood resurrect and reshape the body. Li Qingshan shocked, in this way, isn't little an equal to living? Green Bull shook his head and said, non-life is not dead, but from the mortal point of view, it is no different from a living. Good. Li Qingshan felt a little excited. You don't be too happy, this trouble, you have to do it. You must not let him be exposed to the eyes of others, leaving too many traces, otherwise people will come to the door to remove the magic. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Li Qingshan decided, even if I am guilty of sin and blood, I will not hesitate, let alone the number of people who can kill in this world. P.S. A new volume, a new chapter. Li Qingshan will go to this different Xianxia world and learn about the magnificentness of this world. Tomorrow's 3 more. First book a recommended ticket, please support a lot. I will try to improve the speed of the update, not let everyone down. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 60. Chapter 2, Even the Spirit Artifact. Green Bull no longer talks, until Li Qingshan turns around. Fang said, go back to you can practice Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. The refining of cattle is not a tiger, not a divine ability. Li Qingshan has a body, but the footsteps are not stopped. No matter where the road leads, he will go on without going forward. That is, for himself and for the child. All of Green Bull's attention is focused on Li Qingshan, teaching little and Tao of the beautiful bones. Also because of Li Qingshan, he taught Li Qingshan's strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Is it really just a poor divine ability? Li Qingshan searched for the spoils in Black Wind Camp, little and followed his footsteps and quickly found a grain storage. The food in the warehouse was searched from various villages for winter use. I also don't know how many people are civilians who are hungry and die. Then I found a warehouse full of all kinds of sundries, as well as arsenal. The warehouses were mostly things like wine, meat and salt. The weapons were also ordinary weapons. They were not comparable to the weapons of soaring dragon sword in their hands. He wouldn't look at it, but he couldn't find the most important treasure house, but found a lot of silver banknotes in the various rooms. Black Wind Camp has been in Sunshire for many years and has accumulated a lot of gold and silver treasures, including talisman. Still Little Anhart found a very secret mechanism in the bedroom of Xun Xiangwu, dialing the mechanism, showing a secret door. Open the secret door. The golden jewels of the gold and silver wares are almost glazed, and a raft is filled with a stack of silver banknotes. There are more than 2,000, but the most precious ones, I am afraid that they are not named. Painting and calligraphy antiques. Rao is also a bit dazzled by Li Qingshan. He picks up one thing and wants to play for a long time, highlighting the true color of the leopard. He has never seen so many gold and silver treasures in his life. However, he searched for a circle, but unfortunately he could not find another talisman. If he wanted to come to Xun Xiangwu, if he had such a good thing, he would stay with him as a trump card. He would not be so moldy in this place, and he could not help but regret it. Little An ignores the gold and silver jewels. It seems that he has been tired of playing with weapons. Instead, he watches from the big porcelain bottle in the corner of the treasure house and takes out a picture frame. but it is no longer a playful appearance. It is really serious to watch. Some of the painting axes were just thrown at the ground and dropped directly on the ground, as if they were serious. It was a fake. Li Qingshan went forward, but saw those paintings and calligraphy, either elegant landscapes, flowers and birds, or I did not know what strange calligraphy was written. There are 9 words that I can't understand. Anyway, they are all ancient and can't see. What is the difference? Suddenly remembered that he is almost illiterate in this world. In the mountain village, there is neither the opportunity to learn nor the need to learn. I am afraid that the ligatures are not fully recognizable. This is a chance to make up for it. My heart is very surprised. Do you understand? Little Anne nodded. Although I couldn't speak, I made a big difference to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan soon understood that the original Xian Dao of the beautiful bones was turned into a skeleton, and it reminded me of many things. Li Qingshan said, "It seems that you can quickly think of where you are. You can appreciate calligraphy and painting at a young age. You must have a deep family history. Maybe you are not an ordinary person." Listening to Li Qingshan, little Anne is confused. Even though he is innocent, he knows that he is unspeakable. Even if he finds his hometown, can he see his family? Li Qingshan comforted, "Do not worry, I have a way. You will soon become good, and you are guaranteed to be no different from other children." Little Anne immediately became happy, although she did not know what Li Qingshan's approach was, but only from the instinct's trust. Green Bull listened outside the door, and a glimpse of the heart, the extraordinary wealth of the people, the spirit of the little ghost is clearly strengthened by the people, can be so tough, can withstand the witch mess, no terror-stricken, but has the ability to drive things. Li Qingshan may not know. Green Bull is very clear. Dao of the beautiful bones is so demanding of talent. Little Anne can get so smoothly. It is also a bit unexpected. This is probably not only talented, instead, with some kind of spirit medicine Taoist magic. Open the spirit. Little Anne opened another painting axis, and the room suddenly raised a glimmer of light, overshadowing the brilliance of all gold and silver jewelry. Li Qingshan feels that Jiangxin is in cold, and feels that a fierce sword chi hit him. It is more than 10 times more horrible than facing Yang Anzai in the restaurant. He instinctively grabs little Anne. He is behind him. The painting axis fell to the ground, but did not emit the horrible attack in the imagination. For a moment, Li Qingshan carefully picked up the scroll, but saw that the painting was not painted, but calligraphy, dragon and phoenix dance. Messy. True word, I can't recognize it. It is said that the cursive is not very similar. The whole word has no glyphs at all. It is just a randomly unknown stroke. It is very powerful and has a strong momentum. Every brush stroke is like a peerless swordsman. The sword marks left on the stone wall have a deep feeling that will not be spent after the vicissitudes of life. Green Bull said, "Your boy is lucky, he found a real spirit artifact." Spirit artifact. Li Qingshan was overjoyed, playing with the axis of the hand in his hand, full of joy, touching little Anne's bonehead bag. "It's really little Anne." Little Anne saw him happy, and he was too happy to bow his head. "How do you use this thing?" Green Bull said, "You try to inject true chi into it." Li Qingshan's battle at Blackwind Camp was mainly based on his own strength. Instead of consuming a lot of true chi, he still had more than half of it. But when he tried to inject true chi into the drawing axis, true chi madly poured out, and true chi was sucked into the axis of the painting. Until he was exhausted by true chi, a brush stroke on the scroll lighted up, and Gwingwa flashed and flew out a clam, passing a gold and silver treasure chest and falling on the stone wall of the chamber. There was no amazing sound, and after a while, the treasure chest was separated on both sides. Li Qingshan returned to the gods. "When I looked up, I saw only the gold and silver ingots. As long as they were crossed by the comma they were all half-dwo, and the face was neat and brilliant." He went to look at the stone wall and found a very thin and deep trace on the thick stone wall. This is the power of spirit artifact. Li Qingshan swallowed, not to mention the bull demon skin refining that he was proud of, the Vajra strength talisman of Xuxiangwu, who couldn't stop the blow. And he feels that because of the lack of true chi, even the power of 1/10 of this spirit artifact has not been exerted. If you can provoke dozens of brush strokes on the axis of the painting at the same time, what should be power? Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 61. Chapter 3, Killing and Setting Fire. Li Qingshan finally understands why Green Bull doesn't look at the glamorous knife, and even disregards the soaring dragon sword that ordinary people use as divine weapon. They are really incompetent compared with the real spirit artifact. Defective. If Xiangwu uses this spirit artifact, it is him who died today. However, the ordinary martial practitioner, where can see the aura? The antique paintings and paintings here are not collected by Xiangwu, but the second master who dressed as a scribe. This calligraphy is somewhat extraordinary, but where is the extraordinary? Can't say it. It can be seen that the internal strength of the ordinary warrior cannot use spirit artifact at all, and Xiangwu uses talisman. They have to bite the tip of the tongue and use heart's blood to motivate. Once the scroll of this painting is rolled up, it will be invisible, which is cheaper for Li Qingshan. Green Bull said, this spirit artifact does not seem to be complete, but only a part. Li Qingshan at first glance, many brush strokes were interrupted at the edge of the paper, as if they were cut. Green Bull has an extraordinary vision. This spirit artifact doesn't seem to be refining, but it's more like hand painting, putting sword into the pen and inspiring sword chi. If you have the heart, maybe you can still. It comes to a set of sword art. And once the ordinary spirit artifact is cut, it will be destroyed. The book is a man of this calligraphy. Li Qingshan understands the temperament of Green Bull. It has always been bullish, saying that some means is a bad evaluation. I will examine this calligraphy more carefully and want to realize the sword art. Originally thought that the stone ruined by the identity of illiterate, can understand the Murim group of heroes are uncertain of the knights. He should have some advantages in this semi-literate, but he seems to see, but nothing. But the more you look, more and more powerful. Only give up. Little Anne stared at the scroll, and the blood flame flickered. Suddenly she picked up a painting axis and danced. The blast in the treasure house picked up the axis and brought an after image, which made the sound of empty, as if Little Anne was not drawing the axis. It is a real sword. Xiao Yan's appearance of dancing on the axis of the painting is supposed to be strange and ridiculous. However, in the eyes of Li Qingshan, there is a faint swordsman who moves in a sword and moves. He can't help but whisper, the fairy tale is deceptive. What illiterate learning martial arts is fast, all nonsense. Green Bull gave Li Qingshan a look and said, savvy. Li Qingshan's self-recognition is not very bad. The practice of Bull Demon Strong Fist is also very fast and has been praised by Green Bull. If it is not his own problem, then it can only be said that Little Anne's understanding is really high. Of course, perhaps there are also reasons for knowing calligraphy. Little Anne danced the last style, decided to take the sword, the shaft was broken, turned into powder, and then looked at Li Qingshan, although even the expression could not be done, but the blood flame clearly flashed come to praise me emotion. Li Qingshan touched his skull. It's so smart. Little Anne immediately became happy and saw that Li Qingshan was hit hard. In his palm, he wrote, I teach you. Li Qingshan smiled and said, well, it seems that I have to learn a lot of things, but now I will find a new home for you. From those antique bottles, find a thick porcelain jar and measure it. It seems too small. Little Anne was divided into pieces of bones, and flew in, and Li Qingshan was shocked. Looking into porcelain jar, a small skull, a pair of bloody flames looking at him. Well, I thought it was strange enough to raise the little ghost. It seems more and more strange now. He said, good night. Sealed porcelain jar. Li Qingshan mentions porcelain jar, puts the silver bank note into his arms, only takes the reel out, then recloses the chamber, and finally finds the fire oil. In addition to the granary warehouse, it spills on the various camps and puts it up. A big fire. Ancient murder and arson, originally together, even in the snow. The fire spread rapidly, and a huge fire was made in a flash, and Li Qingshan's cheeks were also red. Li Qingshan spilled the oil on the corpse hill. No one knows that these bodies were taken by little and they will see the flaws of others, and they will be burned. On the mountain road, the thief team marched through the night and finally approached Blackwind Camp. When Sick Yellow Tiger thought it was too late, suddenly the red light reflected in the sky, and he was shocked. Is it? Immediately ordered, accelerate march. Crossing a mountain beam, Sick Yellow Tiger stayed. Liu Hong also stayed. All who live, or even catch up with them, cannot speak. Unable to be alive, the fiercely impressive Blackwind Camp is burning and burning into a sea of fire. Is this all done by that person? All people raised this question in their hearts. After the horror, the team rushed down the mountain beam at the fastest speed, came to the Blackwind Camp, hesitated through the broken Zaman, and then saw a scene they could never forget in this life. In a sea of fire, the heavy snow on the square was dyed bright red by blood and flame, and the broken weapons were inserted in various colors. Li Qingshan sat in the central repair. Behind him was the burning corpse. 400 or 500 people stopped, and Sick Yellow Tiger and Liu Hong were no exception. The boy exuded the imposing manner, like demon god. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. You are here. The two groups of reversed image in his clear eyes, but people feel that the fire is burning from his heart. No one answered him. Li Qingshan is also a murderer and an arson. He is also trying out magical artifact. He will spend all his energy and vitality. When he sits down, he feels a deep tiredness. He simply meditates and rests. This piece of fire can make him the best place to rest is this open space. And even he himself did not expect to give others such an impact. Yi Daquan is an ordinary person, not as much as Sick Yellow Tiger Liu Hong has experienced. He said, "This. Are you doing this?" The eyes never dared to put on the corpse behind Li Qingshan. The hot feeling, the taste of the barbecue, made him dizzy. Li Qingshan beheaded and jumped up. Li Qingshan Ping Blackwind Camp is here, paying no respect to crouching bull village people, to adults, to their own promise. Sick Yellow Tiger and Liu Hong, but noticed that they were scattered in the ground weapons. The ones were smashing, the things were terrible. They understood best. What is the martial skill? Let him have such power. Liu Hong asked himself that Li Qingshan couldn't do it. Even though the mountain bandit didn't move and lined up to play for him, he was exhausted. Not to mention the mountain bandit still holding a variety of weapons, and many expert oversee. Liu Hong's gaze looked at the bottle gourd at Li Qingshan's waist. He thought he had guessed something, but with Li Qingshan's eyes, he quickly moved away. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 62 Chapter 4 Killing Intent. Thank you for your help. Li Qingshan thanked Yi Daquan, Sick Yellow Tiger, and Liu Hong. No matter what kind of thinking, help is help. The return is the remaining granaries, warehouses, and weapons of Blackwind Camp, library. As for the treasure house, it is extremely secretive. Now that the fire is burning, even the dark door is burned. If you want to go in, you can only remove the ruins, find the position, and harden the chisel. Everyone was stunned and sighed. They were relieved. They were worried and thought that they would work hard with the Blackwind Mountain Bandit. Now it's a good thing to move the spoils without any damage. It's great, and you can brag back. Yi Daquan, Sick Yellow Tiger, Liu Hong, Li Qingshan stationed together, to see people carrying goods, faintly led by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, in addition to the waste bottle gourd and the soaring dragon sword on the back, there is a new porcelain jar at the waist and an additional axis on the back. The porcelain jar is naturally equipped with little and he absorbs so many of the mountain bandit's blood essence in one breath and takes some time to digest it. And the drawing axis, he got the spirit artifact, because it is calligraphy, and consent sword chi. He named cursive sword script. These two things attracted three people's attention, but he did not say. No one asked without interest. No matter what it was already his spoils, and no one could touch others. Li Qingshan said, Chief Hunter's injury doesn't matter. Sick Yellow Tiger said, "Do not worry, I will cut the knife accurately and will not leave any disability." Li Qingshan glimpsed, then laughed. Sure enough, old Jiang Hu. The human heart is complex, moving because of love, changing because of profit. There is a fake in the real, there is truth in the false. Is not grievances, do not understand, do not count, me to smile, good luck. Sick Yellow Tiger also laughed at ha, and suddenly smiled and said, "But the difficulty is still behind." Little Black stepped forward and gave a big gift to the person who was about the same age as him. "I am sorry for you." Today, this scene completely shocked him. If such a person becomes an enemy of Horse Rain Village, how terrible it will be. Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder and walked outside Blackwind Camp. The sky is bright. Beyond the layers of clouds, the east showed a bright light, and the fire gradually went out. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped. "Right, Chief Hunter, Tiger descending the mountains. Is this name from you?" "Maybe." Sick Yellow Tiger didn't expect him to say this. Li Qingshan said, "Can you change one?" Sick Yellow Tiger glimpsed and then smiled. "This name is circulated among the population of Jianghu. He just happened to meet him and he was eligible to change." Li Qingshan still doesn't know. He will soon have a new name. Black Tiger Li Qingshan. Yi Daquan was deeply sorry for the failure to find the treasure house of Blackwind Camp. However, the face was not moving, and occasionally the eyes met with the teacher. They were all excited and ecstatic. One great achievement. Although Li Qingshan was a person, Li Qingshan was the constable he found, and he would have contributed to his county magistrate. He was already imagining the cheaper brother-in-law who looked down on himself and got the expression of this news. Ha, the number of people in the county who have not been able to settle the Blackwind Camp, let Lozi be flat when he took office. Yi Daquan laughed and slammed Li Qingshan's shoulder. "Of course this is Constable Li, you will definitely on the list. The chief governor, who is my brother-in-law, recognizes your credit and makes you promote and make a fortune." Ha. Constable Li. Li Qingshan remembered that she still had this title and smiled. "Thanks to Superior Yi for lifting." "Well, let's talk." When the army opened up and went back to the city, Li Qingshan was idle, and Xixing also slowly moved forward with the army. Along the way, everyone found that he was not as terrible as imagined, and gradually gathered up, called Constable Young Hero. This kind of heroic treatment makes Li Qingshan, who has never experienced it, feel very refreshed. Compared to the mediocrity of previous life, Crouching Bull Village stumbles, and good men are like it. He never pretends to be reserved, and he has a fame and fortune. He is not only good at fame and fortune, but also good at wine and meat, good beauty, wine and money, and all kinds of people who want to see him. Sick Yellow Tiger quits back to Horse Rain Village to get the tiger bone wine that Li Qingshan wants. Li Qingshan said, "If someone is sent, I will buy it at a high price." But now, you can really start to learn Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Although the Green Bull is as deep as it is, Li Qingshan feels this seemingly ordinary divine ability, which has the mystery that he could not penetrate. And even if it's really just an ordinary divine ability, it's not what any martial skill can compare. It's extremely important to him. Although he is well known for his fame and fortune, he has not been blinded by fame and fortune. Tao Teran has forgotten where he is. The prosperity at the moment is just the tranquility before the storm. More and more challenges are still behind. If not prepared in advance, will be defeated and killed. But instead of feeling fear, he was faintly excited, and he shouted a sentence to make the storm more violent. This is the life he chose. Although the chalk road is easy to walk, but because of the heavy burden, it is also not fast. Until the evening, the team rushed back to the front of the Suncheer city, listening to the city's gongs and drums. Li Qingshan said, "What is the holiday today?" Liu Hong said, "No, I must come to welcome you." The county magistrate sent someone to report it in advance. Sure enough, entering the city, a warm breath came to the surface. In this cold winter season, the street was full of people. The change in Suncheer city last night shocked everyone in the city, so that during the day, everyone was absent-minded until the news came back and the city was boiling. Li Qingshan smiled and greeted the crowd, but at the same time, she felt keenly that she came from the street cafe and had a few bad eyes. When it comes, hey, the frog at the bottom of the well, but it has destroyed a cottage. Senior brother, when do we start? On the tea house, a flat face, but proud of the blue woman. No hurry, wait. Sitting in the senior brother opposite her, is a 30-year-old man with a thin face and a long face. He has no long objects, and his fingers are slender, his waist is bulging, and his brilliance flashes. Old Jiang, who knows internal strengths. Superb hidden weapon expert at a glance. We are so clever, if the news spreads, I do not know how many people will come to grab, not to be strong first. By killing 200 mountain bandit by one's own strength, I can't do it myself. This tiger descending the mountains is in a good position. It is not easy to deal with. The horse-face man shook his head. They can also be in this Suncheer city. At the meeting, I have a heart and a cheap. This kind of rumored rumors, you also believe. I see that he walks cumbersome, the sungs is flat, but it is a cross-practice, at most the second-class top expert, not to mention first-class. We join hands, the hidden device greets, then I have his life. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 63 Chapter 5 Tiger Demon Bone Refining. Walking Jianghu, I am still cautious. I don't want to get spirit ginseng, and I don't want to risk myself. There are other people here, let them test it first. The horsey-faced man's embarrassing teaching only attracted a blue woman's contempt. The master said, you have to listen to me outside. The horse-faced man is also angry. You have to die, even if you go, don't drag Lozi. If you don't see you as the daughter of the master, I have already left. It's gone. Jianghu is dangerous, he feels good, and he is not careful. Even if he grabs spirit ginseng, I am afraid it will only lead to the killing. If Li Qingshan is a smart person, he should immediately sacrifice spirit ginseng. Otherwise, he will die. No, even if he is giving away, the person who took over will avoid the news and attract everyone to pursue it. Knockout. The horsey-faced man looked at Li Qingshan's gaze in the crowd. It was like watching a dead man. He took a sip of tea and couldn't get spirit ginseng. Seeing such a lucky young boy died in this sinister Jianghu. A beautiful thing. On the restaurant last night, Li Qingshan sat in the seat, accepting the grim gaze of the gentry, and a glass of wine. When he drank a glass of wine, he suddenly stopped and looked at the glass of dang. As he moved, the restaurant was still quiet, and a gentry asked carefully, Constable Li, what happened? Li Qingshan said faintly, this wine is poisonous. The wine was poured on the ground, and a white smoke was rushed on the road. The poisonous xing was fierce. This poison has no say tasteless. If he did not open the eye, he was careful and saw the strangeness in the wine. He was poisoned at this time. Nasi's face was white, just the wine he had for Li Qingshan, and he waved hurriedly, not me. Li Qingshan Huo's station got up, and when the gentry would shout for help, he saw Li Qingshan looking at the store's second child. It's your poison. This is a near beast-like instinct, sensitive to the murderous aura hostility. Reaction. I don't seem to have seen him. He is not the shop manager here. On the face of the store, Xiosi's face was panic, and he shouted loudly. He saw a fist hit him. The fist had not yet arrived. The fist wind came first. He couldn't breathe when he was oppressed. He couldn't hide it anymore. A short blade stabbed to Li Qingshan's lower abdomen. The sound of was accompanied by a sound of broken bones. The xung mouth of the store was collapsed. The body flew out of the building and landed on the street. The knife was tightly held in the hand and the tip of the knife was bent. Li Qingshan, if nothing happens, turn around and say, everyone continues to drink. Knowing that even an aperitif is not counted. But there are still people who drink it. Li Qingshan said, Superior Yi, Dragon Gate sect leader Yang Anzai has been attacked by the official squad. Now that he has escaped, can he ever go to the list? Yi Dakhwen said, yes, I have to mention this in the official document of the prefecture governor. Dragon Gate sect. Such a thief nest cannot stay for a long time. In the lower body is Constable Mei Dangping. Dragon Gate sect married Yang Anzai back. How do adults think? The crowd is stunned. Dragon Gate sect is afraid to follow the footsteps of Black Wind Camp, but fortunately they are the first time to recall the children in the family. Yi Daquan look at the sky, say road. Is it too late? Li Qingshan said, thank you for the big man's shirt, I will go back and go back. Since the wine can't be done, then find something to do. The main culprit of Dragon Gate sect, he will never let go. Leave the enemy the opportunity to recuperate. Comrade Lu Feng once taught us that treating comrades should be as warm as spring, and treating enemies like cruel heartless. Dragon Gate sect is located on the Dragon Gate mountain 10 miles away from the city. Li Qingshan leaves the gate and does not take the Grand Dao. He looks for the Dragon Gate on the road, and he just got out of the gate and there are 2 black shadows come up, but not the pair of senior brother-sisters. They are also in the vicinity of Suncheer City. Jiang Hu, who happened to hear Spirit Ginseng news, the poison shop Xiao their companion, kept under the restaurant, waiting for poisonous Li Qingshan, one Spirit Ginseng immediately overlooking. If it is a loss, the 3 will be shot together. But only waited until the corpse that was thrown out by the store, and then Li Qingshan went out of the window and went straight out of the city. They looked at each other. He wants to escape. Could not help but follow. Although the straight line distance is 10 miles, but it is necessary to climb over the mountains along the way. It is not a dozen miles. Li Qingshan strides forward, leaving a deep footprint in every step. It seems that being evaluated as a heavy body is not unreasonable. Just because Bull Demon Strong Fist body refining is not chi refining, there is no such thing as a light lifting effort. He is only instinctively in Mercedes-Benz. Ship true chi between your feet to make it faster. But at this moment, his situation is a bit special. The spine is distorted, and his body shape is constantly changing during running, like stretching his waist. His neck is constantly twisting, and he is still breathing heavily. The heart beats like a gong and drum, and the body is white and foggy, but the sweat is transpiration. It was an effortless run for him. It seemed to bear a great burden. However, the pace was getting faster and faster. Every step fell, and there was more light feeling. The arms in front of the body drooped like the humanoid beast, running in the woods, is getting faster and faster. In the dark woods, the trees are close and quickly thrown behind them. Suddenly, there was a steep hillside of 4 or 5 feet high. If it is the original, he must stop and think about how to go around, or climb up. But at this moment, he not only kept on going, but accelerated to rush to the hillside. Just under the hillside, his body was short, his feet were squatting, and he stood up. His hands stretched forward, grabbed 2 raised rocks, and then jumped up the hill. The whole movement is in one go, as if it is a fierce tiger climbing the mountains, and this is the Tiger Demon Mountain climb in Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Green Bull has passed Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist to Li Qingshan. He is pondering the doorway back to Suncheer City. With the accumulation of Bull Demon Strong Fist, it is much easier. I have mastered the method and used the experiment in Mercedes-Benz. It is the most basic thrust-style Tiger Demon Spine Shift, Tiger Demon Waist Stretch, Tiger Demon Head Bump in the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. This is the root of the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, and other moves must be based. He realized why Green Bull wanted him to be a strength of 1 bull before he could repair the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, because the burden on the body was too great. If you started, you would like Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. I am afraid that I will practice my body. Please, continue to 3 more today. Continue to seek recommendation list, seek support, and ask for strength. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 64 Chapter 6 Tiger Demon Heart Scoop. But the physical burden is getting bigger, not only a bad thing, but a big good thing. Bull Demon Strong Fist has given extraordinary strength, endurance and defensibility. but he often feels a waste. Although the strength is large, if the speed is not fast, it is in vain to hit people, so when he deals with Yang Anzai, he has to take the risk. Endurance is strong, although it can support more time, but life and death fights, pay attention to the electric light and flint, the rapid change, the hit, the distance. How many people have the opportunity to fight 3 days and 3 nights? Defend fierce. You can bully the expert with a fist, but if you hold a sword, the so-called needle leather, he may not be able to stop, and beating is better than beating. However, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist has fundamentally solved these problems, allowing him to explode his own strength, and speed up. In addition to the Tiger Demon Mountain Climb, the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist has 2 styles, Tiger Demon Stream Leap and Tiger Demon Mountain Descent, which include all the upper and lower jumps. The body is really like a fierce tiger wearing a forest, coming and going like the wind. Li Qingshan stopped and let the heart of the madness slowly calm down. The eyes closed, realized that they were feeling, and at the same time, they were waiting. The lightness art of the 2 shadows was not bad. After a while, they walked out of the woods. Through the bright snow, they saw Li Qingshan on the hillside and felt a fierce and dangerous atmosphere. Li Qingshan stood upright. 2 third-class masters, I dare to chase me. I am so bold. Since I am here, I will leave my life. Waiting for the 2 to return. The moment is turned by the static. The whole person rushes under. Tiger Demon Mountain Descent. Tiger descending the mountains. Li Qingshan and the 2 thought of Li Qingshan's nickname at the same time. This nickname not only did Li Qingshan feel bad, but even when they first heard it, they felt that the earth was ridiculous. But when the shadow came, no one can laugh. They only hated the rumors and greeted the rumors, but did not even think that Li Qingshan, the fledgling boy, would be so strong. Yang Anzai released the news of spirit ginseng, but never said that he was being ridiculed by playing cards. Li Qingshan flattened the story of Black Wind Camp, because it was too bizarre. They were not trusted by them. They only saw Li Qingshan return to the city with 2 famous experts and hundreds of people. It's too late to escape. Tiger Demon Heart Scoop. Li Qingshan hands imaginary into a claw, inserted into the Tucson mouth, grabbed a pulled out 2 blood-red hearts. The heart is still beating. In addition to the Tiger Demon Spine Shift, Tiger Demon Waist Stretch, Tiger Demon Head Bump, 3 basic exercise capacity, and Tiger Demon Stream Leap, Tiger Demon Mountain Climb, Tiger Demon Mountain Descent, 3 styles of plundering moves. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist has 3 moves to kill and hurt people. Tiger Demon Heart Scoop, Tiger Demon Sheep Tear, Tiger Demon Wild Hiss. More than a few times more than Bull Demon Strong Fist. Little Un, come. Porcelain jar opens, Little Un flies out of it, and his blood is faded, leaving only the first level blush, which basically restores the appearance of the skeleton. Li Qingshan grips hard, the blood drops, falls on the skeleton, and instantly infiltrates. This is the so-called living's blood, the cultivation method, the evil horror to the extreme. However, Li Qingshan did not feel the slightest discomfort, not only because the 2 people intended to murder him, but also to kill them. He smelled a strong bloody smell, and the heart was filled with a cruel pleasure. The red light in the depths of his eyes was more and more dazzling. In the eyes of mortals, cattle have always been relatively docile creatures. Although there are also violent times, it is impossible to compare with the tigers that hunted for a living. The same is true for the boxing methods named after these 2 beasts. If Bull Demon Strong Fist only enhances the blood of the body, then Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist is completely fascinated by his heart, killing Xing. Good warrior is good, good killer is killing. It is the world common sense. Li Qingshan used the bloody hand, Momo Little Un's head, to gently say, come out. Although I don't know how to breathe the cockroach, Little Un is still happy to climb Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan plunged away, but did not know. It was not long before he left, but the 2 came, but it was the horse-face man and the blue woman on the tea house. The 2 were often Jianghu, not the Dragon Gate sect. Those brothers can compare, even the blue woman, seeing this scene, only the face is white. Hey, Yao's three fierce, these three wastes also dare to pay attention to Spirit Ginseng. Senior brother, he is going to the city to go to Dragon Gate sect. This is our good opportunity. Wait for them to lose both. We are in after that. Take Spirit Ginseng and leave. Who is? Shut up. The horsey-faced man squatted down to look at the body, listened to the blue-shirt woman's strategy, and interrupted his face. Go. Let's go now, the farther the better. The woman in blue called, what are you talking about? Yao's three fierce, although not a bad character, but also a little hard work. The three fierce good at poisoning will not say, a fierce and fierce martial skill are good. They join hands. I have to pay a butt now, with precautions. Even if the trick black tiger is not gone, it will be killed. This Li Qingshan is not something we can deal with. The rumor of Blackwind Camp may be true, the horse-face man said calmly, but the voice was trembled. He could imagine how it would end if he was encouraged to shoot. We were originally a sneak attack. Is it still a positive move with him? Just open the distance with lightness art. Absolutely no problem. Senior brother, you are too timid, rich and dangerous. Then Spirit Ginseng got it. The blue woman is screaming, and when she mentions Spirit Ginseng, her eyes are brighter. A clear and slap in the face. The blue woman squinted at her face. How dare you hit me? The horse-faced man said, if you want to die, go on your own. Don't take Losey. If you go back and tell the master, see if the master is blaming me, or praise me. The blue woman squatted for a while and chased it up. Senior brother, how can you do this? Dragon Gate Mountain's perseverance is on the earth. The mountain is steep and steep, and the three sides are cliffs. Especially the east side. It is more like a knife and axe. It is hundreds of cliffs, straight up and down. Even if it is a monkey, it is difficult to climb. But at this time, a dark east cliff, flashing a little bit of fire, quickly flew up. Look carefully, it is actually a black shadow in climbing the cliff. The 10 fingers of the varicose claws on the rock like a claw, sputtering a cluster of sparks. It is Li Qingshan. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 65 Chapter 7 ascends to the top. After Li Qingshan killed the Yao's 3 murderers, he ran all the way in the mountain forest, no obstacles, and when he met the river, the more he met, the more powerful the tiger demon bone refining fist was. Less than an hour later, arrived at the top of the Dragon Gate in Shandong. The mountain was placed in front of him like a sword, and his mind quickly considered the body and mind to accelerate toward the cliff. In the high altitude of Bzhang, the wind whispers in the ear, but he turns a deaf ear. The pupil is like a needle tip, exploring the search on the nervous wall, looking for a rock that can be started, even if it is only a tiny bump. He can borrow it. When he was unable to borrow, he squatted on the cliff. If the cliff is used as a flat land, then Li Qingshan bows his back and looks like a big tiger. However, he looks like a flat tiger. He only knows that he is a thin ice and is in danger. Any small mistake will make him fall from the height of Bzhang. Even if it is a reinforced iron bone, it will also be broken and crushed. It is not inferior to the sinister Blackwind Camp, but his heart is fearless, but hot-blooded, extremely dangerous, crushing the full potential of his body. The spirit, the will, the momentum, have reached an unprecedented peak. He finally understood why the fun of mountaineers who risked their lives to climb the peak, why some people like extreme sports, to challenge hardships and obstacles, to achieve a career that others cannot achieve, originally is the nature and instinct of hot-blooded men. Ignore the exhaustion signal that the body constantly transmits, and ignore the moan that the bones can't support, the overload of the body, but bring a pleasure to release the soul, like flying. Suddenly there was a valley in front of him, and he jumped forward until he saw the temple, only to realize that this is not a valley, but a peak. World was reversed in his mind, and he fell on the cliff halfway, and got up and looked back. The mountains were like beasts. The little Sanchia city is placed between the beasts. It seems that there is always the danger of being shredded by the beasts. This is not a world that can make people live in peace, full of unimaginable dangers. In the Crouching Bull village for more than 10 years, he has complained countless times, remembering the previous life, living in a comfortable room, eating a variety of foods, and living a day with the computer. Even after the Green Bull let him get a powerful force, he is also hesitant in his heart. In comparison, these two kinds of life, which is better? Until tonight, he suddenly got the answer, splitting the most suspicious, open arms, as if to embrace this world. This is the life I want, here is the adventurer's paradise. The cold wind blew the young clothes to hunt, and on this cliff, he passed with the previous life, and the old dream that had entangled him for 15 years, made a break. I am Li King Shan, Muzilis Li, where life is not King Shan's King Shan. Little An also climbed out with porcelain jar and looked at Li King Shan with ecstasy. Although he didn't know what he thought, but he felt the will in his chest, silently said in his heart, whether you want to go, I will accompany you all the time. Li King Shan turned and walked to the building, which is where Dragon Gate sect is. It is not too late, and the Dragon Gate sect soaring dragon is still brightly lit. Dragon Gate sect leader Yang Anzai sat up, next to Yang Jun, who was pale and full of grudges. The elders in the door and the core disciple are on both sides, and their faces are heavy. No one speaks. The red fire is not burning their hearts. Black Wind Camp was destroyed by Li King Shan. This news is like a boulder on the chest of everyone. Dragon Gate sect also counted. Li King Shan returned to Sanchia city in the evening, and the news reached the Dragon Gate sect in the evening. It was unpleasant. Yang Jun's face twisted and snarled. This is impossible. It must be a rumor. It is only one day. Black Wind Camp is not paper printed. How can it be destroyed? June, don't say it again. It is the army of Sanchia city, and the combination of Liu Hong and Sick Yellow Tiger. It's not surprising that Black Wind Camp was destroyed, but I didn't expect it so fast. Yang Anzai is a sect leader. If you feel this change, you can still maintain a little calm. Along Old Taoist, I didn't expect Liu Hong and Sick Yellow Tiger to join hands to help the kid. Sect leader senior brother. What do we do now? Many gentry have recalled their children. What to help the kid? For the sake of Black Wind Camp's treasure, they will not let go of Dragon Gate sect. This is the unprecedented great tribulation of my Dragon Gate sect. Dragon Gate sect has been established for many years. Although it has never been a Jianghu school, it has a deep foundation in Sanchia. The martial skill and the power collusion are the forces of absolute domination. At this time, it is like the comfortable soil emperor. There is almost a feeling of the end of the day. Sect leader senior brother, I have said that I want to restrain the discipline under the door. Don't make a fuss, so that I will do something wrong, and I will provoke a strong enemy in the morning and evening, and give me Dragon Gate sect a big disaster. Although the elders of the court said to Yang Anzai, the eyes went to Yang Jun, looked at her face. Other people's faces are also full of resentment. Old things, what are you talking about? Your stupid son, someone else's wife and daughter, being found by the door. Who is the head? Yang Jun is furious, and if it is a weekday, he can't talk to his elders, but suddenly losing their martial skill. Even the Dragon Gate sect that blessed him may not be guaranteed. The mentality is abnormal, and there is no more scruples. You. The elders of the criminal court turned red. Give me shut up. Yang Anzai's voice creaked in the hall, and internal strength is still not to be underestimated. Is it time for guilt? No matter what the past, the most urgent task is to deal with the difficulties. I have sent a discipline. Hold the mountain road and pass the message with the torch. If someone attacks the mountain, it will not be us. If it can't resist it, it can only be with the savings. The secret road of the Zushitang will retreat first, give up the Dragon Gate mountain and save the power. Dragon Gate sect is a sect that has been passed down for generations. In addition to the gentry's son, there are still many loyal disciples. But these disciples can't think of it. Their sect leader has already given up their plans. Give up the Dragon Gate mountain. The people in the temple were shocked. They thought of this worst possibility, but suddenly they heard it, but they still could not accept it. I am only talking about the worst, and it is only a temporary plan. I have sent all the murders of the decent sects. The news of spirit ginseng is well known. It will not be long before Sanxia City will be filled with Jiang Hu, the Chinese. Not only the kid is a dead end, but even the Liu Hong sick yellow tiger may die. As long as we save our strength, it will take a long time to make a comeback. Sect leader Yang is a good calculation. Li Qingshan opened a thick curtain and entered the temple with a cold wind. The eyes looked like a sword. Yang Anzai, I was afraid that you would run away. Now it is peace of mind. There is a dead road, but it is still too, but you are dead. As if to fill the temple, everyone is treated as a lamb. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 66 Chapter 8 Instant Kill Dragon Gate. Yang Anzai's face changed a lot, and he didn't even notice the arrival of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stepped up, his legs, has no weight, and is as light as a feline. Other elders are still wondering who this is. Yang Jun said, Li Qingshan. All the people in the hall stood up and pressed the sword, and they screamed and screamed, what do you do for the guardian disciple? How did you come up? Who else? Give it to me. You don't have to worry about how I came up. I am only alone today. Li Qingshan looked around for a week and saw many people who didn't know. He said, I am coming today, only the first evil, the rest, etc. I can leave the temple to leave. I will give you a cup of tea time. He turned over and let the door open, but responded to him, is a slap in the face of the sword, Senran Jianglan flashing. Old Taoist, it's a paradise. You don't want to go. It's really hell. You don't have a door. You dare to go down the mountain alone. Is it really good for me to have Dragon Gate sect? He took the penalty. Known in the Dragon Gate sect, looking at Li Qingshan is like watching the crimes that are in his hands. Kill him, he is the enemy of my Dragon Gate sect. If it weren't for him, Dragon Gate sect wouldn't be there today, and he would dare to come to the door. You can't light him. I want to put his hands and feet kneeling down. The people who were almost guilty of the blasphemy, but because of the emergence of Li Qingshan, the culprit, they all worked together to pour all the anger in the chest on him, and hated that he could not be ruined and smashed. When they wanted to come, Li Qingshan, who came alone, was already the meat on the cutting board. Let them slaughter. Only Yang Anzai said nothing, holding the hilt and feeling the change of Li Qingshan. The original Li Qingshan is like a mixed iron stick. Although the great strength is heavy, it lacks change and edge. And now Li Qingshan, like being sharpened, has a sharp edge and is eye-catching. Li Qingshan said calmly, the Dragon Gate sect is the next Black Wind camp. In the heart of the killing intent, the murderous aura is surging, and it is almost like the Dragon Gate sect. Very heavy murderous aura. Everyone was in a cold heart. I felt that the temperature in the temple was abruptly dropped by a few degrees. Yang Jun, who was abolished by the martial skill, almost fell to the ground. Li Qingshan took this opportunity, a trick tiger demon stream leap, straight out of his nearest Dragon Gate disciple, a dozen steps away. A hit, tiger demon heart scoop caught, the 5 fingers with the scream of tearing the air. It is a bloody man. The lion fights rabbits with full strength, never taking advantage of the enemy and nonsense with the enemy. The discipline didn't expect Li Qingshan to suddenly shoot, and between the fears, one half of the skill couldn't make it out. Li Qingshan's hand was caught in the chest, and a bloody heart was smashed out and thrown away. Little Un got his heart in his hands and grabbed Heart's blood. Since Li Qingshan knew that he had the chance to recover the flesh and blood, he did it with the attitude of completing the sacred ceremony. In the eyes of Little Un, 2 groups of flames flashed and swept through the people in the hall. As long as they killed this group of people, they could go further from the target. No matter how much it costs, I want to re-emerge in the face of flesh and blood. Dragon Gate sect everyone. When Li Qingshan killed the discipline, he reacted, but suddenly slammed his footsteps, watching the strange scene in horror, swaying by the candlelight, a slap in the face. There are only two words in my heart, demon. Demon. Since Little An doesn't have the ability to hide the shape, then you don't have to hide it. Li Qingshan draws Dragon Gate Sect's ancestral sword, Soaring Dragon Sword, and inserts it on the ground. Dragon Gate Sect is famous for sword technique. Little An asked for advice. Little An left his heart and grabbed Soaring Dragon Sword. The sword was too big for him, but as soon as he held the hilt, his momentum was changed. Like a peerless swordsman, everyone at Dragon Gate Sect feels that he has been enveloped in the sword. The elders of the criminal court are pale and have no confidence in their own talents. As a swordsman, no matter what they are, they still know the goods for sword art. The person who left the sword intent on the drawing axis is the person who can draw the spirit artifact and win the praise of Green Bull. Even if Little An only understands part of the sword art, it is better than the Dragon Gate Sect. Second class sect. All of the sword art. Li Qingshan's marble floor tiles suddenly shattered. His people have disappeared in place, and it is a tiger demon stream leap, regardless of other people in the hall. Take the Dragon Gate Sect leader Yang Anzai. Yang Anzai shouted, "Kill him." The voice shocked the people in the temple. They are also swordsmen of Zaijian for many years. They will not be really stunned. They know that when they are in the life and death, their eyes are red. Dedicated to all efforts, more than 10 roads such as Rainbow Sword Chi stabbed people in the air. Li Qingshan could not borrow. Li Qingshan didn't blink, didn't even look at the swords, and the pupils shrank into needle tips, like wild beasts, staring at Yang Anzai. Yang Anzai's sword was finally squirted, but it was a sword with a flash of light. Although it was slightly inferior to Soaring Dragon Sword, it also cut the power of Jade, and turned out the 7th layer sword, and took out 7 sword flowers. Hit Li Qingshan. Even if other swords don't wear Li Qingshan's skin, this sword will be able to make Li Qingshan's life. Li Qingshan is about to shoot. Little An suddenly plucks from the bottom. Soaring Dragon Sword also transforms 7th layer swordsmanship, pulls out 7 swords, and hits the sword with Yang Anzai, sending out a series of jingle-sharp sounds. Behind Little An, a group of Dragon Gate elders, like a sculpture, is stagnant and maintains the movement of Li Qingshan. The scars are on their necks, chests, and eyebrows, almost squirting blood at the same time, falling over on the ground. At the moment Li Qingshan took the shot, Little An took the Soaring Dragon Sword and shot it, but it was close to the ground and through the hall. Taking advantage of everyone's efforts to attack Li Qingshan, the opportunity to open the door, instant kill all the elder deciles, and then on the sword of Yang Anzai. He is not a child, but a demon cultivator of cultivation demon Dao divine ability. Soaring Dragon Sword is not a toy, but a terrible weapon that can take human life. Li Qingshan once when Xiao and Dao of the Beautiful Bones was first formed, he said that he would be able to level Blackwind Camp by himself, and when he realized the sword art on Spirit Artifact, he used Soaring Dragon Sword. To what extent? He is genius. This kid. The two men's force gradually surpassed the second-class master's realm, which is Jiang Hu. Under the absolute force of suppression, the superposition of numbers is almost useless. The sword flew up and nailed to the beam of the main hall. Yang Anzai slammed the cracked tiger's mouth and hurried backwards. His face was pale and there was no trace of blood. There was no more prestige of sect leader. What are you? Something. The power of Little An is what he can compare. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 67 Chapter 9 Flying Sword Assassination. Yang Anzai sees the corpse of the temple, and the inheritance of Dragon Gate Sect is in the blink of an eye. Only because Li Qingshan was a weak person in his eyes on the same day, he was not tempted to deal with the weak, but he was called to take it. But today he turned into the object of being pinned. A pair of swords with Little An. Yang Anzai also escaped from the death, just avoiding Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan will push the tricks out, and also have a good idea of what his heart is. And Little An killed 10 people in a flash, and hit the sword of Yang Anzai, which was also the end of the strong, and failed to catch up. "Hey, save me." Yang Jun looked at the two monsters that were close at hand, and there was no arrogance and arrogance. He reached out to Yang Anzai for help. Yang Anzai has no intention of stopping. As the blue smoke plunges into the temple, the sun can regenerate. There is only one thing in Xing, and the end is the strong man who has broken his wrist. Yang Jun was desperate. She closed her eyes and felt the wind rushing, but she didn't feel the pain. She opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan and Little An. She didn't look at him. He passed by him and chased Yang Anzai. Yang Anzai lightness art is gone. Once he escapes, it will be difficult to catch up. Yang Jun was awkward, regardless of his heavy clothes that were soaked in cold sweat, and immediately moved his feet and ran towards the outside of the hall. He couldn't help but recite, "I must revenge. Be sure to take revenge." Hey! A bone hand was inserted from behind his back and he was running through. Yang Jun couldn't believe the Xung mouth, and took a few steps forward, fell to the ground. It turned out to be Little An. See Yang Jun and want to escape. The left arm slammed and the bones flew out like a hidden weapon, killing him. The bones are pulled out, as if they were drawn by invisible forces, flew to the back of the temple. After the main hall, it is the Dragon Gate sect's ancestral hall, which enshrines the portrait of the Dragon Gate sect as the sect leader. The first sect leader has the largest portrait, close to a sniper, with a swordsman of the height of the others, holding the soaring dragon sword, looks indifferently overlooking the entire ancestral hall. It is rumored that he came to Sunchia, seeing robbers rampant, slaughtering innocents, and then single-handedly smashed into the thief's nest, killing the bandits, known as Soaring Dragon Sword Guest, and Li Qingshan's fame has the same purpose. The Sunchia people are grateful to Dade, and asked him to stay. He opened a sect in the Dragon Gate Mountain, taught martial arts, and set up the Dragon Gate sect. However, he probably never thought of this scene today. No, maybe I thought that the secret road of Dragon Gate sect was built after the table under his portrait. As long as you drilled in, you can escape through the mountain belly and escape from an unknown exit. This is the goal of Yang Anzai. Where Yang Anzai's self-confidence in his own lightness art was killed by the looming wind behind him. He only had a moment to go, and he and the elder disciples on the hall ended. I don't know if it is a mental disorder under fear. He even shouted, "The ancestors saved their lives." Li Qingshan explored the claws of Yang Anzai's vest and received it on time. He worried that Yang Anzai, like Sun Xiangwu, had a card that surpassed the ordinary warriors. According to his current experience, those items belonging to the scope of spirit artifact, or a tool like magic spell, is not uncommon in this world. These methods may be weak, but they may be strong enough to make accurate predictions. Sure enough, Yang Anzai's voice did not fall, and a small sword was enshrined on the table. Suddenly, the light was shining and Li Qingshan was stabbed. Although this little sword is golden, but at first glance it is the painted wood sword. At this time, there is an amazing sword light. According to the Dark Temple of the Ancestral Temple, it is turned into a gold Seicheng Hong. The sword is still a few feet away. Li Qingshan feels a little stinging and has a feeling that he can't avoid the assassination of this sword. Yang Anzai is a little looser. This is the secret of the Dragon Gate sect leader. When their ancestors died, they did not leave the body, but only left this little sword. Much like Taoism, the army, Zheng Yi, eldest disciple, the ancestor of Yang Anzai, wants to pray for this little sword every day, cannot slack off. Once there is a strong enemy intrusion, can call for help, will be able to save the danger, but can only use once. Although Yang Anzai has been praying for decades, he did not believe this rumor. He also looked at the little sword, but it is the unusual wood sword, which is a two-handed sword. But he didn't dare to believe it, and he thought about how to use it. But when Iron Fist Gate and Horse Rain Village were united, Then the county magistrate organized the troops and horses. It must be a big attack on the mountain. Thousands of people attacked it. A sword that can only be used once can play a role in determining crossing. I didn't get this life and death, and finally I was really desperate to try it. Li Qingshan also knows that it can't be hardwired, and the body volleys upside down. The little sword seems to have a spirit crossing. It twists in the air and makes a sigh of anger. Hey! He rushed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt the eyebrows are getting more and more powerful, and the coldness is coming. Suddenly a sword was slashed and stabbed in Xiao Jianjian. Little Un shot for Li Qingshan, but he could wear a sword of gold and travertine. Not only could he not cut off the wooden sword, but he felt a huge force along. The sword was passed over, and the iron-cut soaring dragon sword shattered countless pieces, shooting in all directions, and Little Un was also shot and slammed into the column. The little sword was just a little radiant, and it was stabbed to Li Qingshan again, not taking his Xing life, and swearing. Li Qingshan has retired to the corner of the temple, taking advantage of Little Un's time for him to grab the cursive sword script and unloading true chi. On the occasion of this millennium, I lighted up, and Jiang Wen took off and shot, with the golden sword, facing the together. There was no sound that could be called a loud noise, but a round of aura spread in the temple, like a rising sun. Li Qingshan felt that if there was thunder and whistling, a sizzling sound, a trace of blood flowed out of his ear. The light quickly dissipated, and the portrait of the Dragon Gate sect leader turned into powdery, and the clothes on Li Qingshan were the same. Look closely, leaving thousands of lines on the wall. Sword marks of cattle hair. The broken little sword released thousands of shreds of sword chi, silently penetrating everything in the hall. These powers, even if Li Qingshan was not stunned, the power of the flying sword left a deep impression on his mind. Yang Anzai originally stayed at the secret passage, saw the assassination failed, and immediately turned around and went into the secret passage. Just enter the secret passage, then open the mechanism, and put down the one shy boulder to close the secret passage. Nobody would want to catch up with him. Li Qingshan was forced to the corner of the temple, and Little Un was hit on the pillar of the temple. For a moment, no one could care for him, and he would have to let him escape. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 68 Chapter 10 Negligence. Yang Anzai just stepped out and fell to the ground like a CLP. He trembled and blood oozing out of every pore of his body. In a short while, he became a blood bottle gourd. Those sharp sword chi are not discerning friends. Li Qingshan is not injured by the true chi guard. Yang Anzai's cultivation is only internal strength. It is a qualitative difference from true chi and is not enough to resist the sword glow. The entire ancestral hall began to sound oops, and many dust and wood chips fell, and the overall deconstruction was destroyed by the sword glow, and it would collapse. When one was pressed down, Li Qingshan didn't dare to ask for it. Little Un is going away. Others went straight to Yang Anzai. The sound of the collapse of the ancestral hall, more than 10 miles away, the smoke spread to the entire Dragon Gate mountain, suddenly alerted the Dragon Gate sect's guardian disciple, and rushed toward the mountain. In front of the main hall, the smoke is scattered. Li Qingshan's figure appears, holding a heart in his hand. Little Un's bowed head. If he hadn't been forced to go to Yang Anzai's sword, he would not let him have the opportunity to escape to the temple. Li Qingshan did not have to take such a big risk. Li Qingshan Momo Little Un's head, it doesn't matter. Just like the child his father loved him, his brother loved his younger brother. Cruel and gentle, two opposite temperament, appearing on him at the same time, extremely contradictory and logical. With the Tiger Mo heart approach, even the heart of a dozen Dragon Gate sect experts, after the absorption of Little Un, the flame in the eye socket is much brighter. Both strength and speed have increased a lot. Entering the country fast, it really does not bear the name of divine ability. Li Qingshan took the spirit artifact sword, slightly less than soaring dragon sword, from the beam, but it was much shorter than the soaring dragon sword, and it was more suitable for little An to use the power of sword art. Li Qingshan searched for Dragon Gate sect again, looking for clothes to wear, but did not find a treasure house like Blackwind Camp. After all, Dragon Gate sect will not buy so many gold and silver utensils for no reason. Blackwind Camp is also because it is a mountain bandit, and it is inconvenient to take out. It is stored in the treasure house. However, he found more than a dozen bottles of medicine, which were marked with the names of Jushinyaluan and Lunu Changuan. Although they are not the spiritual pill of Xianjia, they are also Dragon Gate sect, which has cost a lot of money to cultivate the discipline. The effect of the refining of the heart, although its effect cannot keep up with the spirit ginseng spirit wine, but also far above the wine from the ordinary ginseng, it is also a great harvest. The biggest gain was found in the Dragon Gate young master Yang Jun. There was a tens of thousands of silver banknotes. Yang Anzai has already prepared for the retreat, took all the savings out, and kept it by his only child. So he did not expect Li Qingshan to be so anxious and so fierce. Dragon Gate sect's guardian disciple rushed to see the scene of the collapse of the ancestral hall, face to face, stunned. What is going on? They rushed into the hall and were immediately stunned by the tragic scene. There was a hole in each of the Xung mouths, and only one figure stood facing them. There is a discipline and bravely said, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan patted porcelain jar and appeased some of the little Ano who moved. She turned to I am Li Qingshan, the Dragon Gate sect has been destroyed, and I have to go out. Then he walked out of the hall. The Blackwind Mountain Bandit is full of evil, and it must be killed. The Dragon Gate sect in this temple has already formed a deadly enemy with him, and he can't let him go. But these Dragon Gate sect's ordinary disciples are only used as abandoned children. Even if he wants to help Little and recover his body as soon as possible, he never wants to kill him. Of course, if these disciplines dare to kill him, he will never be merciless. The swordsman will die in the sword, and the murderer will be murdered. Li Qingshan passed through dozens of Dragon Gate disciple, and they all let a road open. Li Qingshan, when I was about to walk to the front of the temple, someone pulled out the sword and yelled, "I killed you." Rushed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked back at him, and the shape of the discipline froze. The eyes full of murderous aura seemed to be like a sword. He stabbed him into his heart. The sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell to the ground. You are not a person, demon. Li Qingshan wouldn't put it in her heart, and she would go out of the temple and take a deep breath. It was a broken enmity. Above the lonely peak, a group of Dragon Gate disciple trembled behind Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan came to the edge of the cliff and jumped into the darkness of the snow. There is a saying that it's easy to go downhill when going up the mountain. When climbing the peak, Li Qingshan's downhill road is even more dangerous. The Tiger Demon Mountain descent style is shipped out, and the body shape is fully controlled. Use caution and use 1 point or 1 less point, which is the end of the body. However, with the last experience, he still gave him a safe and deserved mountain. The more sophisticated he used in this Tiger Demon bone refining fist. When Li Qingshan was in high spirits, his stomach screamed and he felt strong hunger sensation. Last night's long-range attack on Blackwind Camp, the war for so long, not so hungry now so powerful. He ran wildly and returned to Suncheer City. He saw that the gate had been closed, and he jumped over and went back to the restaurant. The restaurant was full of lights. The banquet was still not scattered, everyone did not taste the taste of wine, and there was no interest in chatting, just waiting for Li Qingshan's news. Li Qingshan suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and everyone had to wonder if he hadn't reached Dragon Gate sect, because he used it once, but it was not enough for ordinary people to climb the Dragon Gate. However, although Li Qingshan washed away the blood from the body with snow, the bloody suffocation was not strong. Yi Daquan Road, Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "The adults sit, the Dragon Gate sect is gone, Yang Anzai, Yang Jun, and all the thieves have been wiped out, and other discipline I let them disperse." The man in the building refused to take a breath of air. If it was not the prestige of Li Qingshan, he almost doubted whether he was telling whether it was true or not. What kind of speed is this? He went to the Blackwind camp, one after another, and spent a day and night. Yi Daquan said, so fast. Li Qingshan nodded. Although it is only one day, he has become stronger. First, little and refines into Tao of the beautiful bones and becomes a strong support. Then he is the first to learn Tiger Demon Bone refining fist. Power is transformed into lethality. The only ones who were fully aware of this change were Iron Fist Gate and Liu Hong. He deeply lowered his head. Only then, hiding the shocking say on his face, he now feels that Li Qingshan is open. The front of the divine weapon, releasing unprecedented eye-catching edge. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 69 Chapter 11 First Class Master. Originally, Liu Hong lost under Li Qingshan, and his heart was not very convinced. He felt that Li Qingshan was bullying him without using weapons. He also knew blade art. Until Li Qingshan singled out Blackwind Camp, he was really convinced. However, Li Qingshan is only a character of innate skill, and he is a high-profile person. After all, Li Qingshan has another expert. However, now, he has a feeling that Li Qingshan can take his Xing life if he wants to do it. He does not say that he is fighting back. He has no chance to escape. This is the intuition of Lao Jianghu. Help him. I have never escaped from the crisis that has escaped many times. Did he become a first-class master? This is impossible, but it is only a day. However, the facts before him could not allow him to refute. He deeply doubted that he had informed Spirit Ginseng about the Clear River Prefecture headquarters at Iron Fist Gate. It was right or wrong. The Chief Branch Lord will definitely send someone over, and the value of Spirit Ginseng is not known. But even if he doesn't do this, under the intention of Yang Anzai, Clear River Prefecture will soon get news, and it will soon become a gathering place for Jianghu people. Li Long also participated in the celebration feast. Looking at the young man who came out of the Crouching Bull village with him, he was awe-inspiring, and he couldn't say whether he was admired or awkward. His mood was also a complicated mess, but he keenly noticed the change in Liu Hong's look and asked, Master, you are all right. Li Qingshan also listened to this statement and toasted, Old Hero Liu. He was too anxious to go and disturbed Ju crossing. This glass of wine is an apology. Liu Hong is busy getting up and saying, cough, Qingshan, you are so cold. I am a hero, only old. This Jianghu is your young man. Little dragon, get up. You are a fellow, you should be more drink a few cups. After the inferior, I will take care of Qingshan. Everyone is renewed with a strange expression. Iron Fist Gate is in the hands of Clear River Prefecture. It is really a big family, but an outsider is taking care of his own discipline. Li Qingshan is also a glimpse, smiled and said, well to say. Drinking a drink, it is an extremely common thing, but it has caused everyone to applaud. Li Qingshan was slightly coping, and the stomach was screaming. Many people were smiling and smiled, and they quickly took the laugh back. Yi Daquan said, come and eat some things. Go and let the kitchen drink the wine. The more he looks at Li Qingshan, the more he likes it. As long as the constable Li is there, he can easily press Sunshia City in black and white. Let him know that the county is truly worthy. Li Qingshan is a powerful hero, but he knows that the number of rituals knows how to score. It is not the kind of frivolous boy who is in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes old Taoist is not like a teenager. Li Qingshan doesn't know Yi Daquan's thoughts. He only has this full table of wine in his eyes. At the beginning, he maintained the basic manner, but after a few meals, he couldn't care much, and he was really gorging. When the chopsticks are set, a dish is empty. That is, he is clever, and ordinary people can't do it. At the same time, it is extremely delicate. Any dish is in his mouth. When he bites it, he turns it into crushing, which is more efficient than others. A roast chicken was bitten down by a small one, and even the bones did not spit. The same thing was swallowed and swallowed. After a few hard work, the chicken was eaten. Everyone looked stunned, and I have seen people eating so. After a while, a table of wine, Li Qingshan ate half a table, but still not feeling full. His stomach is like a filling furnace, digesting and absorbing food at a very fast speed, turning it into energy, conveying go to all parts of the body. The restaurant is gradually screaming, "Young hero Li is really heroic." What young hero is Constable? There is a protection of the heroes like Constable Li. We are afraid of what mountain bandit is. One person eats, a group of people applaud. Even Li Qingshan feels a little weird. He knows that his eating is not good looking. For this kind of gentry, who pay attention to grooming, you can definitely play a leopard and the label of the starving ghost. However, most of these praises are sincere. The ordinary people have eaten so much, and they have been overwhelmed by the contemptuous eyes. However, Li Qingshan is not an ordinary person, but is the strongest of the two forces of Sun Qia. The evaluation immediately transferred 180 degrees, became the heroic domineering aura. Li Qingshan ate and drank, and the wine was delivered like a running water. Only 3 tables of wine were eaten. It was not early, everyone dispersed. Someone has arranged a place for him, a small courtyard in Sunchia city. This is the terrible thing that falls into the crowd. If it is longer, even if your martial skill is higher, the spirit will be weak, and you will not have the mind to practice divine ability martial arts. When he was in a daze, Little An put a basin of water in front of him. Li Qingshan thanked him and looked down at the basin. "Hey, how do I seem to be thin?" The face of Momo, indeed, seems to be thinner. He is in the mountains. Every day, the meat is constantly smashed into a strength of 1 bull. The body is obviously strong and has a flesh on the face. It is not as thin as it used to be. The whole person's spirit is extremely full and strong. Is it because these 2 days are too hard? He snorted and put his head into the water, and then pulled it out. The person was completely awake. Go. The cultivation. The location of the courtyard is somewhat remote, very quiet, and the area is vast, suitable for practicing martial arts, and even Li Qingshan's appetite. When he walked out the door, he found that the snow had stopped when it was, and the winter sun fell on the snow, bright and dazzling. Li Qingshan came to the sun and stretched out. She looked back and saw that Little An was still in the shadow and didn't dare to step outside. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out. "Come on, see." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 70. Chapter 12. Bright World. Little An looks at Li Qingshan in the sun and snow. His whole portrait is plated with a first-level aura. The smile is so dazzling that it has a brilliant taste. The hand is like a light from world. Invitation to come. The pain that had been burned by the sun, he still remembered in his heart, but reached out with uncontrollable hand. There was no flesh and blood, only skate hand, as if the flame attracted the moth, even if it was burnt out by the sun at the moment. He could not refuse. Invitation from that hand. The index finger took the lead over the dividing line between light and dark. The sun was not ignited by him. Instead, there was an extremely warm feeling. From the depths of spirit ginseng, he was almost impatient and placed his hand in the hands of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan clenching the pale one. For ordinary people, it may be a scary bone. Little An stepped out of the door, stepped across the dividing line of light and darkness, and bathed in the sun. Li Qingshan laughed and raised Little An. "How are you feeling?" Little An happy nodded, said that it feels great, never been so good. Sunshine is not only harmful to yin ghosts, but has a restraining effect on all evils in the world. Green Bull does not fool Li Qingshan. Little An cannot be afraid of the sun, not because he is strong enough, but because he is not essentially attributed to demon. Even with the solemn and holy atmosphere of Buddhism, is the power of the demon art divine ability created by the high monk of Tao of the beautiful bones. Life and death is difficult to divide. The Buddha is a magical thing. On such a big day, Li Qingshan couldn't think of any good ideas to celebrate for Little An. Little An couldn't eat and drink. Couldn't it be rushed out and licked 2 hearts back? So he waved his hand. "I will give you a snowman." Little An is also as happy as a normal child. Li Qingshan said, "I didn't tell you, My skill in building a snowman is even above my divine ability. Little An immediately showed a look of admiration. Li Qingshan was full of joy, smiled, and he rolled his thick snow into a big ball, then rolled out a small ball and placed it on the big ball. He glanced at it. I am very satisfied with the perfect shape of these two snowballs. I am going back to the house to find something and make a nose. Suddenly saw a white say figure standing in front of him. He took a closer look and found that the white say figure is actually himself, a snow sculpture Li Qingshan, although the facial features are somewhat blurred, but the figure, the momentum, simply vivid, little and the curve of patiently carved clothes. Li Qingshan said, Is this what you did? This is not a snowman, but a snow sculpture. Little An nodded, curiosity behind Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan breathed out, turned back and flew, kicked the two perfect snowballs and smashed Little An. This is just a practice, now I want serious. Little An completed the large Li Qingshan, and the snow sculptures of various flying beasts. Li Qingshan also destroyed him. Big Master, exhausted on the snow, well, my skill in building a snowman, then my divine ability. Still bad then bit by bit. But watching Little An's playful look is also a good idea. Someone is coming. Li Qingshan heard a footstep, and Little An immediately hid back to the house. Dong 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 knocked on the door. Li Qingshan opened the door, but it was the master. Master is full of smiles. Constable Li, how I slept yesterday. My family invited you to go through the government office. And today I want to go to the church. Li Qingshan Little An hid, slightly packed up to the county office. Yi Daquan personally invited him to the back hall, and then ordered someone to take out a set of clothing, is a constable costume, also with a standard wind stitching blade. The goodwill of others is naturally not good. And the identity of this constable is also useful for Li Qingshan, although the official office of world does not look strong, since it can occupy the orthodox name of the world. It must have its special. He also needs this name for the time being. Li Qingshan changed clothes in the wing and matched the wind stitching blade. When it came out, the temperament changed. Xuanhai's constable suit, the style is not as ugly as Li Qingshan imagined at first, but it has a very uniform taste. He wears it on his body, and there is a little less of Jiang Hu's arrogance, but it is a bit more solemn. English Ting, Yi Daquan said, I was a little smaller. I didn't expect it to be just right. Although it is not as good as the dark wolf clothes you are wearing it is more powerful than the eagle wolf guard. Li Qingshan's heart is really not his own illusion. He really is getting thinner. This is not the excessive exercise in these days. I am afraid the effect of cultivation. Tiger demon bone refining fist. Dark wolf clothes. Eagle wolf guard. Yi Daquan said, hey, a group of unmanned people who eat people without spitting bones. Don't worry. They can't manage it here. In Suncheer City, I am the biggest with you. Li Qingshan originally asked questions at random. At this time, Yi Daquan's intention was that the Eagle Wolf Guard was not the biggest if it came here, and Yi Daquan had seen his own force. It seems that the world's imperial court and the official government are not as weak as you think. The weak one must be just the superior Yi. I have been shackled in the mountain village for more than 10 years. When I came out, I went to the west to discuss it. I didn't have time to take a good look at this world. Even now, I want to cultivate the tiger demon bone refining fist as soon as possible. Changes and crises. Superior Yi, Constable Li, the hall is up. Master. Li Qingshan stood there and set up a posture, and then left and went back to the courtyard, but found that the threshold was open. He jumped in his heart and grabbed the entry, but saw sick yellow tiger standing in the courtyard and looking at the snow sculptures. Qingshan good yaxing. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly and couldn't argue. Chief Hunter came so fast. Are these? There are 8 great altars and 2 bamboo poles in the yard, which are very conspicuous. Of course it's the tiger bone wine you want. Sick yellow tiger opened a jar of wine, a thick medicinal liquor scent that pervaded the entire courtyard. So much. I just pulled out the bottom of my family. Sick Yellow Tiger smiled and looked at Li Qingshan. This dress is really handsome. If you really join the Eagle Wolf Guard, you are not afraid of others trying to get your things. Is the Eagle Wolf Guard? Li Qingshan said, Chief Hunter, Eagle Wolf Guard is really so powerful? Sick Yellow Tiger is from Sunshia City and has been to a big place like Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan naturally asks for advice. Sick Yellow Tiger is also dignified. It's awesome. One of their duties is to take Jiang who is not caught in the ordinary, and Jiang who is not afraid. It is called Imperial Court Hawks and Hounds. But the Eagle Wolf Guard only recruits innate master, and I won't be able to take it. I walked Jiang for half a lifetime and I saw it a few times. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 71 Chapter 13 Drinking Cultivation. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps this is the true strength of the Imperial Court, but it makes sense. This is where the weak rule the strong. Whoever has the power, will want to pursue greater rights. How the ordinary people ruled the martial skill Gao Qianjiang people. This Eagle Wolf Guard must be an important force of the Imperial Court. The so-called six-door cultivation, if you can join it, can be a lot less trouble. There is no chance. I believe you can do it. Sick Yellow Tiger thought he was thinking about joining the Eagle Wolf Guard. He already learned that Li Qingshan had killed Dragon Gate Sect one night last night, but unlike others, he listened. In addition to the shock, there was a feeling of awe. From the time of meeting with Li Qingshan grew rapidly at an incredible speed. I couldn't help but think of what Li Qingshan said at the beginning. I will definitely become innate master. He originally listened as a child, but now believes as long as Li Qingshan does not die in the middle, it will become such an expert. Li Qingshan decided not to consider such a distant thing. Aside from tiger bone wine, is this bamboo pole? Not bad. It's ginseng. Sick Yellow Tiger opened the bamboo pole, which was filled with ginseng. Li Qingshan had spent a lot of money on bundles of silver. The ginseng bought was probably less than a tenth of the bamboo raft. The tiger bones are good, but the Horse Rain village is not a village famous for its ginseng. He is keen. I smell the bloody smell on my body, very light, but very fresh. If the blood is too clear, he would have to wonder if it was his own illusion. Didn't the nose change after divine ability? Sick Yellow Tiger said, I just got a harm to Horse Rain village. This ginseng is a windfall. After taking the spirit wine, he not only recovered, but his skills improved again. He was the blood energy of Li Qingshan. After he returned to Zhuang, he immediately raided Ginseng King Village. The strength of Ginseng King Village is not exactly the same as Horse Rain Village. Yang Jun is looking for spirit ginseng, and with a group of experts, the Ginseng King Village is in the midst of the worst. Sick Yellow Tiger successful. Big break Ginseng King Village. Li Qingshan was silent for a while. Ginseng King Village had a hatred with him, but it was a village, not a thief like Blackwind Camp. But he also understood that Ginseng King Village would do the same if it had this strength. Once the death of life and death is settled, it is almost impossible to resolve. Only when we try our best to defeat our opponents and friends, we must kill other people's friends and relatives. There is only a position, no good or evil. Once you enter Jiang, there is no way out. Drinking in the endless cup of wine, the endless hatred of the head. I need these things. Thank you, Chief Hunter. These ginsengs are worth a lot. I can't take them, and Chief Hunter can count them out. Sick Yellow Tiger is also not a guest. I know that your kid is going to Blackwind Camp. It's a worthwhile trip. As for the silver, you can watch it. Li Qingshan will receive more than 10,000 silver bank notes from Blackwind Camp and hand them over to Sick Yellow Tiger. The value of these ginsengs is much more than this, but because of the large-scale sale, there must be a discount. Li Qingshan's move is neither cheap nor profitable. Sick Yellow Tiger is also delighted. With these silver coins, the strength of Horse Rain Village will be improved by the prescription of Li Qingshan. You have to be careful during this time to prevent people from being concealed. I will say hello when I need it, but I have a feeling that you will not lose. Li Qingshan said, thank you for the Chief Hunter. After Sick Yellow Tiger left, Li Qingshan was indulging for a long time. She suddenly saw Little Ant peeking out of the door, looking at herself with a burning look. She couldn't help but smile. He wanted to protect the child. This is an unquestionable determination. Sudden changes in the living environment, in the constant bloody killing, he has no loss of confusion and pain. If it is the previous life, he will certainly be decadent and depressed, but now, he has to straighten his waist, never reveal a trace of weakness, because the child is watching him. If divine ability and strength give him confidence, then guardianship and responsibility will make his heart strong and become a real man. It is time for these medicinal liquor and ginseng to be delivered. Tiger bone wine is not necessary to say, it is very helpful for tiger demon bone refining fist. Ginseng is indispensable, and it takes a few days for spirit ginseng to make a bottle of God's spirit wine, and the taste of the wine is not as strong as it was at the beginning. Li Qingshan throws up his mind and officially trained Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist also has a 9th layer, and Li Qingshan's goal now is to make a 1st layer. According to Green Bull, as long as he refines into the 1st layer, he can compete with the Bull Demon Strong Fist and break out the real power of this divine ability. Li Qingshan first picked up a group of tiger bone wine and drank a few mouthfuls. He swayed and moved in the yard. He walked out of the boxing trick, and the steps under his feet became faster and faster. In a short time, only the yard was left. Phantom, with a burst of wind. The medicinal liquor was quickly digested and absorbed by him. He stopped and went to drink. So, at noon, he felt hunger, and there was a kind of overdraft in the feint, which was about to hurt the feeling of primal chi. But the effect is also very obvious, but in a morning time, he can clearly feel that his movements are 1 point faster, the explosive power is more powerful than before, and the bones become strong and can support him to do more. The violent movements don't have the feeling of being broken when you climb the Dragon Gate mountain last night. Li Qingshan felt very cheered and came to the nearby restaurant. When he saw him at the shopkeeper, he came in and hurriedly greeted him. Constable Li, how come you? Come here, please. Li Qingshan was also welcome, ordered a table of wine, and no one was eating and chewing, but keenly noticed that there were a few Jianghu people with swords on the restaurant. Those people were also carefully watching. But since the other party does not shoot, Li Qingshan is too lazy, and finished the account. The treasurer, after the amount according to this amount, not the food style, 3 times a day, no, 4, sent to me, more bones with meat. He now has no energy to go hunting and eat barbecue. The meat also made him a little tired, and now he has money. Of course, he has to eat good wine and good food. The craftsmanship of the restaurant chef is far better than his half-tone. The treasurer is feeling distressed today, and Li Qingshan said that he almost fell. Constable Li, the small shop is small and thin. Okay. Li Qingshan is not tight. The shopkeeper feels that the heartbeat almost stops, secretly concealing his financial fans. Why bother to provoke this comet for the meal? Is it really long? I will eat you white. These are deposits. Li Qingshan took out 1,000 silver bank note on the counter. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 72, Chapter 14. Black Tiger out of the hole. Yes, Constable Li. Heroes and heroes, they will not take advantage of the small shop. It is cheap. It is a small person who looks at people with low eyes. The joy of the treasurer immediately put away the money, the respectful way. Li Qingshan turned and went out, and several Jianghu people whispered, "That is the tiger descending the mountains." Li Qingshan? It turned out to be a kid. What kid? He personally wiped out Blackwind Camp and Dragon Gate sect. And I heard that he is good at making a move to Black Tiger. What's amazing about Black Tiger's heart? I will make it. Who will not make it on Jianghu? For Jianghu, this is the biggest trick. Shut up, don't interrupt me. Everyone who has been killed by him is taken out of the heart. Can you do it? A table of people took a sigh of air, a good means of cruelty. So we must be careful and careful this time. A few days later, There were more and more Jianghu people in Suncheer City. The attack that Li Qingshan was vigilant had never happened. Everyone was watching silently, and the murderous and fierce name really played a big role. The more Jianghu people, the more careful they are, the more they are afraid of being arrested and the aureola behind. Li Qingshan is not disturbed, can concentrate on the cultivation. As long as he gives him a day, he can get a strong score. But his body shape is rapidly losing weight, almost returning to the original look. But unlike the original weak weight loss, now he is like a piece of steel that has been tempered continuously. It is getting smaller and more compact. He stands there like a javelin, with a sultry edge. Li Qingshan didn't think of it at first. The tiger demon bone refining fist tempered the body and reached this level. And this tempered. The burden on the body is also great. He is now eating ginseng in addition to eating. Yes, instead of drinking medicinal liquor from ginseng, he eats it directly. When the cultivation exercises are exhausted, he will eat decades of wild ginseng as a snack. The dried ginseng is as hard as wood, but his teeth are sharper than steel knives. After a few smashing and swallowing, he doesn't have to worry about the nosebleeds. The ginseng is made in his stomach. When it was too late to turn around, it was absorbed by the body eager for energy. Thanks to these ginsengs, he was not even more skinny. When the snow fell, it stopped falling, and it was half a month past. Li Qingshan was sitting on the cultivation, and suddenly the hurricane hit him. He didn't look back, and the body bounced and slammed back. Like a big spring with a personal shape. The head sneak attacked him in the future and slammed it on the stone wall. The 11th, this is the 11th person who came to attack him these days. Although most people choose to wait and see, there are no fewer people who want to try their luck. Unfortunately, their luck is not so good. Li Qingshan stood up and felt the gaze around him. He sipped a low voice, "Take me all." The sound of true chi was shaken by the tiles. Those peepers, if they were almost the same, immediately felt like I was heavily chiseled on my head and quickly disappeared. Li Qingshan murders as usual, throwing the body out of the wall. Inductive itself, originally only as the gossip of true chi, has now become very strong. The river is like flowing in his body. The 8 great altar tiger bone wine was drunk by him. 2 baskets of ginseng were also chewed by him, and several bottles of cultivation medicine pill seized from Dragon Gate sect. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist finally gave him a small accomplishment, but from the first layer, there are still some gaps. I don't know if it is not enough, or the timing is not yet. He stood up and found that the nails were long and drubbed, and the sound was like a metal humming. He grabbed it gently on the stone table next to it. The stone table was like a tofu and was caught 4 deep marks. The hands of the tiger demon heart scoop are the same as the murderous tricks. The effect can be imagined. He has the confidence to kill all the peepers, but he has not done so. He does not want to kill if he does not directly deal with him. But this kind of endurance is disappearing little by little, as the cultivation of Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist deepens. The fierce hostility in his heart becomes more and more intense. Like the fierce tiger trapped in a cage, irritated wanting to wave the claws and fangs. He also realized this change. If Jianghu expert is so unscrupulously beaked, I am afraid that I have already started to kill. Is it too good to bully? This thought is constantly circling in my mind, and the voice is getting louder, but he is try to restrain yourself. Little Un is worried about holding Li Qingshan's wrist. These 11 people killed by Li Qingshan these days, except for the first 2. The last 9 are not second-class master, and the blood is far more than ordinary people. Powerful. Little Un's power is like growing without restrictions and without bottlenecks. Li Qingshan said, go out. He wore the dark wolf clothes, dressed in the wind-stitching blade, walked out the door and headed for the largest restaurant in Suncheer City. Most of the Jianghu people would gather there. He will be there today. This thing is clear. He just walked out of the courtyard and the news spread throughout the city. Black Tiger is out of the hole. In Iron Fist Gate, Iron Lion Liu Hong, facing a middle-aged man in his 30s with white-effaced whiskers, respectfully said, "Hall Master Wu, this is the case. Li Qingshan is not a leisurely generation, not good. Hard to win spirit ginseng, and now the expertise in Suncheer City, there are already first-class masters, and they want to use spirit ginseng to impact innate. It is to get spirit ginseng and it is not easy to swallow." Hall Master Wu taught, "Liu Hong, you have been living in Suncheer for too long, and your courage is getting smaller and smaller. The Iron Fist Gate has been afraid of what expert, Li Qingshan is really qualified. Let him put spirit ginseng is dedicated and joins Iron Fist Gate, not to lose him." Li Long waited on the sidelines, listening to his direct call to his master, very disrespectful, and extremely embarrassed in his heart. "With your virtue, you may not win the Qingshan. Wait for him to take your heart out. You only I know it is amazing." Liu Hong didn't know his disciple. He was afraid that he would say something wrong. He grabbed his shoulder and said to Hall Master Wu, "Hall Master Wu, my discipline qualification is good. It is a pity to stay in this Suncheer City. You see if you can take him away this time and let him follow you out to meet the world." Hall Master Wu took a look at Li Long. "Well, Liu Ruib, you have provided good news this time, and it is impossible to take away one or two people. Anyway, Iron Fist Gate will set up a rudder in this remote place, looking for talent. A big purpose. This is a good thing, but it can be done." Liu Hong Darksy, "Thank you, Hall Master Wu, little dragon. What are you doing? And you are going to Hall Master Wu." Li Long can't live up to the master's painstaking efforts. Although she is reluctant in her heart, her face is not revealed. She honestly thanked her. Sounded softly. In addition to the three of them in the room, there is another person. If you look at the paintings on the wall, you don't talk to anyone. The voice is made by him. It seems very impatient. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 73 Chapter 15 Eagle Wolf Guard. At this time, the sky was dark, the man stood in the corner, and the black clothes seemed to be integrated into the darkness. Liu Hong was very concerned from the beginning, because when he did not look at the man, he could not feel his existence at all. Hall Master Wu said, "Liu Rudder, I am coming to introduce you to a big man." He looked at Liu Hong, who is much older than him, and still arrogantly called his name, mentioning the black man, but in his expression I was a little more charming and self-satisfied, and I was delighted that I could draw a relationship with such a big man. "This is Feng Daran of Eagle Wolf Guard." Eagle Wolf Guard. Liu Hong's heart burst and swallowed. How could I not hear the famous Imperial Court Hawks and Hounds? It's no wonder that Hall Master Wu is so arrogant, that his Iron Fist Gate's chief branch Lord Ironcloth, be careful to accompany you. It's no wonder that Hall Master Wu is so confident that Eagle Wolf Guard will come out to eat something. Who dares to let him spit it out? Feng Da Head did not return to the faint road. Hall Master Wu has a good reputation. Our eagle collar is in Blessed Peace City. With your Iron Sect Master, I have eaten a few drinks before I promised you once. I still have something to do. Back to Blessed Peace City, can't delay too long. Blessed Peace is a big city just 100 miles away from Suncheer. It is not only a big river but also a very important waterway hub, as well as a mine, far more prosperous than the small town of Suncheer. Hall Master Wu's Iron Lock Hall is located there, and the generals include the 7 rudders of Suncheer, where the Eagle's government office is located. Hall Master Wu said, yes, I will not let Feng Daran worry. Liu Ruzu, I am not going to let Li Qingshan come over. Liu Hong didn't even dare to let the disciple go to the door, and Li Long waited for him to go out and look for Li Qingshan. Li Long also vaguely listened to Liu Hong mentioning the Eagle Wolf Guard, but it was too far away from his world, so he didn't care too much. He didn't expect to see one today and couldn't help but worry about Li Qingshan. Qingshan's spirit ginseng is afraid that he can't keep it. If he is stubborn, I have to persuade him. He doesn't have much communication with Li Qingshan. It's just from the primitive and simple fellow country, and Li Qingshan's martial skill is much higher than him. If he can join the Iron Fist Gate, He can take care of him. He suddenly remembered that Liu Hong's words on the restaurant that day had Li Qingshan take care of himself. I am afraid that it is expected today that Liu Hong's kindness is more and more affectionate. No one in this city is more informed than Liu Hong. He quickly found Li Qingshan. Qingshan, Hall Master Wu of our lockup hall is coming. I want to see you in Qingshan. Some things I want to discuss with you. There was a rapid turn in my head, thinking about how to tell Li Qingshan as smoothly as possible, but at the same time I dare not say too much, afraid of running away Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "There is no need for sect leader Liu. You run your own legs." Liu Hong, among the gangs, the level is clear. The Hall Master is a higher level of the score Rudder Master and Sect Master. The first Master class can be used to get the Hall Master, which can naturally drive him like a Rudder Master. Hello Master, your Master, is also for Spirit Ginseng. This thing, I am going to go to the Suncheer upstairs to make a point. You let the Master also listen. Li Qingshan keeps walking through the street, crossed the lane and moved toward the established goal. Liu Hong quickly followed. This can be impossible, Qingshan. I am here for you. The two walked through a narrow alley. Suddenly a big monk, holding a black iron zen stick in the alley, looking at Li Qingshan, laughing straight, originally full of cross-legged meat, his face is traversing a sly scar. This smile is more and more the fierce. Liu Hong was shocked. Crazy smashing. Li Qingshan looked at the glittering zen stick and was a spirit artifact. Sure enough, the so-called spirit artifact of world is not particularly rare. Liu Hong did not dare to look at the Tukong, whispered, "This person once became a monk at the Bailin Temple, which is famous for his impressive in Jianghu. Because of the smashing of alcohol, he violated the rules of the temple and was driven out of the temple. He was mad with the 180-style magic wand method, killing the temple and the monks, and changing the Dharma name to the squad, smashing the land, killing people and goods, no matter where they are. The chickens and dogs are not left. It is said that they have already reached the first-class master realm, just a step away from innate master. There are also many people in Jianghu who are secretly paying attention to this scene and whispering, 'It's really a squad.' I didn't expect him to come. Oh, it seems that we have no chance. Don't say, 'Let's go,' if you find out, we can't live." The end is fiercely impressive. Tukong Dao, kids, hand over Spirit Ginseng, sprinkle home to keep you a whole body, for you to overdo it, and later there will be money for each year. He is not arrogant, as a top-class expert. As long as you don't encounter innate master, you can sweep. Spirit Ginseng, I will go to the restaurant and say, I want to listen to it. Li Qingshan sniffed his nose, keenly smelled the smell of alcohol, oil, and blood on monk, and continued to move forward. Go with. The Zen rod slammed down and the hoop made a whistling sound. Li Qingshan finally stopped, and the Zen stick stopped in front of his nose, only a difference, and the wind raised his hair. Sect leader Liu, go back first. Li Qingshan sounds calm, but like the volcano that is about to erupt, the long-blooded blood boiling. The Tukon was completely angered by Li Qingshan's disregarded attitude. The 108-style mad wand method was fully exerted, and the black Caduceus was smashed into a scream, turning into a heavy stick shadow, and the waves surged. The alley is narrow and there is no room for dodge. Li Qingshan has a fist and the hand bones creak, facing the heavy stick shadow, and does not retreat. Liu Hong dared to fall into the battle of the two, turned and fled to the lane, heard the roaring sound behind him, and the wind whistled. The two started a fierce battle. Li Qingshan swayed in the shadow of the stick. The first time I saw the horror of the first-class master, the tricks were not only the great strength, but also subtle and meticulous, not revealing a trace of flaws, and firmly keeping Li Qingshan out of 3 steps. Do not give him the chance to be close. Dang 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 exclamation mark. In the narrow alley, Li Qingshan's dodging space is limited, and the fist hits the Zen stick and sends out a series of loud noises of metal cross. There are also some dumbstruck in the hollow of the slaughter. What kind of martial skill is being practiced by this kid? He can hardly block his crazy magic stick with the body of flesh and blood, but it is more fierce, and the whole body is full of strength. The momentum is extremely impressive. Li Qingshan stunned and glimpsed a trace of flaws. Before robbing him, he used his fists as claws and took the air palace. He suddenly saw the smirk on the face of the squad that did not conform to his image of the rough, and the warning sign in his heart, not good. The smuggling suddenly changed, and the scepter was turned from straight to swept, and it was only a sham. The narrow alley restraint played this trick, but the scepter swung, the high wall smashed and fell, and could not stop the castration of the caduceus. Boom! The Zen rod flew. Li Qingshan crashed into the wall next to it, fell into the courtyard, and smoldering smoke. Li Qingshan took a few rounds and ate a loss of lack of combat experience. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 74 Chapter 16 Killing the Killer. To Kong just showed his smugness, his face changed. Li Qingshan was half squatting in the pile of rocks, and his left hand clung to the caduceus. No matter how hard the squad was, the caduceus would not move. Li Qingshan seems to be flying by the Zen stick. In fact, it is at a critical juncture. The detective grabs the Zen stick and then hits the wall. The ordinary second-class master has this reaction, and it has to be injured, but with his copper iron bones, it is almost unharmed. Although he has insufficient combat experience, he is a real combat genius. The reaction and strategy of the enemy are all equal. Looking for death. Kong smiled and looked very incomparable. Li Qingshan feels a powerful internal strength coming along the Zen stick and madly pouring into his own body. Competition internal strength is the most dangerous wrestling force in Jianghu. Which side will withdraw the internal strength first, and will not be able to withstand the internal strength of the opponent, and will break through the dantian and tear the meridians. The end is endless. The self-confidence of the squad is based on his internal strength of decades of cultivation. Li Qingshan is not able to resist Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is a clever idiot in his eyes. Li Qingshan did not vomit blood and died in the first time, but let him some you'd surprised, bigger internal strength output. On the strength of the single argument, the internal strength of the squad is indeed above Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan feels that a chi flow is pouring into his own body. This chi flow is more turbid than true chi, so it is called internal strength, and in this turbidity, there is a clear spirit, but the squad is about to be repaired to innate realm, and the internal strength is converted to true chi, leaving only the next step. But the problem is that Li Qingshan's true chi is not stored in dantian, and the meridians have not even repaired it. This internal strength was quickly swallowed up by true chi in the body of true chi, and turned into its own energy. Not only harm is beneficial. Li Qingshan didn't have the mentality to fight back immediately, letting the air force transport the internal strength. The hollow of the forehead oozes cold sweat. How is this kid so strange? Is this the effect of spirit ginseng? I am even more afraid to relax. At this time, a black shadow flew down from the eaves and took the bottle gourd from Li Qingshan's waist. However, it was someone who saw the opportunity to do the rich and dangerous and left-handed fisherman's benefit. The blue light flashed, the shadow of the whole person rushed down, and the ground fell on the two sides. Little N appeared, and the thief was smashed with a sword. The squad suddenly saw this strange and terrified, and the heart was shocked. Internal strength has been running 3 minutes slower. It is not weaker than the sword of first-class master, which is already scared. Feeling that the empty air received the internal strength, want to abandon the Zen stick to retreat. Li Qingshan, how to let such a good time, turned true chi from the dike into a frenzy, homeopathic, rushed into the empty within the body. Although true chi is not strong, it is extremely sharp, such as cutting tofu, breaking the internal strength that the butcher is trying to block, and rampaging in the meridian's dantian, the internal organs. The butcher squirted a blood, flew backwards, and smashed the two walls in succession and was buried in the rock. Li Qingshan stood up, but his eyes still stared at the pile of rocks, and whispered in his mouth, "Little An, swear." Little An immediately sneaked into the darkness, and 3 screams rang from 3 directions, but there was only one breath, except for the dear one, and there were still others who wanted to be the fisherman and saw the appearance of Little An. Boom! Splashing in the chaos, Butcher stood up again. His body was crumbling, and he looked at Li Qingshan with great viciousness, and his hand reached for a porcelain bottle in his arms. "I am really afraid of what to do." Li Qingshan clearly sees that after the cork is opened, there is a ray of light inside. Since Xingxiang Wu is a second-class master, it can come up with a Vajra great strength divine symbol. The martial skill is stronger, and the first-class master, which has a wider range of friends, will have 1 or 2 cards that are not in the martial skill category. The squirt took out a fiery red medicine pill and smashed it in the entrance. The body suddenly swelled like a gas, and the arm was thick and thick, the muscles were knotted, and the blue veins were exposed. Storm-breaking pills. In order to get this bottle of medicine pill, the Tekong was ruined, and even 13 rich families were robbed, and hundreds of murders will be exchanged. This bottle of medicine pill can neither be used for cultivation nor healing. It is not only unhelpful but harmful, but it can instantly stimulate the body's potential and make people break into the power of demon. The squad screamed and rushed to Li Qingshan like a war chariot. Li Qingshan sighed and did not choose to touch hard, but touched the cursive sword script behind him. Sword chi. Li Qingshan walked out of the alleys that turned into ruins, rubbing the dust on his body. "Unfortunately, I can't leave your whole body, and I can't overdo it for you. I don't have the time to burn paper money for you." Behind him, the alley has changed. In a piece of wreckage, the corpse of a murderer who was mad at the murder was divided into 2 halves, and the eyes were round and stunned. He let Little An swear, not only to hide Little An, but also to hide this spirit artifact in his hands. He has a feeling that if this calligraphy is seen by someone, the storm will probably be bigger than spirit ginseng. Li Qingshan carries a Zen stick. Although according to Green Bull, this spirit artifact, which simply attaches aura to the weapon, is a non-invasive variate grades spirit artifact. But after all it is a spirit artifact. He is not willing to throw it away. The other hand holds a porcelain bottle in the hand and there is a pill inside, which is the one taken by the butcher. First-class master, it turns out to be the case, but I shouldn't be innate master. Li Qingshan had some strange thoughts. He was confident that he would not rely on any foreign objects, but he could beat the vacant with the martial skill, and if he played the cards, his cards are not weaker than others. Li Qingshan continued to walk towards the restaurant with his Zen stick. The Jianghu people who watched this battle in the dark were all silent and shocked. Crazy and Black Tiger battle. One is the first-class expert of the I'm impressive first class. One is the fledgling of the next generation. No one expected the Black Tiger to win. And the victory is so easy. Liu Hong rushed back to Iron Fist Gate and informed Hall Master Wu and Feng Daren. Crazy butchery. It is also to take spirit ginseng, breakthrough innate realm. The kid is too fierce, it is estimated that it can't live. Hall Master Wu frowned. Even if he was crazy, he would be hard to win. He certainly doesn't care about Li Qingshan's life and death, but he cares about spirit ginseng. What do you think of Feng Daren? Feng Da human Dao, go see that monk, I will deal with it. He has a list of Eagle Wolf Guard in the morning, but he has been unable to pick it up. It has been hit since today, and that is his death. The 3 of them just got out of the Iron Fist Gate and they got the news, and the madman was dead. The faces of the 3 men were different. Liu Hong was the most shocked. In the eyes of the second-class master, his roots were originally unbeatable and died in such a short period of time. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 75 Chapter 17 Innate Master Hall Master Wu. Fortunately, it's not that I came alone. For spirit ginseng, I'm more and more eager. Just take spirit ginseng and break through innate realm. Iron Fist Gate will have one more protector, Wu Protector. Faced with the Eagle Wolf guards Feng Daran, you don't have to be so whispered. Feng Daran smiled. There is some skill. The kid is only 15. Yes, after the 16th year, he must have gone to the Sun Chia building now. Liu Hong also investigated. He was afraid of angering Feng Daran, and did not directly say that Li Qingshan refused to come. Now the expert is there. Interesting. Li Qingshan has already boarded the Sun Chia building. It is full of upstairs and there is no ordinary guest. It is faintly divided into several parties. Even though the people in the building have heard that he is killing the news of the madness, but he is still shocked to see him screaming at the famous weapons. Li Qingshan looked around and could only be seen in his eyes only 4 people. A named old man with a big knife, a middle-aged woman with a face yin cold, a rich-faced man with a smile on his face, a wide andong with a long sword and a pale face. If there is a non-Li Qingshan, but any person who has long mixed Jianghu, I will be shocked at the moment. That Marriott, is it the sect leader Marriott of the Mad Knife Door? Jianghu people called the Unnamed Knife King, one arm and one knife to kill the Hurricane 18 riding. The name shocked Shishing. And that Wai Dan Dong, presumably is the origin of the Hanfeng Academy. Jianghu said that Wai Dan Dong, who is a Life-Skid student, has killed 13 swords in one hand, making it supernatural. And that Xin and Elvi Tingrui are even better. Smiley face ghost Xin, Hornet sword Elvi Tingrui, which is not a tricky figure for first-class master. These 4 people are all first-class master. The weapons in their hands are full of aura. The weapons they use, different ordinary. Are they also like the Tukong, with a terrible trump card? In addition to Wai Dan Dong, each is a former caller, and the door person is countless. In addition to these parties, no other Jianghu person can occupy a seat in this restaurant. Of course, there is now another person. Li Qingshan walked to the center of the restaurant as if he had entered the herd. He was not very strong when he was thin, but he had the prestige of the king of beasts. Like his name, Black Tiger. Li Qingshan sat down firmly and put the stick on the ground. Serve. The shop's small 2 hands trembled and held the tray, and the wine was spilled. You are drunk. I respect you. Wai Dan Dong grabbed the wine cup on the table and threw it over. The wine cup whistling through the air, but the wine is not sprinkled. This is just the most normal temptation to explore the depth of Li Qingshan's martial skill. According to normal development, Li Qingshan has also demonstrated the same stunts to shock everyone, and everyone has paid attention. Li Qingshan waved his hand, wine cup smashed, Wai Dan Dong's face became more white, and everyone else secretly guessed whether Li Qingshan was injured in the match with the butcher. I have a drink of my own. Li Qingshan picked up the bottle gourd, opened the bottle gourd, and drank up and screamed, paused, still spirit wine. Everyone's eyes are red, and they are ready to go, and they want to shoot, not only to care for others, but also to the darkness of the Zen stick. Li Qingshan only feels that the true chi with the body is regaining fullness. Yes, spirit ginseng is here. And it caused a commotion in the restaurant. Yan Xindao, what conditions do you want to hand over? How much money? You open a price. It is good to discuss. Li Qingshan looked down and seemed to be thinking about it. Kid, do you know what the nickname of this fat man Jianghu is? Lu Tingrui looked at Li Qingshan's heart, and quickly said, what is it called? Smiley face, look amiable. In fact, the most people eat people do not spit bones. He promises you even if it is $1,000. You cannot believe. Yan Xin still smiled, took out a stack of silver banknote, and shot it on the table. You don't want to talk about it. I have always been a virginity in doing business. These money are not enough. It is not enough to be a deposit. It is not spirit. Ginseng is an opportunity to promote innate master. If you become an innate master, you can earn back if you spend a lot of money. Wai Dan Dong coughed a few times. I want this spirit ginseng to save my life. If anyone robs me, it means my life. I can only desperately. Marriott said. The old man's life is not long. Nothing is a pity. Li Qingshan played with the bottle gourd and smiled lightly. There are 4 people here. Who should I hand over spirit ginseng to? You decide for yourself. Since he dares to come, he is not the courage of the husband, but foresees this, the scene, and he also thought of a way to come to this end. Yan Xin smiled and said, don't be in the middle of his provocation. Isn't we going to fight for a fight here? It's really a big loss. It's better to join us and make this kid. Spirit ginseng is divided into 4. You can't make a profit. How do you see it? Wai Dan said, or you are a good old ghost. If we really start, we must die 3 people. Who dares to say that they are the last one? The voice fell and coughed again. Both Marriott and LV Tingrui have an inspirational look. Li Qingshan's heart, sure enough, it is the old Jiang who will not leave the person to take the nose, and the reaction is fast enough, seeing that he was quickly becoming a target. He put his hand on the bottle gourd and prepared his own strategy. His strategy is simple, that is to eat spirit ginseng in front of everyone. Spirit ginseng has soaked for so long, and spiritual chi has become very light, he should be able to withstand. Of course, this may anger these first-class masters, which led them to join forces to kill, but Li Qingshan thought it would be no problem to escape. The bigger possibility is that these people will not shoot at all. Without the temptation of spirit ginseng, these old Jiang who will never be desperate. If he runs away or quietly eats spirit ginseng, the trouble will always be entangled, and even more and more. Only under the watchful eye of these famous people, the news that spirit ginseng was eaten was completely transmitted, once and for all. This idea is not only based on wisdom, but also on strength. If he is a second-class master, then he will not say anything, just because he is a first-class master and has the tyrannical power to kill the madness. In order to make people jealous. At the juncture, someone walked into the restaurant and led everyone's attention. Headed by Feng Daran. He wore a black dark wolf clothes, embroidering a wolf with dark flowers. Only at a special angle can he see that the wolf opens the fangs, and as the clothes float, it is like a living thing. He wore a green shark skin sheath around his waist, and the gold swallows were also inlaid with a green cat's eye stitching blade. A pair of triangle eyes turned up slightly, like never putting anyone in his eyes. Li Qingshan saw that there was a brilliance-like spirit artifact on his body. Without anyone to introduce it, he raised 4 words in his heart. Innate Master. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 76. Chapter 18. The Eagle Wolf. Eagle Wolf Guard. LV Tingrui screamed. Yan Xin finally could not laugh, and Wai Dan Dong's face was white like paper. Marriott's straight waist seems to shrink. Li Qingshan only noticed the clothing of Feng Daran, and it was more powerful than the clothes of his own cottage. The most conspicuous, indeed, the position of the waist, hanging an iron wolf card, looks like a wolf. The wolf card is not big, but the aura that glows above is 10 times more dazzling than the pen that is inserted on the ground. Liu Hong and Hall Master Wu followed, looking at the characters in the building. They were all shocked. In the half-month period, there were so many experts, and how long Sunshia City had not been so lively. Liu Hong took a deeper look at the Zen stick and once again confirmed that the news he got was not fake. He said, Li Qingshan, you really got it. But unfortunately today's Eagle Wolf Guard is here. You are the dragon too. It's the tiger who has to lie down. Marriott Road. Is the Eagle Wolf Guard also involved in this Jianghu dispute? Yan Xin smiled bitterly. You are an innate master, why bother to fight with us? What is the price of the Hall Master Wu? Although you say, I will never bargain. LV Tingrui and Wai Dan Dong had not had time to talk. Feng Daran spoke up. His voice was high and sharp, but his words were 10 times more sharp than his voice. Take me out. Everyone has changed. Say. The wine floor is full of the feeling of the wind and rain. Hall Master Wu is adding vinegar and fox, and why, Feng Daran let you all get out. Have you not heard? Li Qingshan also frowned. The eagle raised the arrogance of the arrogant. With the help of the green bull tears, He saw that the strength of Feng's adult was stronger than that of the place, but it was not strong enough. If these first-class masters teamed up, with the trump card in their hands, there were so many disciples as the cannon fodder, and they were very sure to kill him on the spot. And these first-class masters, in their respective sites, are all smashing one side, killing people who don't blink, and some people are so humiliating them in the face of so many people's disciples, that is impossible. Hey! The 4 first-class masters stood up together and then jumped out of the window without saying a word. They actually rolled out the swear words just said, like fart, like lifting up. The handcuffs slap on their faces, crisp and loud. But even if they are anxious to use spirit ginseng to save lives, they don't dare to offend Eagle Wolf Guard. As Jiang Hu, they don't lack the courage to fight hard. But Feng Daran does not represent one person. The doorman's discipline was followed by the grey-faced face, and the glare of the slap-up. The big restaurant became empty dangding in the blink of an eye, leaving only Li Qingshan to stay in the same place. Feng Daran y Zen Jiang Hu. Hall Master Wu was busy with the flattering. Feng Da's face is slightly released, showing a little triumph, and is very satisfied with the effect he has caused. The footsteps did not move, and the pair of fingers pointed to Li Qingshan. Show spirit ginseng up. He can make 4 first-class masters go out in one sentence, and deal with Li Qingshan. 1. It is even more unnecessary. Li Qingshan should also be obedient to his majesty, and take out the spirit ginseng. As for the Iron Fist Gate, it is another matter. Li Qingshan looked down and looked a little stunned. A thing called the martial arts dream is broken. Hall Master Wu impatiently said, hurry up. It seems that you are not asking for something from others, but taking back your own things. Liu Hong said, Qingshan, hurry up. Hall Master Wu promised to accept you into the Iron Lock Hall. As long as you are nodded, you will be the big man of Iron Fist Gate. You can go to a good place like Blessed Peace and even Clear River. The old man is envious. It's too late. Li Long also lowered his voice. Qingshan, you promise it. Who is it? Who dares to make trouble at my big son Chia? Yi Daquan rushed in with a few catches. Hall Master Wu is not pleased. Who are you? I completely ignored Yi Daquan's official uniform. I saw at a glance that he didn't have the slightest internal strength or true chi. He said, now, everyone is dare to go up! Exclamation mark. Yi Daquan, the nose is in the sky. I am Sun Chia County Magistrate, the leader of the prefecture governor. I looked at Feng Daran again and looked at his waist card. Dark Wolf Guard is a reinforcement sent by the prefecture governor. Well, it's done well. I will show the benefits to the prefecture governor. He heard that a group of Jiang Hu was in the head and didn't dare to loo. But once I heard that the Eagle Wolf Guard came, I immediately rushed straight over the board and spoke to Feng's shoulder. Li Qingshan really admire the guts of Yi Daquan. Feng Daran frowned and removed the steps. Let Yi Daquan take a short shot, and held the wind-stitching blade in his right hand, but he was afraid of the word prefecture governor. He did not shoot. The official has official duties. Please adults move. Yi Daquan said, what business? Oh, you said Qingshan, he is the county's constable, and it is still one level higher than you. Ha ha ha. The Eagle Wolf Guard is built with an eagle collar and a wolf collar. The eagle is the right one, the wolf is the vice, the commanding wolf, and the eagle collar often serves as the constable. Therefore, Li Qingshan's constable suit is a simplified dark wolf clothes, and Blessed Peace and Sun Chia nominally belong to the county. Li Qingshan is naturally a higher level than the catch. Feng Daran is like a shameful humiliation. He pulled out the wind-stitching blade and smashed a 2-foot knife. He scored a 7-foot knife mark on the ground. Yi Daquan was shocked and retreated. She was pulled down by the door and the round body rolled out. The officer shouted, adult. Wanted to block, and was knocked down to the ground. Whether it is a right or a name, without the support of strength, it will soon be trampled to the ground, knocking down your rights and breaking the name. But after all, this official government saved Yi Daquan. If other people dare to speak to Feng Daran, let your first-class master also marry you. Feng Daran decided not to talk nons with Yi Daquan, directly to Li Qingshan, get spirit ginseng out. Don't let me say the third time. The knife in his hand swallowed, radiant, murderous aura. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. It turned out to be innate master. He thought about it, let your fart. Feng Daran suspected that he had misunderstood, and for a full second, I don't know where there was a sneer, Feng Daran said, looking for death. Wind-stitching blade broke through the air and must first smash Li Qingshan, then kill the one who dared to laugh at him in secret. A few feet away from the blade, Li Qingshan felt that Sensen was chilling and sealed all the possibilities of his dodge. He grabbed their Zen stick and went to the blade. A loud noise. The stool that Li Qingshan sat down was broken, leaving a deep mark on the shining stick. Even the aura was much bleak. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 77 Chapter 19 Scarlet Wolf Commander. Good. Feng Die Human Dao, I won't kill you today. I will take your hamstrings off and bring them back to the Eagle Prison. Eagle Prison Wolf. Even Hall Master Wu, who came with Feng Daran, heard these words and they all trembled. Eagle Hellrison is the self-sufficient prison of Eagle Wolf Guard. The arrested culprits are put into it. People who have full-time torture have forced confessions. It is rumored that 108 tortures have been passed. Even if Jiang, who is a tough guy, he is also squeezed into mud, kneeling on the ground called Grandpa, only to die quickly. Li Qingshan's cursive sword script behind him has been prepared for the wind. Suddenly, with the arrogance of this Feng Daran, he is now in vain even if he eats spirit ginseng. With the volume of swords and enemies behind him, or the opportunity to kill this person, he now sees a few spirit artifacts, and no one can match this one. However, he is not fully grasped. First-class master has its own trump card, then innate master, and is also a large organization of innate master. And what kind of killer? Legalist School is a big blade. Feng Daran's momentum changed. The knife was over the top, and the knife was condensed into a 3-foot blade aura. The so-called big piracy, also known as murder, is the death penalty. The knife has not moved. A kind of serious smashing beyond the ordinary martial skill. It violently impacts Li Qingshan's mind, feeling like a person who has committed a crime of death. The end of the road, kneeling on the torture platform, eyes closed, waiting to die, waiting for the executioner to slash and kill. He could not lift the will to resist. If it is an ordinary first-class master, under this knife, without losing the will, the martial skill will be greatly reduced, and it will not be able to escape. However, Li Qingshan is a kind of Xing character. In the middle of the red light, the magic Xing killing Xing immediately expelled this effect. Tiger Demon Wild Hiss rushed into True Chi, and with a sizzling drink, the jars placed in the restaurant burst at the same time. Bull Demon Horn Gore. Straight pen in a hand, with a profound mystery arc, straight through the long blade. If Feng's knife is to sanction his butcher's knife, then he is a foreign fanatic. The two people's momentum reached their peak in an instant, just as the knives were about to collide. When you want to fight for your life, two red horns slanted and smashed the magic wand and the wind-stitching blade at the same time. Feng Daran is angrily said, "Who is it?" Li Qingshan didn't speak, and was equally shocked. When he turned his eyes to the things that hit their weapons, he couldn't speak. It wasn't the divine weapon, but the peanut kernel, which looks very ordinary peanut kernel. After hitting the long blade and the Zen stick, it still maintains its full shape. You are called Feng Jiang. You spend the time bullying the children on the cultivation, and it is not the chi refining second level. The voice was erratic, and from all directions, there was no way to judge where the speaker was. Li Qingshan suddenly looked up and looked at the crossbar of the restaurant. His eyes caught a glimmer of light. "Give me down." Feng Jiang looked up at Li Qingshan's gaze and pulled a spirit talisman from his sleeve and shot at Yokohama. Spirit talisman broke in the air and turned into a ball of fire. Li Qingshan stood on the ground and felt the amazing heat. He was hit by the front of the fireball. I don't know. This is the innate master's means. It doesn't need to bite the tip of the tongue like Sung Xiang Wu. It's the energy of spirit talisman directly from true Chi. Looking at Feng Jiang's casual look, the spirit talisman is obviously more than this one. A figure jumped from the beam, and the detective grabbed the fireball and landed on the ground, pinching it and destroying the fireball, as if doing a trivial matter. The person looked at Li Qingshan. Weird, Chi refining first level, can you see me? But at a glance, Li Qingshan is not internal strength, but true Chi. Li Qingshan, this is only to be seen. The age of the people is 25 and 6 years old. The eyebrows are like a crescent moon, like a cold star, the face is like a crown, and the end is handsome and elegant. It is surrounded by a flowing water like spiritual Chi. In the dark, like a torch, let Li Qingshan discover where he is. And his body is similar to the dark wolf clothes, but he is wider than the dark wolf clothes. The dark lines embroidered on it are a scarlet wolf shouting and the same red waistband hanging from the waist. Red scarlet wolf collar. Hall Master Wu has never seen pork, but has seen pigs running. In the Eagle Wolf Guard, the red copper is higher than the mysterious first level, while the wolf collar is the commander of the wolf. The rights in the entire Clear River Prefecture are under a few, and thousands of people are on the verge of life and death. The great authority, Commander Hua Feng Jiang, who was originally arrogant, seems to have seen the cat at the moment, regretting the slap in the face. I don't blame him for being rash. When he is young, he joins the Eagle Wolf Guard. He can be considered proud of his youth. He is arrogant on weekdays. When he comes to this small town of Sunchia, he will not put anyone in his eyes. First-class master, let his arrogance reach the apex. The cold is not protected by Li Qingshan hardtop, angry, but failed to succeed. I was about to make a stunt of revenge, but I was interrupted by the middle. The weapon was dismissed. Under the anger, I naturally couldn't think of it. Can the other side cross the Eagle Wolf Guard? But I want to recruit a Scarlet Wolf. You know, even the ordinary Scarlet Wolf will not be out of Clear River Prefecture. It feels like you suddenly saw a big shark in a small pond. Full of incredible horror. It's rare that you remember me. We only saw one side. I don't dare to forget Commander Hua. It's rare that Commander Hua still remembers his subordinates. Feng Jiang bowed his waist and bowed. Clear River Prefecture. Every newcomer joins the Eagle Wolf Guard and has to report to the fucking. I have seen two commanders. Feng Jiang is no exception. He naturally can't forget the boss's boss. Hua Chengzhen. Commander Hua Chengzhen said, "You are not assigned to Blessed Peace Cities." Uh-oh, Zabo. How come here? Feng Jiang, the brain is running at full speed, and the degree of intense concentration is only higher than that when Li Qingshan is fighting. Raise the vocabulary and answer. Hua Chengzhen waved. Forget it. Old Wang is here, come see you. Old Wang. Feng Jiang's heart is shocked. Hua Chengzhen said, of course not a neighbor, Old Wang, but Clear River, Red Eagle Commander Wang Pushi. Because of this name, people sent the nickname Old Wang, but dare to call it there are few people, and Jiang who said only I would rather see Yama, but I don't see Old Wang. When I see Old Wang, I will see Yama. Hall Master Wu, a slap in the face, screamed, but he just wanted to win a spirit ginseng from a future kid. How could he provoke such a big man? Not to mention his Hall Master, even the Protector, or even Sect Master, have seen these two characters have to be careful with the smile. How come together in this little blessed peace city? Hua Chengzhen said to Li Qingshan, kid, come up, someone wants to see you. See. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 78 Chapter 20 White Eagle Commander. Li Qingshan had to follow up. At this moment, the refusal is nothing but self-sufficiency. No one can say no in the face of absolute power. His mind is thinking about everything he sees. What is the Chi refining second level? Isn't it innate? What he wants to see soon is also the big man in the eagle wolf guard. I don't know why I want to see myself. Is it for spirit ginseng? The question of the brain is incomprehensible, but the strength of the imperial court is farther than his imagination. It is not so much that imperial court uses the glory to recruit these powerful people to serve themselves. It is better to say that it is the strong. The imperial court rule the world. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but it is the obscenity of the American blockbuster. The actual situation is that the greater the ability, the greater the right. During the thought, the three went to the city. Hua Chengzhen walked in the first place, almost in a floating attitude, the faster and faster, the snow without traces. Feng Jiang moved to Tru Chi and tried to keep up. Although it was far less than Hua Chengzhen, it also came from the same pace. Looking at Li Qingshan next to me, it is not so elegant, one vertical and one leap. Each step is dozens of steps away, like a ferocious beast running wild, will mobilize every muscle in every bone. There is a primitive rough and heroic I even kept up. Among the three, Hua Chengzhen and Feng Jiang were lucky, and Li Qingshan used force to immediately show the difference. Feng Jiang thought, if this kid is running out, I really can't keep up. It doesn't seem like a normal first-class master. When I met Commander Wang, I told him that he had ruined his martial skill. Hua Chengzhen's eyesight is much higher, and he is also secretly evaluating Li Qingshan. Chi refining first level. Tru Chi is still weak. It should be the effect of spirit ginseng, and it also has some kind of body refining method. It is very bloody. Powerful. Feng Jiang is brave and daring. Commander Hua, you and Commander Wang are here. What's the matter? Let the two commanders come out. Hua Chengzhen smiled at the two people and said, the old gabord is coming. I don't know what it is. Li Qingshan only saw Feng Jiang squatting for a long while, but it suddenly reacted. His face changed greatly, and Tru Chi was in a chaotic moment. He was awkward at the foot and almost slipped. He finally adjusted his body shape and regained his eyesight. Look at the heart. Li Qingshan is more curious. What is the old gabord? Hua Chengzhen said that someone wants to see himself. Instead of saying that old Wang wants to see you, it is hard to say that this old gabord. Outside Suncheer City, in a silver-covered world of snow, a welcoming Panasonic in the foot of the mountain, I don't know when, a long bench, a piece of rosewood, a few delicate wineware, a side red mud small stove, is cooking a small tripod. The two sit opposite each other, drinking and enjoying the snow, and the elegant and refined people are like the world. One of them is Wang Pushi, who holds the power of Clear River Prefecture. He is actually 80 years old, but because of chi refining, he seems to be only 40 years old. His famous the grim face is filled with a smile like the spring breeze in March. The eagles sent a message and summoned him from the endless bustling Clear River Prefecture city to the back town of Suncheer. He was not only angry but honored. Old Wang, your cultivation base has been refined, and it won't take long for Clear River Prefecture to hold you. Wang Pushi, the nickname, can't be called by anyone. Even if Vice Commander Hua Chengzhen calls him Old Wang, he has to blink, but the person opposite is called. He feels more honored, body lean forward. May the wolf for the adults. I originally meant that Little Hua took over your position. Just. Little Hua is too bad to live up to the expectations of adults. Oh, they are coming. Good day, boss. I brought you to you. Hua Chengzhen smiled, then got together and grabbed the drip. Old Wang, is this wine still not good? Wang Pussy opened Hua Chengzhen's hand and squinted. No shouting, honestly sitting. This wine must be cooked for 3 moments before it tastes good. Hua Chengzhen took a sigh of air and squatted and sat down on the side of the cross. Old Wang, you are too heavy. On old Gu, he said, you know how he bullies me. Li Qingshan, with the eyes of the spirit, saw the two people welcoming Panasonic. If the spiritual chi on Hua Chengzhen is like a flowing water, then Wang Pushi is like freezing into ice, sinking like a substance. In one stroke, the spiritual power between heaven and earth is full of unspeakable mystery. But when Li Qingshan came to greet Panasonic, His heart fell on the old board. Even if there was any mysterious wonder on Wang Pushi, he couldn't let his eyes go. A pure white shirt, wide and elegant, softly laid on the bamboo mat, seems to blend with this white heaven and earth. A fascinating face, like a smile, looking at Li Qingshan, clear and snowy, but it also implies Fangwu. Li Qingshan didn't believe in love at first sight. I believed that I had experienced the impact of countless beautiful women in the previous life, and I would not have the so-called amazing feeling. But at this moment, he is willing to believe in love at first sight, and he believes that this world has a beautiful life that cannot be compared with previous life, and the heartbeat is accelerating, and it can hardly be suppressed. He once uttered madness in the drink and said that he wants to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Originally, this is just a joke for him. Now he has a strong idea and wants to marry her. Feng Jiang's performance is contrary to him. He only looked at it and lowered his head. It was like a beautiful woman in front of him, but a ferocious beast. Hua Chengzhen glanced at Feng Jiang scornfully, then smiled at Li Qingshan, but slipped through a sorrowful sorrow. Only the most arrogant person dared to look at her eyes so much, then immerse them in it. Can't extricate themselves. Old Gabord coughed and swallowed. You haven't taken a bath for a few days. The sound is as flowing as a cold spring, but when I speak, Li Qingshan is suddenly sluggish, and a perfect image in my heart collapses. I want to say you can't say this, in his mind. Even if you can't make flowers and pick up honey in an opening like a fairy tale, it should be more poetic and more beautiful. Hua Chengzhen couldn't help but ha laughed. Li Qingshan didn't know how to answer for a while. Although he was cultivation all day, he didn't have any taste. But thanks to this, I was awakened by the indulgent state. Li Qingshan noticed that she had a silver eagle hanging around her waist, exactly the same as Wang Pushi's waist. Under the glare of the white light, White Eagle spreads its wings, and its wings extend to dual cultivation. Each piece of feathers is meticulous, like a legendary feather coat. She is a White Eagle commander. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 79 Chapter 21 Guyanning. Li Qingshan said, "My name is Li Qingshan." Excuse me, is the big sister's name? He wants to call young lady, but although she is noble, she is not the kind of young lady who is raised in the deep, and she wants to call the girl, but she is young, but not worthy of these two words, or these two words do not deserve to be her name. For 8065. Fairy may be the best choice, although he used to have no feelings about these two words, but it always feels a bit low. In the end, I only screamed big sister, just like the Xixian who first saw the White Lady on the West Lake. Hua Chengzhen really admired Li Qingshan. At the beginning, he couldn't say a complete sentence. The boy in this ravine is really weak. My name is Guyanning. You know why I will call you Qingshan younger brother. Guyanning shook his hand in a Jingqiaoyu fracture fan, with a bit of jokes in his smile, but his eyes were extremely distant. Qingshan younger brother? Li Qingshan is rather called Tiger descending the mountains by Jianghu, but she is 15 or 6 years old. In her eyes, she may be a younger level figure. Hua Chengzhen, the depths of the eyes are deeper, and the sadness is heavier. Wang Pushi's brows are wrinkled. Li Qingshan is worthy of being called a younger brother, but she knows that her Xing is casual and can't say anything. After thinking about it, if she is not this kind of Xing, she is not qualified to sit opposite her. Li Qingshan looking at what is known to him and getting something. Only the spirit ginseng? Are you also coming for spirit ginseng? Then he can only go out with spirit ginseng Jiao, not because of say. But the strength is not good, although he has admiration, but it is not idiot, free to abandon his principles and dignity. If Guyanning really came to win spirit ginseng, the image in his mind would be greatly reduced. Wang Pushi dumbfounded. Hua Chengzhen has been laughing down. Guyanning is a good-hearted and funny, grinning. Whoever wants to smother your mouth. In the eyes of those Jianghu first-class master, spirit ginseng, like the root of the treasure, is in her eyes, but it is something about saliva. Wine is good. Wang Pussy calculated the time and put Xiao Ding to the table. At the moment when Ding's eye opened, Li Qingshan saw one dowling light, and remembered an animation of previous life. The rich wine is full of fragrance, and the snow around it melts back quickly. The welcoming pine next to it is obviously stretched out and becomes more and more green. Li Qingshan smelled the wine, and the muscles and bones all seemed to be lighter. The true chi with the body was suddenly active. It is conceivable that what would be like drinking this wine would be simpler than spirit ginseng. The spirit wine. This wine is better than 10 times. Li Qingshan's face is red. I feel that I am really like an ignorant villager at the moment, guarding a pickled pig roux, as the world's first-class delicious food, shy, self-confident. I can't wait for her to really take spirit ginseng. Yanning gently sniffed and smiled. 100 years of body brew. Old Wang, you have your heart. Wang Pushi said, when you know Commander, you can drink some from Tench, and among the 100, the agriculturist school is the best at making wine. Then pour the wine into the pot and glance at Hua Chengzhen, not drinking. Hua Chengzhen got up and sipped 2 glasses of wine. Wang Pushi said, what about your own? Hua Chengzhen smiled and gave himself a cup. Yanning smiled and said, see who has a share. Qingshan younger brother, you can also try it. But I ignored Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang erected his ears and smelled the wine. It was like 100 claws. If you say that spirit ginseng is not too big for his yuyo, then this legendary body, just a cup. He can break through the real realm of the second refining second level and reach the third level, but no one mentions him. He didn't dare to blame Yanning for 3 people. Only Li Qingshan hated his teeth. Li Qingshan is not talking, but Hua Chengzhen has put a glass of wine in his hands. Come here, count your life. This kind of good thing, I can't drink it myself. Li Qingshan looked down at the wine in the cup of gold and say, knowing that she refused at the moment, it was too small, and she looked up and drank the wine in the cup. Hey! Hua Chengzhen wants to stop it, and Wang Pushi never looked at Li Qingshan from the beginning, just guessing why Yanning asked him to come over and give him this precious body. Yanning didn't mean to stop it, but smiled and looked at the show. Li Qingshan had no time to distinguish the taste of the wine. A group of hot spiritual chi split in the abdomen and smashed in the limbs. His own true chi did not stop at all. No, the spiritual chi contained in this wine is more than imagined. The aura and alcohol that it emits are just the first level of its most floating watch. Feng Jiang is in a big heart. The country is awkward. This body wine is to be drunk slowly. If you drink too much, the powerful spiritual power will destroy the Danshan meridians, as if the flood destroyed the river bank. Li Qingshan did not explode and died, because he did not repair any meridians Danshan, and his body was full of radiance, trying to mobilize his own true chi to devour the spiritual chi. And his body absorbed the spiritual chi like a sponge. Spiritual chi's violent Liu Hong gradually subsided. Yanning stared at Li Qingshan. Her eyes were like an eagle, her left finger was pointed, and a bronze coin quickly leapt. As her eyes condensed, Li Qingshan felt that she had a feeling of being seen through the soul. After a while, Li Qingshan thoroughly digested the spiritual power with the body, and Yanning's gaze disappeared, leaning his head as if thinking about something. Hua Chengzhen is relieved. It seems that body refining is not completely useless. Wang Pushi is a bit strange. It is not surprising that body brews spiritual chi is so powerful that it can make people even promote chi refining third level. However, Li Qingshan has no signs of breaking through, but stays at chi refining first level. True chi is a lot stronger. If he had a drink, he would have to wonder if body brew was fake or not. Li Qingshan gave a sigh of relief and said to Yanning 3 people separately, thank you. I didn't expect to have not lost spirit ginseng, but instead got a glass of wine, but his heart always felt a little uncomfortable. How? Now I still think I am going to win your spirit ginseng. Qingshan younger brother? Yanning which pot does not open the pot, with a playful, Li Qingshan little age, but looks serious. It is very interesting. Li Qingshan straightened his waist and said, I am just a mountain boy. It is inevitable that I will be ignorant. But I don't understand. Since the adults of the Eagle Wolf Guard are so good, why have you left Blackwind Camp for so many years? No one has ruled. There is a hint of questioning, and they are asked about their corpse meal, and they are not doing anything in their place. See Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 80. Chapter 22, The Frog of the Bottom of the Well. Wang Pushi's face is not very good looking. Sun Chia is also within his jurisdiction, but he knows what Blackwind Camp is. Hua Chengzhen thought for a moment. It seems like this person is on our list, but it's too late. So it's been too late to start. Li Qingshan a long time later, I realized that the Eagle Wolf Guard will have a list from top to bottom, according to the strength, the degree of evil, the size of the impact, and the order of interest. The Eagle Wolf Guard will send expert, from top to bottom, one by one. This is the blacklist of Jianghu people. You can be high enough on the blacklist, it proves that you are strong enough. But it also means not far from death. But because of the endless variety of characters, Blackwind Camp is basically the kind that will never be ranked. More mouths. Wang Pushi shouted. Feng Jiang see Li Qingshan, evil Commander Wang, thinking that the opportunity came, bravely said, 3 commanders, this kid stealing spirit ginseng, killing innocent, bad my Eagle Wolf Guard's prestige. You are lying to me? Ge Yanning interrupted. Not a question, but a surprise, as if Feng Jiang did something incredible. No, I don't have. Feng Jiang wanted to argue, and Wang Pushi's face looked like a star, and he suddenly felt like he was covered in his neck. He couldn't say a word. Our Eagle Wolf Guard is not a good person, but it is not so degraded to this point, driven by Jianghu, and these are not the words of the third and fourth. Ge Yanning shook his head and ignored Feng Jiang. It's for Wang Pushi. Old Wang, can you bring a map? Feng Jiang's face is like being smashed by a person. There is no blood in the white, and it is sweating. You must know that the cultivation base can control the body freely. This kind of performance shows what kind of heart is lost. To the point. Bring it. Wang Pushi took a large map from the waist from the pocket. Li Qingshan's eyes wide open. Space pocket. I don't know what kind of animal superficial knowledge made of thick maps, which are unfolded on the small ones. It is also full of aura, not an ordinary map. Ge Yanning said, you inject true qi into it and meditate on the word Sunchia City. Li Qingshan put his hand on the map and thought of Sunchia City in his mind. The corner of the map illuminates a very weak light, and in his mind, he naturally receives a lot of information, including the location and population of Sunchia City. Wait. Ge Yanning said, you think about Clear River Prefecture again? Li Qingshan thought about a turn, only seeing 100 rays of light at the same time, like a galaxy. Every light point is a city, and Sunchia City's light is almost the weakest of them. The brightest spot in the center is Clear River Prefecture City. 377 cities, 3,000 miles of land. This is Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan knew that the world was full of mountains and rivers, but he didn't want to be so big. He had heard the old man in the village, but he only listened to the exaggerated story, but he did not expect it to be true. He suddenly understands why the prefecture governor will simply give the location of the county to Yi Daquan, who is not learning, because a small town is irrelevant to the entire Clear River Prefecture. And Blackwind Camp is even less. Blackwind Camp is hard to pass the message to Clear River Prefecture City, thousands of miles away, unless it is directly flagged. This world's imperial court is not only weak, but powerful and terrible. Because the land area is too large, the local bureaucrats are allowed to be as self-governing as the princes, but autonomy does not mean freedom. Blackwind Camp, or Horse Rain Village, is tossing again. But it's just tossing in a small place. If you're tossing too much, 1 or 2 Eagle Wolf Guards will send you to pinch you, and you can't shake the imperial court. The basics. It is almost stronger than the rule of any dynasty known to Li Qingshan. Ruai County under my jurisdiction has 9 prefectures. 6 months ago, in succeeding Music Prefecture, White Lotus cult sacrificed a magical treasure for a city. About 200,000 people. Ge Yanning drank a glass of wine. Hua Chengzhen is busy filling her up. 200,000 people. For Li Qingshan, the practice of Black Wind Camp is already a horrendous act, but it is even more dangerous than anyone else. Li Qingshan subconsciously searched Ruai County on the map, and saw nearly 10 times the light lit up. However, from the map alone, the extinction of a little light seems to be a trivial matter. Ruai County, 10,000 miles. Although Li Qingshan is not very conceptual about geography, it is clear that this is much larger than the previous life of China. In an instant, Ge Yanning was clearly in front of her eyes, but it seemed to be outside the clouds, far away from a situation he could not reach. Like the frog at the bottom of the well, I saw the attitude of the eagle in the sky, only the strength of looking up. The eagle hovered in the sky, looking for a bigger prey. How can he bet his eyes on the well, paying attention to the disputes of several flies? This time just accidentally parked at the well and saw a special frog. Wang Pussy cautiously said, "Commander, are you coming here for White Lotus cult?" White Lotus, Holy Mother, that is the Golden Core period demon cultivator, a terrible character he can't afford. Blending into such a dispute is not a good thing. Commander G5 takes people around White Lotus cult, although every time the game won a big win, but the White Wolf Guard lost more than a dozen, and his Red Eagle commander is only White Wolf Guard. Ge Yanning smiled and said, "How can I come alone? White Lotus Holy Mother has been injured and has been crouched. My six-pronged technique has learned superficial knowledge. I can't find her. Besides, the Golden Core cultivator is not easy to hit. Kill." Speaking of this, she looked at Li Qingshan again and lamented that her six-figure technique was really inadequate. Even this one was unclear. Since it wasn't for White Lotus cult, Ruai County's people worthy of her shots were really few. The people looked at them strangely. Ge Yanning put down her wine cup and paused. The expression on her face was a headache. "Yes, concubine, you lost the cat. Let me find it." Looking for a cat. Li Qingshan stunned, thinking that she would have many important things to arrest the terrible characters, did not expect her to rush to the sun. Sheer small accomplishment, just to find a cat. Ge Yanning sighed, "I would rather go to the White Lotus Holy Mother." Wang Pushi and Hua Chengzhen know what the word concubine you means. The face say becomes very cautious. I don't dare to interject. I am afraid that it involves the highest level of dispute in Verdant Province, not what they can intervene. Ge Yanning spoke, but his mouth kept on, and a cup of wine would be drunk. When it came to this place, he had already drunk a sip of wine, and the face was slightly red, like heaven and earth, and the enchanting. Ge Yanning stood up and said, "Well, the wine is drunk, don't say it." From the jade thumb ring in his hand, "Take a bag and put it on the table. These stones are holding you, it is thank you, cultivation. Let's break through." C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 81 Chapter 23, Ambition and Ambition. Wang Pushi looks at the bag of spirit stones. "Commander, this is too expensive. Hid body brew can't even match the value of an E10th. Ge Yanning called him, clearly to be these spirit stones are handed over to me, and my heart is grateful. I let you take it away, I don't miss this spicy stones. Ge Yanning said, and said to Hua Chengzhen, "Little Hua, what you are missing now is not the spirit stones. Don't just let others bully the child's time is mostly used in cultivation. You also have less time to ask for flowers. You spend more time on cultivation. I have 18 commanders. Only you are the cultivation base of cultivating chi. You must know that you can't spend heavenly tribulation and build a road base. The end is a class." Li Qingshan. No wonder Ge Yanning knows that Feng Jiang is lying. She is sitting here, but she clearly understands the dialogue in the city. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is really a godlike figure. Hua Chengzhen said with a smile, "Yes, old Gabord, I must give birth to the cultivation." Ge Yanning finally said to Li Qingshan, "Qingshan younger brother, this map will be given to you, and there is a word for you. Verdant Province is 30,000 miles, Jianghu is just a glimpse. The words will go away. and the wide sleeves will wind up like an eagle spreading its wings. Li Qingshan hasn't recovered yet, and the figure of white twins in the snow has disappeared into the sky. It turned out that it is really possible to fly. In his mouth, Ge Yanning left the sentence, and he understood that if he stayed in Sun Chia's city again, he would probably see each other in this life. In the cold winter season, Feng Jiang was soaked in sweat, just like fishing out of the water. At this moment, it was as difficult as it was, and he took a deep breath. Wang Pushi's look recovered and it immediately gave off a strong pressure. Li Qingshan seems to suddenly find out that this is also a terrible figure in front of him. In Ge Yanning, like the glory of the moon and the moon, he looks ordinary like a neighbor, but Ge Yanning goes, it is like a mountain fire. It is overwhelming. Li Qingshan instinctively feels fear and danger, as if there is a knife and ahead. The next moment is about to fall. He clenches jaw, clenches his fist, and lets the oppressive force. He only moves. Under the great pressure, he was like a sizzling sound. Feng Jiang slammed into the ground. Wang Pushi, don't overdo it. Feng Jiang is so ugly, he just doesn't want to take another look. Compared with Li Qingshan, it's a different day. Leave the wolf card. Roll. If he came, he would have to punish Feng Jiang at most, but in front of Ge Yanning, he really couldn't afford to lose this person, and he was really angry at the extreme. This is why I dare not know what to say. Ge Yanning didn't say anything directly, and he didn't have any anger, but with a few words, he decided the fate of Feng Jiang. Commander. Feng Jiang screamed as a lightning strike. Li Qingshan listened to the ear, and there was also a feeling that the bird will die, and its sound is also sad. I thought, it is just to let you resign. How is it like a dead ant, not a man? He knows that this is not the meaning of Feng Jiang, and it is even harder to join the Eagle Wolf Guard. The various cultural techniques on Jianghu are easy to see in the collection of Eagle Wolf Guard. No matter where you go, even people who are better than him will be polite to him. The whole family is because of him. Identity and glory. Once deprived of this identity, he is also known as innate master by Jianghu. However, Wang Pushi is notoriously a heart like stone. The words that are said can never be changed. If you are entangled, you may have a murder. Feng Jiang trembled and placed the wolf on the table and looked back at Li Qingshan. What kind of eyes are there, full of hateful poisons that can't sleep on their skins? Ordinary people are so glanced at this, enough to be uneasy for a few months. But Li Qingshan is also a person, rumoring back, fearless. After experiencing many of these things, I have long made his mind strong and not comparable. In the end, Feng Jiang first moved his eyes and took the steps to leave. Wang Pushi said, put it up. Li Qingshan put forward the picture of the verdant province. It is rare and precious. Although it cannot be used for cultivation, it is the most open-minded man. Let him know the vastness of the world, and his own smallness. But no matter how small he is, he will one day prove that the frog will not be a frog forever. He will jump out of this deep well, stretch his wings and fly to 9 heavens to chase the unattainable figure. This experience has not only failed to strike his confidence, but has strengthened his ambition and set a higher goal. Hua Chengzhen laughs, but there are only 5 words in his heart. Ignorance is fearless. You will one day understand how far you are from her. Far from being an adventure of innate skill. Even if you chase it, you can't get closer. There is this. Wang Pushi glanced at the wolf. Li Qingshan took a trip and picked up the wolf card. A cool air went deep into the palm, and it was all refreshing. This thing is not only made by Xuanbing Hanti, but also calms the mind, making it difficult for the wearer to make chi deviation. Half the work, twice the effect, and also comes with many wonderful functions. Li Qingshan, although I don't know this, I know that this thing is very good, but all the transformation is fast, and it makes people laugh and cry. When half an hour has not arrived, he becomes the fearful Eagle Wolf Guard of Jianghu. This is just an attitude of Ge Yanning. Wang Pushi took the table, the stove and the small tripod back into the waist pocket and stood up. You are not the Eagle Wolf Guard yet, reported to Zuo Zibo of Blessed Peace City. Take her iron ruler throwing into the air. The iron ruler rises in the wind, turns into a sky, floats in the air, and Wang Pussy steps on the iron ruler. Hua Chengzhen patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and gave him a self-seeking expression. He said 2 words, run. The iron ruler broke away and dragged a light. Hey, old Wang, wait for me. Hua Chengzhen stepped a few hundred feet in the void, stepped on the iron ruler, and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to marvel at the means of this fairy family, and felt a fierce murderous aura. At first glance, she saw Feng Jiang, who was distorted, and rushed like a mad dog. She decided to listen to Hua Chengzhen's opinion for a while, not to go crazy. Feng Jiang, using the Tiger Demon mountain climb method, jumped up the mountain. He just leapt open, and a wind blade slid across the place. The tall welcoming guest slid half and slowly slipped down and crashed into the ground. Li Qingshan looked back at this scene and was shocked. This is not only the means of Feng Jiang, but also the merits of Wind Stitching Blade. The welfare of Eagle Wolf Guard is really good, not those of the second who of the second class. Various grades spirit artifact can compare. According to Green Bull, those that simply enhance the sturdy and sharp weapon are not really a spirit artifact. Every spirit artifact has its own special effect. This is a wind stitching blade that can make a wind blade. Can be regarded as a low-grade spirit artifact. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 82. The 25th chapter Fengshan Temple on. Li Qingshan grabbed the cursive sword script behind him. After drinking body brew, is with the body's true chi not only fully recovered, but also reached all the previous peaks, enough to drive this spirit artifact again. The wind stitching blade is much more aggressive, but he has no absolute confidence. He can kill and kill Feng Jiang, and his spirit artifact is probably more than one of the wind stitching blades. It is a real treasure. If the enemy is not dead and then the wind is heard, it may be more than first class master, but innate, or it is chi refining expert. Moreover, he still can't manipulate this spirit artifact very well. Once it is used, it must take all the true chi with the body. If it fails, his physical strength will drop more and more, and he can only sit still. The lead cloud obscured the sky. In the dark night, the two chased one and one escape. Li Qingshan kept on jumping in the mountains with his extraordinary eyesight. He looked for the rugged and difficult places, climbed the cliffs, jumped into the mountains, and looked at the front. The scenery continues to fly backwards. Feng Jiang's eyes are red and chasing after him. It seems that he can also see things at night, but his eyesight is far from Li Qingshan, who has dripped Green Bull's tears. If he is on the ground, he may still be able to catch up, but in the mountains, Li Qingshan's Thra-style Tiger Demon body method has a bonus effect. It is incredible, and the mountains are ups and downs. After several peaks and turns, you can no longer find Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan opened the distance, like a hunting tiger, hiding in the snow nest at the back of the mountain rock, holding the cursive sword script in his hand. Even Little and also called out, as long as Feng Jiang chased him again, he just do not do two endless efforts. Even if you cannot kill him, at least can also add some damage to him. It is already in the middle of the mountain, giving him enough room to buffer, and to be able to kill Feng Jiang all the way to death. The calculation is not deep. A long scream, Feng Jiang's voice of resentment is back in the mountains. Li Qingshan, I will peel off your skin, and you will be slashing. I will not die with you. The snow on the hills has shattered. Li Qingshan knew that he would not catch up again. He regretted sighing. As for the threats, he certainly wouldn't put it in his heart. He ambushed for a while and saw that Feng Jiang did not catch up. He only got out of the nest and shake the snow on his body and walk towards the depths of Boundless Mountain. He got the map and finally knew that this piece of the 100,000 mountains he looked at for 10 years, called the name Boundless Mountain Pulse. There is no end to it. It is for the sky. The heart is open. It is for the sky. Good name. He climbed to the peak and once again looked at the mountains. He had no more me in his heart. He saw a house in the distance. When he rushed over, he discovered that it was not a village, but a run-down mountain temple. In addition to the main hall, the wall house they have collapsed, but they are always a shelter. Although he is not afraid of the cold, but in a snow and ice, it is also extremely costly. True Chi. With the help of Little An, I found the bear's nest. The wild bear was still hibernating. When she didn't wake up, she was shot by Li Qingshan and went back to the temple. Because of the different divine ability of the practice, Little An is not as sensitive as Li Qingshan, but seems to be extremely sensitive to anger. Even Li Qingshan did not find the bear nest under the snow at first. The hollowed dangding of the main hall, even the table and the plaque are not there. It must have been taken by the nearby villagers to burn the wood, but Li Qingshan found that the tall, green fangs of the wifing mountain god turned out to be solid wood carvings, intact. Standing on the case of the gods, there are only traces of erosion in the years, and those who want to come to the villages do not dare to be too embarrassed. Li Qingshan didn't care about it. Now I am mixing with monster. I am working with Little An to be demon's divine ability. I don't have to pay any respect for it. I hit the top 3 punches and kicked the statue and raised the fire in the hall. Come. Then peel a bone from a big bear and don't need any knives at all. His fingers are lightly stroked, and the thick bear skin bear meat is cut like a paper. The bear heart is the dinner of Little An. The bear skin flutters on the ground and the bear meat is placed on the campfire. When Cow arrived, Green Bull, who was thought by Li Qingshan, appeared in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's belly, it is like a policeman in the movie, always showing up after everything is over. Green Bull looked at the image of the fire, like and nodded, very satisfied. Asked, "How do you feel today?" Li Qingshan said, "I feel that I don't understand anything. I can make people laugh at home. You don't give me a statement. Even if I really make 9 bulls and 2 tigers, I really hate others." Then Chi refining golden core, "What's the matter?" Green Bull said, "What you understand now is not much deeper than what I said to you. My divine ability is useless and you will soon understand that. As for Chi refining golden core, that is the division of human race." Li Qingshan said, "I am not human race." Green Bull laughed and said nothing. Let Li Qingshan feel a bit of aversion, grabbed the bear meat and ate it. Many of them were still unfamiliar and bloody. He didn't feel bad, but felt that there was a flavor, and soon just put a big bear on the net. He also felt that he was a bit like a human being, but there was nothing wrong with eating and drinking. Then he exercised after a meal and got up to cultivate. He found that after drinking a cup of body brew, his tiger demon bone refining fist was away from first layer realm. Only the first level diaphragm is left, but it must not be broken. Asked about the reason of Green Bull, the results did not come out as expected. Bull Demon Strong Fist is steady and determined, and needs to be painstaking cultivation, while Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist needs to improve in killing. Li Qingshan bowed his head and meditated. In the dark mountains, a light can reach far away. Li Qingshan lay on the bearskin and held cursive sword script in his hand, letting Little An hide and quietly wait for the prey to hook. Hearing the footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes and stepped out of the temple. He saw more than Feng Jiang alone, and there were 5 people beside him. Hall Master Wu, Wai Dan Dong, Yan Xin, LV Tingrui, Wan Hao, 5 first-class masters, faintly surrounded the mountain temple to prevent Li Qingshan from escaping. There are countless other people. They are their disciples. There is no shortage of second-class master, the weakest is third class. Li Qingshan didn't expect to wait for Feng Jiang to get hooked, but attracted so many people. It seems that Feng Jiang is very angry, but not a fool, knowing the power of others. Feng Jiang saw Li Qingshan, who was ecstatic, and saw the wolf in his waist. But he was angry and mad. It was this man who took everything away from him. He hadn't had time to talk yet. Li Qingshan said, "I don't know the names of the 4 of you, but they are also people with heads and faces. After they have been scorned by others, they are driven by people in the blink of an eye. Are you not ashamed?" C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 83 Chapter 25 Feng Xushan Temple Middle. Marriott and Wai Dan Dong, face say are not unrestrained. But Xin smiled and said, doing business, there is nothing shameful. Fiddling with the iron abacus in his hand, screaming, LV Tingrui took out a splendid fine sword. Dao, hand over Spirit Ginseng, we will leave immediately. Feng Jiang let them come. It is to promise that Spirit Ginseng in Li Qingshan has a share. Hall Master Wu is not satisfied with this result, but look at Feng Jiang's face. How dare to say nonsense. Li Qingshan can't say anything. Pull Spirit Ginseng from the bottle gourd, throw it into his mouth and chew it, and take a hand. No. The eyes of several experts just turned on, and they quickly faded. Their faces looked different, or they were desperate, angry, or lost, but they didn't have the will to shoot. Li Qingshan's bottom-up salary is really stable. Feng Jiang said, I have spiritual pill that is more useful than Spirit Ginseng. If you shoot, you can make all of you want, but if you don't shoot, from now on, it is my dead enemy of Feng Jiang, your family. I will revenge one by one. Several experts all turned say. Li Qingshan sneered, do you believe in the words of people who threaten your family? If we join forces to destroy him, see if there is a spiritual pill on him. The score is good. Anyway, he is not the Eagle Wolf Guard anyway, don't worry about being retaliated. Several experts are all moving, and Feng Jiang draws wind-stitching blade. Who dares? Seeing the strong threat, she has the opposite effect, adding, spiritual pill is no longer me. If Li Qingshan's strength can be stronger, it is really possible for him to be successful, but several experts are obviously able to separate, and these two people, which is easy to kill, made a decision. Seeing everyone step by step, Li Qingshan heart, after the blood splash Suncheer floor, is the Snow Mountain Temple. I don't know if it is really the day, and the sky is really snowing. He did not intend to escape. Although this battle is difficult, it is his opportunity to break through the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Not only is it rich and dangerous, divine ability martial skill, but also in the danger. Only the expert who came out of the battle did not escape. Expert Bigabla. Feng Jiang held the wind-stitching blade and shot it all together. Li Qingshan has 2 feet, her arms are expanding, and she screams in the sky, but it is not human, but fierce tiger screams, hey! The whole Spirit Ginseng started to work in the belly. True Chi rushed into the whistle, and he used a trick in the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist that he never really used. Tiger Demon Wild Hiss. Within 30 feet. All the falling snowflakes were swept away. If you look from the sky, you can see a hemisphere that rises from the ground. Feng Jiang was the first to bear the brunt of the blade aura. It was scattered and the 5 major experts, and they all stopped and retreated. It only felt like an iron cone on the head. Unbelievably looking at Li Qingshan, shocked by his fierce atmosphere. Is this really just a first-class master? The other 2 third-class masters were even more unbearable. They rolled their ears to the ground and shed 2 blood. They were directly shattered by the eardrum. Some of the weakest people were directly killed. Tiger Forest Mountain. Group of animals retreat. Li Qingshan takes an enemy and takes the upper hand. The whistling sound continued, and the temple was shaken slightly, and no snow fell. Feng Jiang screamed and yelled, what are you waiting for? The knife turned in the hand and made a wind blade. Li Qingshan stopped the whistling sound, and did not retreat. He mobilized True Chi and rushed to the palm of his hand. The 5 fingers spit out the claws of the tiger's claws and grabbed the wind blade. The wind blade was broken and a gust of wind was set off. Li Qingshan looked at the palm, leaving a faint blood mark, sticking out his tongue, then revealed a smile, bowed his body, like a humanoid fierce tiger. Killing intent mad, magic Xingjidang. The killings of the 5 major experts also hit. Wai Dandong's long sword, LV Tingrui's fine sword, Marriott's steel knife, Hall Master Wu's iron fist. Every weapon is full of aura, even Hall Master Wu carries a spirit artifact glove, will Li Qingshan around all roads to advance and retreat are sealed. 18 abacus speeds from Jinji smashed Li Qingshan's last line of life. Yang Xin is no longer smiling. The 5 experts teamed up. One shot will kill, not even Feng Jiang. Li Qingshan simply ignored the other, stepped forward and grabbed Wei Dandong's shoulder to fight for his life. The claws have not yet arrived, and the whistling sound is stinging ears. Wei Dandong is so reluctant to die. How can he mourn here and immediately withdraw his sword and retreat? When he retired, Li Qingshan went in, and he won the death of Wei Dandong, and the sword in his hand was so airtight that he only wanted to delay for a while and let others kill Li Qingshan. A little sword hit the air, and Little An, who had been hiding, finally appeared. Seeing Li Qingshan was in deep danger. One shot was the strongest sword, and the 3 were enveloped. Cold, and knife, and a sword. Feng Jiang waved the wind-stitching blade and blocked Little An. Little An smashed the flames of blood, squinted at the eyes, and fell on Li Qingshan. Blood and splash, and I wished to tear Feng Jiang apart. Marriott's long blade was cut on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and LV Tingrui's stiletto pierced Li Qingshan within the body. Although they were shocked by Little An's appearance, they were all first-class masters, and they were unwavering and unaffected. Li Qingshan has already been transferred to True Qi. 2 invincible spirit artifact blades have not pierced Li Qingshan, but even if he is a copper-clad iron, he is immediately injured. But he ignores it and bites forward. Wei Dandong is not allowed. 18 iron abacus speeds fell on the body. Li Qingshan was just a body shape, without any influence, so that Xin double eyes, unbelievable. Hall Master Wu was the most careful. Attacked from the back of Li Qingshan, seeing his empty door wide open. His heart was overjoyed, and he punched it all in his vest. Li Qingshan, thank you very much. The one I am most afraid of is the you, borrowing strength and rushing, arms soaring, grabbing Wei Dandong's shoulders, tearing around with a force, snoring, tiger demon sheep tear. Wei Dandong's absolute art, a lot of secret hands, have not yet come out, was torn into 2 halves, bloody internal organs mad. I am really afraid of the same opponents as tigers. I am afraid of teammates like pigs. In the 5 experts attack, Li Qingshan killed an expert, and it was so fierce that everyone was timid. Li Qingshan grabbed 2 pieces of corpses and slammed them into Marriott and LV Tingrui. The second man was afraid of being injured by Li Qingshan's dying counterattack. He followed Wei Dandong's footsteps and immediately retreated. Expert confrontation, martial skill is only part of it. More importantly, momentum. The enemy's momentum is weak. Li Qingshan's momentum is like a dike in the Yangtze River. It is out of control. He ignores the people behind him. He is rushing forward and killing the experts of the 2 third class. There is no such thing as a punch, a claw, or a head squat. Under each hand, there will be casualties, and the corpse will be smashed. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 84 Chapter 26 Feng Xushan Temple Part 2. Several first-class masters are witnessing the splitting. These disciples are hard-working for them. Many of them are their sons, and they are desperate to rush. Li Qingshan is killing, and Marriott is slashing down. Li Qingshan doesn't look back and grabs a third-class master behind him. Hey! The brows of one Hao did not wrinkle, and the people in front of them were cut off and continued to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan slammed the knife and made the tiger demon stream leap, and rushed to another second-class master. The vest still left a faint knife mark, and said, "This old man has a good heart." Unnamed knife, why do you kill my doorman? LV Tingrui did not do it. Regardless of Li Qingshan, a sword stabbed to Marriott. He killed her beloved disciple, born very handsome, she always liked. Marriott slashed his sword and blocked the fine sword. He was caught and died, but I was just giving him a good time. You must be a woman. Now guilty, do you want to die here? Feng Jiang yelled, and the knife was so strong that he forced back an. What monster are you? His right hand trembled. Little An not only the sword art, but also the great strength is so hard that it is extremely difficult to deal with. Little and murder. Li Qingshan said in his mouth. His hands were not slow, with a fierce claw, grabbed the heart of a second-class master. His hands were covered with blood, a tragic gas. However, when the child has not arrived, he will first scare the second-class master, and the 10 successful husbands will not be able to make 50%. A few abacus beads came from the spurt, and Xin shot again, but no longer hit Li Qingshan's big hole, but took binoculars, perineum, these vital points. Hall Master Wu was punched in a Li Qingshan vest. He had just played a punch. He was as unbelievable as Liu Hong, and he did not hesitate to come again. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped, let the abacus beads fall through, and forcibly twisted the circle under his feet. For example, Fierce Tiger turned back and punched. You are enough. When the fists collided, Hall Master Wu's arm burst into a slight burst of sound, flying far more than a foot, but also got up in the future. A sword light descended from the sky, shaking his eyes. It turned out that Little An listened to Li Qingshan and immediately understood what he meant. He jumped up and threw himself at a height of 10 feet. He was one of the swords and smashed Hall Master Wu. Hall Master Wu's heart is full of enthusiasm, showing the rapid response of first-class master, and the double chance flurry, which makes a trick 1,000 horses. Each punch is accurately hit on the sword edge. A burst of jingle sounded, and his glove was also spirit artifact, and his arms were not shattered by the sword edge. Little An took the opportunity to vacate. A wind blade fell from him. Feng Jiang waved wind-stitching blade and chased it up. Little An no longer entangled with him, with a dexterous figure, flying to the crowd. For those two the third-class master is killing. Hall Master Wu was awkward, lying on the floor and breathing. His arms were sore, especially the right arm that had a punch with Li Qingshan. It was soft like mud, the bones were broken and the right arm was abolished. Li Qingshan was about to make up for him, but Feng Jiang went to the front again, and Marriott and Lu Tingrui temporarily held a dispute, from the left and right. With such a breathing effort, Hall Master Wu took a psychedelic pill from his arms and swallowed it. He stood up again and couldn't help but recover his arms and even complete the internal strength. I have it too. Li Qingshan crushed the porcelain bottle in his arms, and threw the explosive body pill that he had touched from the tukong into his mouth. What are the side effects of him? Let's talk about it before the eyes. Boom. Hey. Bang peng peng. The heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Like the engine running at high speed, Li Qingshan's thin body, inflated in a moment, became a robust man, with the body true chi is even more than 10 times excited, broke out. The long blade and the thin sword are blocked by the guard true chi, like a trap in the quagmire. Marriott and Lu Tingrui are shocked. This is clearly innate true chi. He is not first-class master, but innate master. Bigabla. Give me a break. Li Qingshan slammed out, and the iron fist of true chi slammed into the blade aura. Li Qingshan originally, after a singular force, served the blasting body. It was even more powerful. The punch aura was smashed in a punch, and Feng Jiang flew high and screamed in the air, "You can't make it out again." Trump card, everyone is dead here today. Marriott, LV Tingrui, Hall Master Wu, Yuxin, 4 first-class masters, each look at each other. They all have a life-saving trump card, but the value of those things, compared to a quarter of spirit ginseng, not too much. Nothing is a last resort. At the end of life and death, no one is willing. See Li Qingshan's terrible appearance, and take care of his own treasures. Hey, I have to do a loss trading today. Yan Xin lamented, took out a talisman, and the actions of the other 3 were exactly the same. Li Qingshan's pupils are shrinking, they can't let them play at will, just stepping up, and a terrible wind is coming behind them. He suddenly looks back and sees the second-class master who was almost killed by him. I don't know when to take it. Out of a talisman, attached to the knife on the hand, the blade immediately enveloped the first-level blade aura-like sharpness, a knife down. Li Qingshan felt that even if it was a copper skin, it would have to be cut in half. Li Qingshan is too contemptuous of this second-class master, because he doesn't take spirit artifact in his hand, and the ordinary weapon root can't break his bull demon skin refining, but it seems that there is such a trick. Want to dodge is too late, then second-class master sees that he has to make a knife, revenge for the same door, his face floating ecstasy, and suddenly a sword light across the neck. The head was flying high with blood. The body was carried forward with inertia, revealing the figure of little An behind him. He was stained with blood by a skeleton. Behind him, dozens of two-third-class masters died, and the sword was in hand. He is more efficient at killing than Li Qingshan. Thank you. Li Qingshan smiled and took the big knife that talisman had blessed. The two back-to-back and faced all the enemies. The sky is dark and the night of the killing is still going on. Taking advantage of this gap, the four first-class masters, biting the tip of the tongue, cast talisman on the hand. Breeze talisman. Lu Tingrui put talisman on her lap, a chi flow around her lap. Her lightness art originally is superior, far better than Dragon Gate Sect's Yang Anzai. After using this breeze talisman, it is like demon, float to Li Qingshan's side, be able to die under so many precious talisman. It is your blessing, and the monster you brought. She stabbed her sword, and little An just wanted to block her sword, and she floated to the other side. Yang Xin put talisman on his arm and put first level light on his hands. He dropped the abacus and opened his robes. There were various kinds of hidden weapons hanging inside. There were countless nails, iron shovel and money darts. A wave turned into a group of phantom. Tens of thousands of hidden devices from the phantom spurt out, like a metal storm. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 85 Chapter 27 Cursive Sword Script. Rujin Fu Mariat put talisman on the knife and condensed into a 3-foot blade aura. It was impossible for Li Qingshan to want to kill him without killing him. Hall Master Wu simply puts the charm on the chest, and floats the same golden figure as Blackwind Camp's main Xunxiang Wu, but it is also a Vajra character, but the color is much brighter and straightforward. Hit. Feng Jiang simply stopped and took the wind-stitching blade back to the sheath. He looked at Li Qingshan like a dead man, not to mention Li Qingshan. Even if he was himself, getting into such a siege was a dead end. These people, Li Qingshan is not easy to deal with. One, he has a heavy foot under his feet, the ground collapses into a big pit. Bull demon, vibration is passed in all directions. For first-class master's body shape a meal, but he did not dare to take the opportunity to take the shot, but did his best and jumped into the air with little An. Everyone raised their heads and their faces showed a variety of looks. If Li Qingshan was hardworking, there might be a glimmer of life, but he jumped into the sky, and that was the road to self-destruction. People were in the air, there was no room for dodge. When he fell from the sky, it was his death. Li Qingshan rose to the highest point, and when he was about to start falling, he suddenly launched Cursive Sword Script, which lit up a glimpse, a cross, a vertical, a hook. Before the siege of the three, Li Qingshan quietly held the Cursive Sword Script and injected all the true chi into it. Since the acquisition of Cursive Sword Script, his true chi is constantly growing. And today he not only took body brew, but also swallowed the entire spirit ginseng, only to swallow the explosive body. With the body of true chi has reached an unprecedented height, bringing the power of this spirit artifact to an unprecedented pinnacle. At the moment of Cursive Sword Script, Feng Jiang's eyes lit up. Middle-grade spirit artifact. No, it's high-grade spirit artifact. Flee. He was not only surprised, but ecstatic. If he could get one high-grade spirit artifact, even if it was opened, the Eagle Wolf Guard is worth it. Li Qingshan mobilized all his spirits and tried to manipulate this high-grade spirit artifact. I don't know if it really means his will, or it's just the spirit artifact itself, which automatically locks in the hostility. 1,1,1 horizontal, 1 vertical, 1 hook, respectively. Flew to Feng Jiang 5 people. I didn't need Feng Jiang to remind you that at the moment when Li Qingshan launched Cursive Sword Script, These Qin Jianghu first-class master felt the extremely terrifying killing intent and reacted instinctively. Marriott waved a knife to the sky to attack and defend, and carefully sealed the direction of the killing intent. However, in the face of absolute power, all the tricks were useless. A vertical fell straight, blade aura with a blade. The inch cracked and instantly passed through the top of his head. He bowed and the whole person crashed to the ground. Hall Master Wu has a toe-armed crossbar that gives the way to iron locks across the river, plus Vajra's bodyguard, which forms the strongest defense, but it's cold and unchecked. Two first-class masters that use the trump card are instantly spiked, showing the horror of the high-grade spirit artifact. LV Tingrui took advantage of lightness art, and flew all the way to escape. Yang Xin has been standing farthest, and the reaction is also the fastest. Round body shape, and it will roll to the side. After a glimpse of the cross, two bloody lights appeared. The two screamed to the ground, leaving a foot and a serious injury. The most violent, brightest glimpse flies toward Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang stood up and tied two spirit talisman to the knife and body. The wind-stitching blade releases a 5-foot blade aura, which condenses into a golden bell body. If the Vajra symbol also has the effect of killing the enemy, the golden bell is completely for the body. As the expert of Qi refining second level and the Eagle Wolf Guard, he has more homes than the first-class masters. But he deliberately saved them and made those first-class masters desperate. It's all dead, he doesn't have to give the promised spiritual pill, and his mind is not poisonous. But when he saw the high-grade spirit artifact in the hands of Li Qingshan, he was a pity. In an instant, the aura of light was shining, and the eyes were dazzling. The thick snow in front of the temple was swept away. The knife is broken. The clock is broken. But the person is not dead. Li Qingshan's most worrying scene happened. The wind-stitching blade in Feng Jiang's hands only had a shank, and the clothes were broken, leaving countless tiny scars, but with a smug smile on his face, looking at the Li in the air. Qingshan! Li Qingshan sank to the bottom of the valley and screamed behind him. LV Tingrui's eyes were red, and with only one hand left, a metal storm was thrown. Li Qingshan pushed away the little one, and barely blocked the knife, but his true chi with the body was drawn a little, and the side effects of the explosive body pill also attacked and split. Little Un reached out in vain, staring at him as he was rushing out of the metal torrent. For a moment, he did not know how many hidden weapons he had, and broke the roof of the temple and landed on the campfire. The head of the mountain god rolled to the side, with a scorching smirk on his face, as if laughing at Li Qingshan. As soon as Little Un landed, she rushed straight to the temple of the mountain. The sword was stabbed, and LV Tingrui stood alone, full of grievances. I killed you, this monster. Feng Jiang did not chase Li Qingshan, but took out a spirit talisman and shot it in the temple. A large fire broke out in the temple. The original temple was close to the collapsed mountain temple. It collapsed instantly and the fire rose from the sky. It can be seen 10 miles away. Feng Jiang feels that Li Qingshan has too many secrets. He is afraid that Li Qingshan will have a killing trick in his hands. He is not willing to take any risks. He will directly use the spirit talisman to make up the knife. Anyway, high-grade spirit artifact cannot be destroyed in this kind of flame. Li Qingshan's ashes are just fine. The flames burned, the flames in little Anzai sockets, blazing like blood, with the same posture. Mudley attacked LV Tingrui. LV Tingrui flashed aside and saw Little Un rushing straight to the mountain temple. To grab Li Qingshan out of the sea of fire, he couldn't help but read, monster. Yang Xin shot again. The hidden weapon hit the body, Little Un's body shape smashed, fell to the ground and immediately climbed. Feng Jiang sneered and waved his sleeves. True Chi rushed and took Little Un out. Standing in front of the fire, like a mountain, separated him from Li Qingshan. Low drink, you two idiots. Don't kill it. Don't let it escape. The mind is thinking about killing and killing. High-grade spirit artifact, must not be known to anyone. Yang Xin and LV Tingrui, after listening to Feng Jiang's words, hesitated. I don't know if they should escape. They originally accepted Feng Jiang's transaction. They are confident that several people will join hands. I am not afraid that Feng Jiang will not accept the account. Anyway, he is no longer Eagle Wolf Guard. Even if Feng Jiang is not afraid, is his family all innate master? Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 86. Chapter 28. Demon Awakening. But now, they are dead, and they are incapable of confronting Feng Jiang. They are also afraid that he will turn heartless. Little An did not escape. Kneeling on the ground, all the bones showed a crack. Looking at the sea of fire, 2 lines of blood and tears in the eye socket, opened his mouth. No sound came out, but everyone felt that he was crying. Feng Jiang turned around and his face was a gloomy smile. In the end, I still want to do it myself. His smile suddenly condensed, and a terrible feeling came from behind him, as if there was a horrible beast, awakened in the fire. A wild howl, straight into the sky. It wasn't the sound that human race could make. Feng Jiang turned back and saw a black shadow rising from the flame, shaking off the flames of his body, 1 foot tall, and a pair of sharp corners stabbing the sky. 2 red lights suddenly lit up. Li Qingshan lay in the fire, motionless, in the absolute life and death crisis, as he initially expected. His tiger demon bone refining fist finally broke through the first layer. There is no imaginary strong great strength. He feels that the body is undergoing an extremely strange change. Everything is tearing, changing, reshaping, and the flame is getting so hot and unbearable. He still dare not dare. Open your eyes. What Green Bull said. It sounded in the ears again. You can only learn the divine ability by repairing both of these 2 methods to first layer realm. Although his eyes were closed, he seemed to feel through the heavy flames. The little rushed over. He heard the cry of his heart. Little an indescribable feeling rises from the heart and turns into a wild howl. Li Qingshan stood up from the flame, suddenly opened his eyes. The burning red light, no longer hiding in the depths of the eyelids, but the sharpness. He stepped forward. An iron hoof smashed the head of the mountain god. Under the invisible momentum, the flame blooms like a lotus flower, and he walks out of the sea of fire step by step. All the surviving people on the summit held their breath and opened their eyes. The huge figure, like the tower of the tower, the dark skin, like the black iron cast, the secretive animal pattern, spread from the top of the head to the limbs. The feet become the iron hoof, the hands become claws. A pair of bull horn, sharp like to cut through the sky, flaming long hair, or hair, frantic scatter behind. With the fire, monster chi rises to the sky and the legend begins. Feng Jiang stretched his hand into his arms, and a gust of wind swept past him. Scarlet hair even slipped past his face. He was stiff, jaw collided, and his body trembled. There is no thought of any resistance in my heart. There is only one thought left: escape. A demon, even a low-level monster, is not able to withstand the people of Chi refining second-level realm like him. He is apart from Eagle Wolf Guard's wind-stitching blade also doesn't have the same decent spirit artifact to support him and demon. Li Qingshan's goal is not Feng Jiang. Lu Tingrui saw Li Qingshan out of the sea of fire and turned around without hesitation. The roll of spirit talisman is still very fast. She was half empty. A giant claw grabbed her head from behind. Li Qingshan said, "You say, who is a monster?" The voice is low and hoarse, like a metal trembling, full of cold killing intent. Fang's comrade reared light flashing. LV Tingrui opened her mouth, but only made a giggling unconscious sound. She was also a first-class master on the Jianghu, but who had seen the real demon. It felt like the mouse fell into the palm of the cat and met natural enemies. Boundless fear are more horrible than death. Dang. Countless hidden weapons hit Li Qingshan, sparking a spark. Li Qingshan turned and said, "Roll." The sound waves that merged with monster chi were hit by a heavy hammer, and Xin flew out 7 or 8 feet, and his head slammed, and the dead could not die anymore. A second-class master lying on the ground suddenly leaps high. A spirit talisman is attached to the sword and attached to the first-level sword. It has always been a play dead. At this time, I want to attack from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is about to turn back, a tiger tail, steel whip-like smashing out. Almost the second-class master wasted in two. Li Qingshan looked back at her tail in horror, and suddenly found that she had more functions, and the body's reaction was more in front of his consciousness. Li Qingshan clasped his hand and his head shattered like a watermelon. The next moment, his figure disappeared. One by one appeared next to the remnants of the two third-class disciple, killing a lot. A few breaths, there is no more living on the peak. Only Feng Jiang fled to the mountain. Li Qingshan bends slightly. The ground is cracked, and his man has rushed to the sky. Feng Jiang is escaping from life. A black shadow descends from the sky, and he is on his body. Feng Jiang cultivation base also counted, but in the absolute speed and strength of Li Qingshan, there is no ability to resist. The blood in the mouth is mad. Monster, you are monster. Hands clasped on the ground, but he said enemy Li Qingshan's power at the moment. Even if Li Qingshan loosened his foot, his visceral spine was also broken, but with an innate true chi to survive. Li Qingshan leaned down and said, I want to tear down your limbs one by one. The red light is like blood. He has human race hatred and anger. He is tense and more violent than the ordinary demon. Little unlula Li Qingshan's hand, Li Qingshan arrogantly slaps the past. Get out. When I saw Little An, my mind was flashing. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped her hand, and the wind swelled, almost blowing Little An down. Looking at Li Qingshan with fear, I don't know how to be good. Little An, sorry, Li Qingshan grabbed his head, and between the fingers, the red light flashed. Little An came forward again and grabbed Li Qingshan's hand, or claws. Li Qingshan resisted all kinds of ferocious thoughts and stepped on Feng Jiang. He gave him a good time. He looked at his own hands and became the claws of the claws. The various frenzied thoughts in his head ran rampant, and he fell to the ground. Yangshan uttered a madness. The sky is dark, heavy clouds, and the stars cover the moon. However, on top of the cloud screen, it is a sea of clouds and clouds, endless. Under the stars, the quiet is like a fairyland. A white figure, Zaran, is isolated on the sea of clouds, and the clothes are fluttering, like the dust immortal. Guyanning bows his head. The black cocoon shrinks sharply, glows golden light, like the eagle sharp, penetrates the cloud screen, is falling on Li Qingshan. Her feelings are not wrong. When she saw Li Qingshan under the welcoming Panasonic, the smell she smelled from him was not because there was no bath, but the real monster chi, but because she was too weak, she did not dare. Okay, let Li Qingshan drink a cup of body brew, and let Li Qingshan's true chi lose control and increase dramatically, and then determine his own judgment. Not only does monster chi show more obvious love, but he does not break through to chi refining second layer, because demon's physique is different from human race. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 87 Chapter 29, Cremation Blood Flame. In the face of demon, the usual cultivator, the first thing that comes to mind is the demon slayer, and Guyanning definitely has this strength. Li Qingshan, although after demonic incarnation, the power speed has increased greatly, but it is definitely not maybe hostile to a golden core expert. However, at this moment, there was no murderous aura on her face, and she disappeared from the usual smile on her face. Instead, she raised a faint sorrow. Under the illumination of Yu, it was like a jade carving, stone carving. She immediately detached from this emotion and sighed with a sigh of relief. Qingshan, younger brother, from today on, you can only use the mountain forest as a destination. In this life, I am afraid that I will never meet again, unless you have become a monster general or even monster marshal. But at that time, I am afraid that I will be an enemy, and I will go all the way. She whispered softly, and waved her hand, ignoring the Li Qingshan on the ground. It was impossible to hear or see it. The two sleeves were raised, flying like white eagle, flying out more than 10 miles, and the wind was brought up. Plough a deep ditch in the sea of clouds. White Eagle fell on the edge of the well and saw what she wanted to see. A special frog added an interesting experience to her life. But no matter how interesting, the frog is still just a frog, and at most it has become stronger. There are thousands of times more important than waiting for her to do it. If I can't find the damn cat, it is likely to trigger the war between verdant provinces, two sects, Hidden Sword Palace and Xuan Yin. In the backyard of the palace, it is even more important to have a big fire. She didn't notice that when she observed Li Qingshan, on the ground, a green bull was looking at her in the dark. This is an incredible thing for a golden core expert. How sharp is her spiritual awareness and knows about divination spell. But if she can really figure out the future, she will know that the frog will not be a frog forever. Li Qingshan screamed for a while, barely calming her mind, and Little Anne tried to comfort him. He looked at Little Anne. He really understands how Little Anne becomes awkward for a human race. How big an impact is on the avatar. Green Bull walked out of the darkness, all smiles on the face of the cow, looking at Li Qingshan. The mouth was amazed, like an artist looking at a very satisfying piece of art. Li Qingshan said, "You know that it will become like this." This is not the divine ability of 9 bulls and 2 tigers at all. His current strength is far more than the power of the cow, or strength of 1 bull. Originally, it is not the power of the cow, but the cow demon bull. Green Bull said, "It seems that the effect is not bad." Li Qingshan slammed into the green bull, and the right paw slid down. The claws were like scimitars, shining in the darkness. Green Bull didn't sneak, the smile didn't change. Little Anne slammed up and slammed Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan trembled and grabbed her hands. "I'm sorry, elder brother bull, I don't know what happened to me." The heart is filled with explosives. Any anger and dissatisfaction will ignite and trigger a killing. Although Green Bull has his suspicions, he has long had this awareness. Just like the legend, those who trade with the devil have to pay for the power. Although cruel, fair, there should be no complaints. And Green Bull also proved that the divine ability taught him is not a general spread, but in terms of the effect of body refining. This divine ability really reached an incredible degree. A few months. It made his body reach an incredible intensity. Green Bull said, "Your heart is not enough to control your magic, but it has already surprised me to do this." You are right, although born out of 9 bulls and 2 tigers Taoism body refining divine ability. But this is no longer 9 bulls and 2 tigers. There is no divine ability, it can make human race a demon. Now, what should I do? Is there any way to restore my human form? Li Qingshan didn't want to spend a lifetime in the deep forest. It's very simple. As long as you have a heavenly tribulation and become monster general, the foundation establishment realm in human race, you can shape it. How long? Fast words. 100 years. What? Li Qingshan reared light flashed. Can I live for 100 years? Do not worry, after you turn into demon, your life will increase greatly. Li Qingshan's teeth rubbed, just as he was about to endure rushing killing intent. Green Bull said, "But there is no other way." Li Qingshan said, "What?" Green Bull said, "I will teach you a divine ability. Right, you are not a complete demon now." Li Qingshan said, "After repairing this divine ability, can it become a complete demon?" Green Bull laughed and said nothing. Li Qingshan knew that he could only go black in one way. The fire is still burning. Li Qingshan and Little Anne Four Eyes met, said, "Okay, now we are not human, and only you do not deny me. It is really the same disease." Big Brother Molaf's 2 brothers. Little Anne's desperate nod means that Li Qingshan is not disgusted. Li Qingshan said, "Don't say it, hurry up cultivation. Let Little Anne take the corpse capital on the mountain to cultivation, recover the injury," and Li Qingshan also conducted a search. From Hall Master Wu, I found a bottle of spirit medicine that I didn't finish eating. He ate his head and his body recovered. From the 6th student Wai Dan Dong, I found a spirit talisman. I saw the pattern exactly the same as that of Liu Grui. It should also be Bree's talisman, who improved the speed. He also found the divine symbol he used from Yang Xin. It looks really rich. LV Tingrui's sword is still complete. The aura is also very bright, little, and that sword, after the battle, the aura is very bleak, unbearable, just used as a replacement. Finally, I found 4 full spirit talisman from Feng Jiang, all of which were able to set fire, and a bottle of healing spirit medicine. It was much better to see the aura than Hall Master Wu, and he was carefully taken care of. Li Qingshan threw all the bodies into the sea of fire, and saw that the fire was not strong enough. He did not hesitate to take out a fire charm. The fire symbol floated in the air and could not be sent out. Green Bull said, "Monster Cheers, you can't make talisman and spirit artifact unless you can refining it." Li Qingshan tried the cursive sword script again, and he did not respond to the monster chi he injected. He refused to accept it. Needless to say, he has no refining ability at all, and he can only collect it first. At this time, Little An repaired the scars and repaired the bones, but the bones returned to white say, but it was not pale, but a bit of glory, and his divine ability was a new building. Seeing that the fire is getting smaller, Little An suddenly opens the mouth, and the squirting blood is like a squirting blood. The blood of the corpses is like ignited oil. It ignites a few high blood flames, even the orange flame that has been overwhelmed. The ruins of the bottom are destroyed. It is a magic spell, cremation blood flame endow of the beautiful bones that can ignite flesh and blood. Once it is touched, it will die, become a corpse, and it will be burned out. So it is called burning the body. The terrible thing is better than the ordinary fire charm. Peas, yesterday closed the doors and windows, stunned for a night, really like a steamer. But finally it feels much better, but there is still a bit of pain in the Xung mouth. Thank you for your concern. I will try to code the word _caret. C. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 88. Chapter 30. Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets. Li Qingshan can't help but sigh. Now the ordinary first-class master is definitely not its opponent. It is really fast and there is no bottleneck, as long as he gives him enough time and sacrifice. No one knows how strong he can be. Blood inflammation burned the bones, swayed in the air, and returned to Little An's mouth. The flame in his eye sockets was brighter, as if the blood energy of these people was all absorbed into blood. Everything was packed. Li Qingshan greeted Little An, jumped over his shoulder, and the two disappeared on the mountain. Li Qingshan ran rampantly between the mountain forests. The tall trees were now short. When they encountered trees blocking the road, he sometimes avoided it. He ran into the past and shattered the trunk. He gave birth to a tree in the forest. The way. Not only the change of strength and speed, his 5 senses reached an unprecedented peak. All the scenes in the forest are so clear and clear. Even in the mountain forest in the late winter, there is a different kind of moving color. And all the sounds are so clear. Thick snow and the attempt, a little rabbit's slight breathing, is clearly introduced into the ear, and heaven and earth are full of life. He is like a returning to the original savage, cheering for everything in this nature, like a honey filled into the heart, as if this is his world, his paradise. When the body changes, the mind seems to change. He suddenly feels that it is not a bad thing to send love to the mountains. But when he looked at Little An on his shoulder, he immediately recovered. He still had a lot of unfinished appointments to complete, to help him recover, and to send him back home. Little An also looked at Li Qingshan strangely. Li Qingshan smiled and thanked him in his heart. After Green Bull taught dicking ability to Li Qingshan, it disappeared again. Li Qingshan kept on foot, but in his heart he was silently aware of the mystery. The name of the second divine ability, called Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets, is the opposite of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. It is a divine ability of chi refining and a 9th layer, as long as it is made into first layer. He will be able to restore the human form and converge on monster chi and return to human race world. This divine ability, just after Li Qingshan monster chi has a certain foundation, can cultivation. Let him have a feeling, these divine ability that Green Bull gave him, layer by layer, interlocking. Every step has been expected in the end. It is all for the basis of the future. What is the purpose of Green Bull? He doesn't understand it, but in short it is not like any malicious. This is not only because of trust, but also because of his humbleness. I am afraid there is nothing worthy of Green Bull's malicious things. And Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets just realized that Li Qingshan stopped to meditate cultivation. The chaotic monster chi gradually gathered, and operated according to a certain pattern, and even his restless heart seemed to be in the cultivation process. It became calm. Unlike the cultivation bull demon tiger demon, the unruliness of the boxing violent. He suddenly realized that a divine ability can affect a temperament, and Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets is precisely to neutralize the impact of bull demon tiger demon. The Spirit Turtle is the legendary divine beast. 4 heavens pillar-like giants step into the sea, like the 4 sea god needles, which can calm the waves of the sea and the waves. Although the Spirit Turtle has great power, its temperament is very gentle. Like the high monk meditation, extremely patient and unobtrusive. As long as you make the first layer, you can learn the Spirit Turtle aura control, converge the whole body monster chi, and suppress the bull demon tiger demon, so that he can restore the human form again. However, the speed of this divine ability cultivation, as Spirit Turtle's temperament, is very slow. He estimated that if you want to practice Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets to first layer, it will take at least a year. For the calculation of the unit, it is also necessary to say closed door cultivation in the mountains for 10 years and 8 years. If it is more than 2 or 30 years, it is possible. Although it takes a lot of time to rob Monster General, it is really embarrassing. But the cultivation of demon has always been 100 years. If you don't have a few hundred years of cultivation, you are embarrassed to say hello. Nowadays, only the preparations for a protracted war are ready. The sound of the water roared like a thunder. Li Qingshan and Little One once again came to their last cultivation, in front of the waterfall that fell several tens of feet. I am going to retreat here for a while. Since it is called Spirit Turtle Sea Suppressing Secrets, it is natural that there is no shortage of water. Li Qingshan's ear moved, faintly, and heard the song. He narrowed his eyes and saw that in a white mist, a good woman was looming, and her back was facing her head, as if she was taking a shower. Can I have this kind of affair? Li Qingshan just got this idea. It feels very weird. The waterfall sounds so big. The ordinary people are yelling. They must be covered by the sound of water, but the song is like a needle, piercing all the noise, clear and incomparable. The impact of the waterfall water flow is so huge that even the original one can't stand directly under the waterfall, and the petite figure is as easy as washing the shower. The delicate figure is looming in the mist, and it is extremely impressive. Li Qingshan can't pay attention to what is not to be seen, so strange things always have to see clearly, but it is doomed that he is not so good. Just step forward. The song stopped suddenly, and the girl looked back, revealing a pair of green hazelnuts and disappearing into the waterfall. Li Qingshan heart warning sign dashing, desperate to leap forward, only to feel the wind behind him, a few sharp pain behind him. His impervious to sword or spear skin, actually was cut through the air, fast. His body shape just arrived in the air, and he was about to fly into the waterfall. A jade hand grabbed his tiger tail and pulled it hard. Come back. Li Qingshan's huge body was pulled back. It seems that there are also bad times for diverse functions. After looking back at the person who was clear, Rao was his mind, and he couldn't help but stay for a while. He grabbed his tail with a strange force. He was a 14-year-old big girl, although he wore clothes, but a bear. The big, amazing green eyes are just the right girl to take a shower in the waterfall. Not surprised at the age or strength of the other person, but on the girl's head, a pair of live cat ears. a black cat tail, swinging behind her. The soul of the otaku who has been silent for many years. At this moment, there is a tendency to break the seal and reawaken. If you just traversed to this world and encountered such a thing from the beginning, he probably would not be like this. If Guyanyin gives him the feeling that beauty is like fantasy, then she is cute like a dream. Li Qingshan looked at her and felt that she loved it again and again. There are so many wonderful things in the world. But in a blink of an eye, I can wake up and be able to turn into an adult-shaped monster, at least monster general level monster. Think about your own life, rather than seeing your own feelings. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 89 Chapter 31, Cat's Pet. The cat girl is also looking at Li Qingshan. What are you, monster? It's weird. Little Un got up and came to the cat girl. The open mouth squirted cremation blood flame. The cat girl's forehead white says crescent impression, shot a bright light, and dissolved blood inflammation. What are you, monster? The cat girl changed her hand with one hand and grabbed the tail of Li Qingshan. She took the big axis and slammed into Little Un and smashed out. Li Qingshan, with Little Un, slammed into the rock wall. Li Qingshan adjusted his body shape and stepped on the rock wall. He landed with Little Un, and the beautiful fantasy disappeared completely. He watched the cat girl with vigilance. She is very strong, at least as strong as Red Eagle Commander Wang Pushi. Thinking of Wang Pushi, he remembered Guyanyin again. Is the cat she is looking for this one? What kind of pet is this? It is clearly a terrible cat monster. The cat girl didn't attack again. It didn't seem to be angry for Li Qingshan's peeping. The green flashes were all curious. You too. It's weird. Li Qingshan calmly said, where is it strange? The cat girl said, you also have a human form. You should have a heavenly tribulation, but it's weak. It's weird. It's so strange that it will be fired. It's weird. Li Qingshan, although monsterification, the shape of the voice changes greatly, but the body shape is still the shape of human race. Li Qingshan shakes the dust on her body. We are just passing by. Please continue. Without hesitation, turn around and leave. Although there was some disappointment in my heart, the original thing that only appeared in the imagination, it appeared in front of me. But with great wisdom and perseverance, he instantly killed the otaku heart, made up his mind, and never related to this cat monster. That is not the area he can touch. But he quickly realized that the cat was curious and it was cat monster. How terrible it was. Give me a stop. See the old lady taking a shower and want to go? The cat girl snorted. Li Qingshan immediately left, walked fast, and ran wildly. However, I forgot a police training. When I met a beast, I must not run. Otherwise I will be chased. The woods quickly receded, blurred into a phantom. Li Qingshan did not dare to stop, suddenly ringing in the ear. He turned his head, only to see the cat girl unhappy and not slow to follow him, the bell at the waist ring. Hey ha ha ha, are you running? Since you can't run, you don't have to run anymore. Li Qingshan stopped in a hurry and calmed down. What do you want to do? The cat girl also stopped, and the green eyes turned, seemingly playing an idea, and circled around Li Qingshan. You come to be my pet. The eyebrows opened and smiled. What? Li Qingshan wondered if she had got it wrong. Did her pet get tired and turned to catch pets? Big Black, what's the name? The cat girl jumped to Li Qingshan's head and grabbed a horn. Momo Little Un's head, you're called Little White. The action is fasting to Pinnacle. Leave a bunch of after image. The change of thinking is also fast to Pinnacle. Li Qingshan said, you can't think about it. I walked through the hall, made a pet, or a pet's pet, and said that I lost the face of the world. The weight of the top of the head suddenly increased, and the cat girl's light figure suddenly became a mountain. Li Qingshan was pressed down on one knee and bowed his head. Big Black, I am not talking to you. Cat girl said, if you agree, you can't treat you with countless benefits. If you don't agree, hey, I don't mind trying. Your taste. Demon's fierceness is unmistakable. Not as cute as it looks. Li Qingshan bared teeth sneered, what good? Cat food? The voice did not fall. A shining pill of medicine pill fell into the mouth, turned into a slice spiritual chi, filled with the body, almost breaking out. With his now more powerful than before, there is also a feeling that he can't accommodate this spiritual chi. Li Qingshan quickly picked up the heart law of spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets and absorbed the spiritual chi. The slow spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets suddenly sprinted for a while, and the spirit medicine is more powerful than the spirit ginsengs spirit wine. Is this all stolen from your master? What? I will not steal my master's things. This is what the master gave me. I have a lot. How tempted. Li Qingshan also knows what it means to be human wine smelly. Concubine you doesn't know what status. Feeding pets are fed with such spicy medicine, which is extravagant to the extreme. But if you really have the help of many of the spirit medicine, he can quickly refine the spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, restore the human form, and return to human race world. I have to say that Ny the radish stick, no matter what people use, no matter who is used, the effect is not bad. Most importantly, he has no right to choose. Li Qingshan said, what do you want me to do? The cat girl is a backflip and falls lightly in front of Li Qingshan. This is right, you are my pet. Of course, what do I want you to do? What do you want to do now? I want you to take me out Verdant province. Li Qingshan, this frog, which had never left the Sunshia city range since childhood, was suddenly shocked by this great ambition. Where do you want to go? Go to Dragon province. How come? Li Qingshan is a bit stunned. Where is Dragon province? You don't know what? You walk along Boundless Mountain and go north, turning over a few thousand mountains. The cat girl raised her eyes to look into the distance. Her eyes suddenly became infinitely distant. Jion's cute face. There is a farther romance and vicissitudes of the practitioners. No longer be a pet of anyone, you must be free as the wind. Li Qingshan actually had a feeling of being shocked, took a deep breath. However, you mean south. Shut up, master, I know. The cat girl was furious and flew up. Li Qingshan raised his hand and blocked it. He still felt the burning pain in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the cat girl and said, I can help you to go to Dragon province, as long as you pay me spiritual pill. Although there are some concerns about Guyaning's pursuit, but he has no room for refusal at the moment, and he is only seeking for wealth. Of course I will feed you, right? What does Little White eat? The cat girl consciously took the owner herself, and then looked at Little Un with a strange look, seemingly guessing what a cockroach would eat. Feeding? Li Qingshan decided not to care about these words. And, I am not your slave. Not a slave, a pet. The cat girl smiled at the cheek of Momo Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan is a stiff, to a deep breath. In short, this is our contract. What is your name? Proud of self-introduction. I don't know why. Little Un heard the name suddenly shocked, and the flames flickered in the middle of the flames. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 90 Chapter 32, Governor Palace Cat. Li Qingshan was keenly aware of his strangeness and asked, Little Un, what happened to you? Little Un just shook his head in vain. Li Qingshan, this is peace of mind. Well, Half Moon, tell me now, why don't you go to Dragon Province yourself? Bring me just to drag it. Call my master. I am being chased. I have to hide my ears. And you are still a road idiot. Li Qingshan certainly can't say that. This answer is not his expectation. Can drive Guyaniying to find a cat for her. The owner of Half Moon Concubine knew, the power is bound to be great. The manpower is utterly more than Guyaniying won. But since it is looking for pets, not criminals, this task seems to be relatively safe. Even if the failure is not a dead end, and the cat is afraid to escape, it will not be a little grasped. In short, it is worth a gamble. Li Qingshan simply said, no problem, Half Moon, but I think we are still doing a training, discussing a good strategy, and then starting. For Guyaniying's terrible five senses, he was impressed, maybe when it is overlooking in the sky. And now it becomes this look, and maybe you will be demonized by the demon. Half Moon forehead blue muscle Lu. I said it is the owner. Yes. Half Moon! Exclamation mark. Half Moon's tail was straight and finally broke out. Li Qingshan grabbed Little An, who had to fight back, letting her kick, but she didn't let go of her teeth. She found that her speed was fast, but the strength was not great. He could still eat these fists. Half Moon vented a pass, but he didn't want to give it a heavy hand. After all, there are still many things to count on Li Qingshan, he said with a cold face. Follow me. With Li Qingshan, he returned to the big waterfall. Then I took Li Qingshan and rushed to the waterfall, passing through the water curtain and slamming into the rock wall. When Li Qingshan thought that he would hit the mountain, the thick rock wall was only the first level phantom, and it was worn in the past. Among them, there is Cave Heaven, a very large immortal cave. Looking at the traces of the stone chisel, it has only recently been opened up. It seems that during this time, she is hiding here. The place that Green Bull chose for Li Qingshan cultivation is indeed a resort. Half Moon took a small flag from the bell, and her cat bell was actually a storage bag. Are you a little jingle? Li Qingshan is eye-catching, and the small flag is agile, and the gods are restrained. It is an extremely rare spirit artifact. The Half Moon will insert the flag into the doorway, and the immortal cave will be firmly sealed, and a trace of spiritual chi monster chi will not flow. Then she took out the say from the bell, first spread a thick piece of animal hair, then put a small piece, and then put on the exquisite tableware that I don't know whether it is ivory or jade carving. Finally, an immortal crane-shaped incense burner was taken out, and the incense was slowly released. These things, all without the aura. The treasure beads shine on the body, with the body spiritual chi running a little faster, and smelling the strange incense, the whole person feels refreshed, linked high clear understanding many. Everything is not a measure of money. This is a pet, it is a princess. It is too extravagant to lose one of her fugitives and be able to prepare for this step. Half Moon sat on the thick carpet and took out a piece of white and rich fish. Open the rice. The fine tableware was useless. She directly started and ate her head. Li Qingshan's stunned eyes, even the fish's flesh glowed with aura. Half Moon looked at him and thought that he was also very jealous in front of his master, but the owner was always very tolerant. He felt that he had risen to the master level. He should have studied it and said, "Big Black, this gives you eat." Li Hongshan forgives Li Qingshan's renxing, and his heart is self-satisfied. Big Black, can't I have a decent name? Li Qingshan has a heart, but he doesn't want to see his real name. Big Black is Big Black. I took a piece of meat and ate it. This meal can no longer be stopped. Although the fish has not undergone any cooking, it is delicious and the entrance is instant, which is better than any food he has ever eaten. And in the lower abdomen, monster chi grows slowly and has the effect of spiral medicine. Originally, he was eating a deer, and he often felt that he was not very full. But after eating only one piece of fish today, he felt his stomach swell. The concubine knew, who is it? Is she not good to you? Half Moon first looked at him with a scornful look, and then used the incomparable God say to say, this world is better than concubine you, who is better for Weya. She is gorgeous and powerful. I just arrived. When she was around, even a monster couldn't be counted. She took a lot of spiritual pill medicine for me. Then you still escape? Don't interrupt me. Half Moon glanced at Li Qingshan with disappointment, his eyes getting bigger and scary, his hands holding his cheeks. But, that person is too sticky. Always have to hold me all day. Even if you don't sleep, you said, can you stand it? Li Qingshan's heart, if concubine Yu is as noble and beautiful as she said, it's just too happy to be too late. I looked at Half Moon again. Even if you are like this, I can accept it. Forget it. You don't understand it. Seeing that you have a little wisdom, not as stupid as a normal monster, but you can't realize such a profound and complex feeling, freedom. Do you understand the meaning of this word? Half Moon said from the self, and did not let Li Qingshan answer. The two cats moved. In a pile of narcissism full of narcissism, Li Qingshan still found the message he wanted. In Verdant Province, He was qualified to be called a sly person. Only the wife of Verdant provincial governor, King Chu Lai. Verdant provincial governor's rights cover this 30,000-mile Verdant province, and the half moon escaped from the provincial governor palace, so only flee to other states. Li Qingshan recalled a Verdant province map. Provincial governor palace is on the south side. Why don't you go south, but come to the north? Half Moon said, what do you know? The southern mist province is a land of wasteland. Where do I go to drink the northwest wind? Dragon province is a good place, but the imperial court is where you can't think of the country soil monster. The pavilion of the pavilion and the jade food. Li Qingshan, even if there are those things, others will not give you. When you are a giant panda, you can live on world. Half Moon said, you know, I am going to go to Empress Nine-Tailed Fox, which is the head of 10 Sides Monster King. It is gorgeous and powerful. C. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 91 Chapter 33, Soaring Dragon Elder. Li Qingshan grinned, and she was almost deceived by her. What is the pursuit of freedom? It is clear that it is a good life, and I have thought about a more extravagant life. I would like to ask about Empress Nine-Tailed Fox and 10 Sides Monster King. She has already turned around and returned to how cute she is. She was taken by Empress Nine-Tailed Fox and invited her to Dragon Province. Li Qingshan is not allowed to interrupt at all, until she said that she was tired of saying, it's not early, sleep. Take out an oversized cat basket from the bell, covered with thick velvet, and she huddled in comfort. Li Qingshan said, now it is still day. Half Moon waved out the orb, the day is for sleeping, we are leaving at night. Li Qingshan looked at her sleep state. Long eyelashes overlap, Kyung nose slightly tilted, lips closed. The huddled posture is more and more petite and exquisite. It lacks the arrogance of the ordinary day. It seems to be so weak, and people can't help but give birth to the impulse to protect from the heart. He shook his head violently. Now, when it is not to appreciate the beauty, the other party is not the object that she needs to protect and pursue. To a certain extent, it is still hostile, so you can be confused by her, or be vigilant. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Little An. He felt that today's experience was too strange. He looked at the girl in the cat basket and went to the corner of Immortal Cave to continue to painstaking cultivation. Spirit Turtle Sea suppressing secrets. Little An also sat down beside him to meditate. Half Moon flipped a few turns in the cat basket and suddenly said, Big Black, sing a song. No. Li Qingshan said, what do you want to use? Half Moon opened his eyes. Let me go. Oh, I will teach you. Li Qingshan, I haven't had time to talk. Half Moon sang herself, small, oh, sleep. The light singing voice floated in the hole. Although it was very pleasant, Li Qingshan snorted and was clearly the lullaby of the child. Concubine Yu was probably the kind of cat who took the cat as a child, but spit it out from her mouth. It is extremely pleasant and has a delicate taste. Little Anne listened, the blood in the smoldering, the heart is endless, but the partiality is like the first level peeling film, cannot understand how this feeling comes from. Let's sing, you sing. I didn't remember, you can sing it again. Li Qingshan said, I can't sing this song if I am a 10-footed man. I can't remember this simple. Li Qingshan said, I am monster in the country, stupid and stupid, of course I don't understand anything, I can't remember anything. Half Moon sang again with patience, but the result was still the same. Li Qingshan still couldn't remember. Half Moon wanted to be angry. Luba turned, holding a spiritual pill, and smiled. If you sing, there is spiritual pill. Eat. Small, hey, go to sleep. Li Qingshan immediately sang and sang. There is a good reason why not sing, but the art is not sold. The great leader said that the working people are the most glorious. However, his voice is low and dumb, like a metal trembling, coupled with the force to pull out. A good lullaby is the sing of rock and roll. Don't sing, noisy. Half Moon threw spiritual pill into Li Qingshan's mouth. Li Qingshan smiled, swallowed spiritual pill, and continued to meditate on cultivation. He didn't know the name of this spiritual pill, but the effect of each spiritual pill was as remarkable to him as it was incredible. For ordinary people, even cultivators, these spiritual pills are probably extremely difficult treasures. It's a godsend to get a handful of scorpions today. Half Moon was noisy by his noisy, curiously said, "What is your appearance?" "Let me guess. Your mother is a tiger, your father is a cow." Li Qingshan did not answer. How do you feel like how to listen to people, but think that she is also an animal, but can only endure? If your father is a tiger, is your mother a cow? Li Qingshan reluctantly. Half Moon said, "I said, no wonder you can be transformed so weakly. It turns out that your parents are monster, and they should all be weak monster. Right, where are they going?" Li Qingshan said calmly, "Dead. It is the parents of this life who think of it." Half Moon was silent. "I'm sorry." Silence for a while. "Me too." Li Qingshan looked at it with surprise, and Half Moon said, "Sleep." Turned back and turned his back to him. Li Qingshan sighed softly and whispered softly, "Kitten cat, licking cat, sleeping." Half Moon cats move little and also listens quietly, and there is no other sound in the whole. 100 miles away, a negative swordsman descended from the sky and landed on the Dragon Gate Hill, looking at the collapsed building, frowning. His grey hair was bundled into a bun, with a beard, a meticulous trim, and a pair of eyes with a god. But the gods were restrained and the light was not revealed. It looks like the so-called soaring dragon sword, which is similar to the 7 or 8, but he is no longer the lonely Jianghu swordsman, and the soaring dragon elder of Hidden Sword Palace. His eyes closed, the brow wrinkled tighter, leaving Peachwood Prayer Divine Sword. Did not even kill the enemy. Peachwood Prayer Divine Sword is the secret of Hidden Sword Palace. It needs the Towerwood Sword to be enshrined by incense and fire. It can't be interrupted for a day. It is accumulated over a long period of time and brings together the power of wish power. Once used, the power is unstoppable. Soaring Dragon Elder decided to put the matter aside for a while, and Dragon Gate sect was just a scent of incense that he left when he traveled secularly. He had been in the blink of an eye for 100 years, and he was not very concerned about it. If you are going to find the person out, you will kill it with a sword. He was about to leave. Suddenly his pupils shrank, and looked sharply. A white figure descended from the sky. Yanning smiled and said, "Soaring Dragon Elder, long time no see." There is no smile in the heart. Hidden Sword Palace sent a golden core elder's shot. It is a bit tricky. Verdant Province 2, Concubine Yu. Concubine Ming, like the life and death enemies, Concubine Ming is from the Hidden Sword Palace, but there is no chance to let the other side feel good. Soaring Dragon Elder said, "It turned out to be the name of the arrest. How come to this remote place?" He was equally alert. Verdant Province White Eagle Commander. She is the most difficult to deal with, and has always been personally with Concubine Yu very close, partial and tough in the background, cannot easily turn face. Yanning said, "I was asked by Concubine Yu to do a small thing, but I met Soaring Dragon Elder. You are about to invite you to have a drink. She has made up her mind to change the old man. Let the cat escape to Dragon Province. For so many years, this cat has already caused her a lot of trouble. I really don't want to see her again." However, considering Concubine Yu's mood, I couldn't help but sigh. At that time, my father could only negotiate with Empress Nine-Tailed Fox. Peas, the body is slightly slag. The update is slightly slowed down. Please forgive me. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 92 Chapter 34, all the way to the north. I don't have this kind of leisure, Commander Ga, please. Soaring Dragon Elder has to keep controlling. Yanning's figure flashed and blocked in front of him. The smile on his face has disappeared. Soaring Dragon Elder is so old, why bother to poison a kitten, Concubine Yu, after losing the child? This is all the cat talks with masturbation. Does Hidden Sword Palace really have to fight Profound Yin sect? Our Hidden Sword Palace, all the past, follow the purpose of the Demon Guardian. Demon ghosts, Everyone has it. Soaring Dragon Elder decided that this was to kill the cat monster and defeat the ghost woman's mind. And the cat monster should carry a lot of spiritual pill, or even magical artifact, which is a huge fortune, and he wouldn't let it go. Before he left, he had a glimpse of Elder of Heavenly Mystery. It shows that this trip will be a success, and it will be able to break a piece of grievances, with a near-winning grasp. Finally, the self-professional provincial governor came out to mediate. Profound Yin sect may not have the decision to fight with Hidden Sword Palace, to human race sect. How could it be for a cat monster? Yaning's look changed, and the golden light flashed in the middle. Sneer, Hidden Sword Palace is so good, why not go to dragon slaying in Ink Sea, kill the first monster king in Verdant Province? Just blindly bully. Soaring Dragon Elder said, this is what our palace lord has to care about. The voice has not fallen. One with the sword draws a long rainbow, flying through the sky, fast as lightning. Yanning Jin Guangwang disappeared, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not shoot. Slightly sigh, Hidden Sword Palace's sword technique. The pursuit of sword Dao pinnacle, not fake foreign objects. The killing power is also extraordinary, far from the ordinary golden core cultivator can match. Not to be forced, she is not willing to fight with it. Now, only before him, to find the cat. I can only hope that this six-puppet technique can be a little more spiritual, and that Ink Feather can help. In Boundless Mountain, as long as any monster, seeing the cat, she can know the fastest. First Soaring Dragon Elder step, should not be a problem. I don't know how long it took. Li Qingshan opened his eyes again. The hole was dark, no gorgeous carpets and delicate incense burners, empty. Everything that Bai Hao has experienced seems to be not true. The sound of the waterfall is close at hand, deafening, revealing the moist water vapor and Huagyang, and it looks strange and quiet. He greeted Little An, walked out of the cave, passed through the water curtain hanging down the waterfall, and a round of moonlight. Half Moon sat on a large rock, looking up at the moonlight night, covered in first level Wu. The forehead of the Hook group dark, suddenly smiled back. Big Black, you wake up, it's time to go. Li Qingshan bowed, nodded, and then her figure suddenly appeared on the head of Li Qingshan. After image remained in place, and did not dissipate for a long time. Is this? This is not something that can be done quickly. Transformed and idiot. The voice came from the top of the head, but Li Qingshan looked into the water, but she didn't see her figure. Is this again? Moon concealment technique is stupid. Li Qingshan suddenly understands that it is no wonder that she can escape so far in the chasing and interception, teleportation and stealth. There are several people who can catch her by these two strokes. Do you go in stealth and go north? Once you use monster chi, you will be discovered. Or why should I take you with you? Can't you leave? Half Moon is impatient. Li Qingshan jumped out of the pool, selected the direction and headed north. The Boundless Mountain vein, like a dragon, from southwest to northeast, spans thousands of miles. Mountains and forests, and cliffs and dangerous rocks, is the human race restricted area. Li Qingshan looked at the mountain for 10 years, but it was still so deep in the first time. The vegetation was dense and the trees were all looking at the towering trees. The crown of the trees stretched the sky tightly, because it was winter. The leaves were withered. The moonlight falls, and the more and more quiet and quiet. Because of the fear of the noise, it was discovered that it affected the escape plan. So Li Qingshan did not go very fast, but after he changed his body shape, he easily crossed the distance by a few feet, so he did not, it seems, slow. Previous life. Although it is otaku who does not leave home, but often yearning for the life of his best friend, this life has finally realized this dream. Although the way of achieving it is somewhat strange, he does not feel bored when he enjoys the scenery of the mountains. But he was not bored. But Half Moon was boring and dying, and kept muttering, two. Jumping from his head to the left shoulder, jumping from the left shoulder to the right shoulder, huddled with Little An. Teased Little An. Little An didn't like her very much. She also fled on Li Qingshan. Although both of them were very light, Li Qingshan felt like two monkeys on her body. After a while, she couldn't bear it. You give me peace. Point. Do you dare to talk to the owner? Half Moon slammed Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan screamed and rushing forward with a sultry voice. Stupid big black, forget it, don't bully you. Half Moon touched Li Qingshan's head and smiled, and the copper bell-like laughter was spreading across the forest. When it was boring, Half Moon rummaged around Li Qingshan and soon found Li Qingshan's cursive sword script hidden in thick scarlet hair. Li Qingshan had no time to stop it, or it was useless to stop it. He opened the axis brush and the aura was revealed. The Half Moon was also shocked by the sword intent, and he patted his chest and put the cursive sword script in his hand. The look that turned over and over was exactly the same as when Li Qingshan got it. It was also a blunt face. You still have this kind of thing. This is the spirit artifact that human race can use. I think you are quite a god. Li Qingshan said, this is mine. Your is mine. Let's say that you are a rare thing. This master magical artifact magical treasure has seen a lot. A spirit artifact. Half Moon smashed Li Qingshan, then played locust tree. Wooden the edge of the sign has been burned, and it looks unappealing. This is what it is doing, not a little spiritual chi. The engraver is still so bad. Nanan, what does this mean? When time. Li Qingshan touched his waist, and it was empty. He hadn't had time to say anything. Little An reached out and won the wooden sign. How could the Half Moon make him stunned and swayed away? Little An didn't willing to give up. Half Moon turned away from Little An's several attacks. Spirit artifact, you are not so anxious. Tell me what this is doing. I will give it back to you. Li Qingshan stopped Little An. This is an appointment. What is the agreement? Li Qingshan, although she did not want to say it, knew that she was curiosity and would not give up until she reached the goal. I promised to send him home. His home is in the south. Half Moon bowed. I can't see it. You are pretty good at your pet. He is not my pet. Return to you. Half Moon threw the wooden sign to Little An, and Little An took it seriously. She jumped on his head again. His fingertips popped out of his claws, and he carved on his horn. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 93. Chapter 35, The Depths of the Sky. What are you doing? Li Qingshan, this pair of bullhorn is harder than stainless steel, hard-burned, and feels that the bones are shaking and numb. Don't move. Half Moon said. Li Qingshan was desperately moving, and she reached out and grabbed it, but she was so dexterous that she did not let Li Qingshan catch it. After a while, okay. Then she took out a bronze mirror and gave Li Qingshan a photo. Li Qingshan saw his own pair of bull horns, one left and one right, engraved with the words North Moon. I paint again and wake up a bit more, so that is my agreement. Half Moon smirked. You give me to die. Li Qingshan thundered. When the sky was nearing the light, I found a natural cave to rest. Li Qingshan cold face, reaching out. Spiritual pill. Half Moon smiled and said, hey, don't be angry, come, open your mouth. With spiritual pill, he refused to put it in Li Qingshan palm. Four eyes met. After a while, Li Qingshan opened her mouth and slammed it into her hand. Senbai's long teeth were like a blade, not to mention her slender wrist, even if the steel frame was broken. Half Moon shrinks. Li Qingshan only eats spiritual pill, and then touches Li Qingshan's head. It's fierce. Li Qingshan ate spiritual pill and meditated on cultivation to continue cultivation. Spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets. In addition to cultivation, he took the mirror and touched the two words on the bullhorn. He sighed and wondered if he could erase it. He still doesn't know at the moment that these two words are not only an appointment, but also the name of a generation of Monster King. So for a few days, the three men crouched out, and the Half Moon was bored with the bullying of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was useless, but he was only allowed to listen. Anyway, as long as spiritual pill eats, the cultivation base is growing. And I am afraid that there will be no turning over the day of the master. These days, Li Qingshan also learned a lot about monster from Half Moon. Monster Core did not produce Monster Core. It is often mentally inferior and can only be regarded as a powerful beast. It can only be called monster if it is formed into an inner core. Monster also has equal order divisions. Like human race, it takes heavenly tribulation to pass through heavenly tribulation. It is called Monster General. It passes through second heavenly tribulation, which is Monster Marshal. It passes through third heavenly tribulation. In order to call it Monster King, reach the level of 10 sides Monster King. 10 sides Monster King has a number of Monster Marshal Monster Generals. Although the territorial division is slightly different from the administrative division of human race, there are similarities. Monster King of Verdant Province is Inx's Dragon King. Half Moon is the Monster General level monster. It has just entered the field of this world power. The strength is already fierce. Li Qingshan can't imagine even the Monster Marshal Monster King on it. What is realm? But it seems to be burning. A flame, whether it is a person or a demon, always want to be the strongest, cannot be stepped on the head. At this time, Half Moon was humming, standing on Li Qingshan's head, clutching Li Qingshan's two corners and ascending. Li Qingshan couldn't imagine pinching her in the palm, listening to her soft voice called the Master's Scene, but there was a flame in the lower abdomen, but it was more than fighting spirit. Li Qingshan, with such ambition, arrogant, imaginative, a hurricane rushing down from the treetops, a bloody mouth swallowing him. The Half Moon in stealth is the first to bear the brunt. She will feel free to draw, the reaction is too slow. In the midair, draw a silver arc. A snake-sized snake head fell, and the blood spewed out. It was actually a giant python hiding in the forest. Li Qingshan avoids the blood, and looks up at the snake body wrapped around the trunk. It is dozens of feet long and the color is like a tree trunk. If you don't look at it, you can't see it. It's a living maniac disaster, though I have seen a lot of strange things, but I still can't help but sigh. This world has such a terrible creature. If you go to the village of human race, you can easily kill everyone. Li Qingshan smelled monster chi on the snake, knowing that this is the so-called monster. His martial arts novels have never been seen. Immediately went to the tree to take the snake gallbladder, only to find that the snake's skin is extremely tough, without monster power perfusion. It took a lot of money to break open. It is conceivable that if this monster is alive, how terrible it is. Just choose the wrong target and be killed by Half Moon. Grasping the black stinky snake gall, Li Qingshan in the spirit of cultivation is not afraid of suffering. In the eyes of Little Unshocked, swallowed his eyes closed. Do you swallow the poison pouch? Half Moon said strangely. What, poison pouch? Li Qingshan's face changed, the originally blue face, but also become iron blue. Heartbeat acceleration, poison gas attack. To put it bluntly, Li Qingshan has never done anything to take the snake gallbladder in his life. How can he pass through a game without a teacher and become a wild survivor? Ha 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 ha. Half Moon laughed and fell to the ground. See Li Qingshan being poisoned to the ground, and took a ball from the snake body and stuffed it into Li Qingshan's mouth. No, this is a snake. Li Qingshan was already stiff and swallowed, and the poison gas was only slightly relieved. Half Moon took out a spirit medicine from the bell. This is a poisonous pill. Li Qingshan lay down for a while, and waited for the drug to gradually evaporate before she sat up, worried about Little'n. I'm fine. Half Moon also found a spiritual pill to give him. This is a reward. What reward? It's so funny. I'll continue to work hard in the future to make my owner happy. So, Li Qingshan ironed his face and accepted the medicine pill. Little Anne spits out the cremation blood flame and soon incinerated the giant beast, which is a revenge for Li Qingshan. Blood inflammation burns the python, leaving only a snake bone, swaying in the air, and returning to his mouth. The blood energy of these monsters is strong and strong. Even if 100 people can't add up, it is very beneficial to his Tao of the beautiful bones. Half Moon looks dazed. It turns out that Little White, You eat this. Li Qingshan looked in his eyes and thought about helping him find some blood food. With the deepening of the boundless mountain veins, the trees are getting taller and taller, and Li Qingshan's taller body often feels small. There are more and more monsters encountered along the way, and all kinds of births that exist only in legends and imaginations appear in front of him. The wingspan is more than 10 feet, and the big bird around the wind and thunder is flying in the sky. On the back is a ghost-faced, table-sized spider, woven into a spider like a football field in a dozen towering ancient trees. But fortunately not everyone will rush to attack them, such as a leopard, 1 person tall, after watching for a while, then choose to turn around and leave. Although not too high wisdom, but these monsters know better than human race. Weak, very cautious, never launch an attack at will. They are not monsters in the game, but living creatures. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 94. Chapter 35, Innate Divine Ability. At this time, Li Qingshan is not willing to live more than right and wrong, and the monsters who dare to attack Li Qingshan are all amazing, and the half-moon has become more cautious, no longer free to shoot. Carefully converge monster chi. Li Qingshan often has to go through a bitter battle before he can get on the road. In a field fight, he has become more and more able to fight for good warfare. To deal with these terrible monsters, there are not so many tricks and tricks. Most of the time, they need to be forced to break through hard horses. But also encountered a lot of extremely difficult to deal with the monster. But also thanks to Little Un's cremation blood flame, repeatedly made a lot of power, burned a lot of monsters, more powerful than Li Qingshan. This divine ability, at the beginning it does not show up, and the more it goes back, the more powerful it is. With the burning of many monsters, the cremation blood flame has become more and more fierce. Wherever you go, you are invincible, often weak and strong. And the half-moon is also frequently seen. I don't know what divine ability magic spell is. It seems to have a restraining effect on all living creatures with flesh and blood. But Little Ann can't speak, she can't ask anything. Li Qingshan only pushes his original, and then Little Ann can't reshape the flesh. It seems that he must be sacrificed by human race. There is no way. You can only wait for yourself to restore your human form. But all the way, they have never met the monster general class, even the monster core monster. Not Li Qingshan. Luck is good enough. Many times, Li Qingshan is moving forward, half-moon will suddenly stop or a turning point. Demon, like a beast, also has its hunting area, which is something that ordinary people can detect. Half-moon can sharpen the gap and change the strength and weakness of monster chi, and then bypass some dangerous areas. In many cases, it is almost always along the edge of the invisible territory, and Li Qingshan is responsible for grasping the big direction. All the way to stop and go, the relationship between them is quite harmonious, or Li Qingshan's tolerance is much stronger. With the cultivation of spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, he feels his own heart, gradually once settled. This is thanks to the spiritual pill and the fascinating appearance of the half-moon, which greatly increases the tolerance of Li Qingshan, or can't bear it. Of course, the one that encourages his cultivation now is no longer just a human form, but also the appearance of a cat called the Master. According to the theory that the white swan in the distance is not as good as the braised pork in the vicinity, Yaning's idea of being a wife is naturally relegated to the post. The half-moon is a redroasted meat, and it is a feast for the toti. Both of them stood in front of him to let him choose. He was really embarrassed. He repeatedly compared it many times and did not come up with an answer. The frog is still on the ground, and it begins to entangle and eat, knowing how the swan is good, and considering the 12 ways of eating the swan. So with this kind of ignorant, Li Qingshan is full of hope for the future. Unconsciously, many days passed, and this day, half-moon suddenly said in the ear of Li Qingshan, "Stop." Li Qingshan paused and followed the professor's method of spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets to converge. A heavy footstep, from far and near, a dinosaur-like monitor lizard walked in front of them. If it is a real dinosaur, Li Qingshan is not afraid of it, but the giant lizard squirts a chill in the mouth, wherever the grass is turned into an ice sculpture. Good monster chi. Li Qingshan also learned a lot, such as monster chi to judge the strength of the opponent. When the ice lizard walks past, Half Moon is bizarre. How did you do it? Can you converge the breath so thoroughly? Is this your innate divine ability? But you are not yet married into monster core. Are you also a spirit beast? I don't know, just hold your breath. Li Qingshan already knows that monster doesn't pursue the ever-changing magic spell like human race, but constantly digs its own strength, cultivation, innate divine ability, although it lacks flexibility and change. But the general power is enormous. Innate divine ability isn't born, it needs to be built into monster core to wake up, and it's powerful, and even awakens more innate divine ability. The Moon Concealment Technique and Moon Concealment Technique are the innate divine ability of Half Moon, which is a rare move and hidden divine ability. She is probably not a normal cat monster, but a kind of savvy cat. Cut! Li Qingshan said insincerely, let Half Moon dismissively, but never ask deeply, for monster. Its divine ability is often reluctant to tell others, but in her eyes, Li Qingshan more and more looks like a god. Then rainbow of light crossed the sky, as the sword gazed back and forth across the earth. Li Qingshan was sharp-eyed and saw the figure in the rainbow at a glance. Soaring Dragon Elder also saw Li Qingshan on the ground. Monster General? But Monster Chi is too weak. The monster with human form is still relatively rare. What is that? He also saw Little An next to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked at the sword like a sword, and his heart was shocked, as if divine sword was hanging over his head, the next moment could fall off his head. This is the sword fairy. Although I have seen Ge Yanying's elegant posture, but I really see the legendary sword fairy. His heart is still full of shock. Who has not dreamed of sword controlling flying across the sky? Then he suddenly remembered his current identity and appearance, demon. If the sword fairy fell from the sky, how should he deal with it? It was not until Cheng Hong passed without a stagnation that Li Qingshan was relieved. Soaring Dragon Elder believed that there was something to be done and would not spend time on this little demon. The Half Moon is even more breathable, and I have to say, oh, it's hidden sword palace. Fortunately, my Moon Concealment Technique is amazing, otherwise it will be finished. Of course, there is also your bit-by-bit credit. Wait for your spiritual pill to eat. Touching Li Qingshan's head, if she is on her own, she has now been discovered. What hidden sword palace is that person coming to you? Li Qingshan didn't feel good. This task was more dangerous than he thought. The Half Moon is also not concealed. About concubine Yu and concubine Ming contradict each other. Li Qingshan's face is even more ugly. He feels hot with spiritual pill. It is the famous Verdant province big man. He is involved in this small person. Among these whirlpools, there are really a few lives that are not enough. Half Moon encouraged the morale. Don't be so worried, as long as you flee to Dragon Province. Give this old guy courage, he dare not chase it. When the time is high, the cat flies, the sea-wide cat, ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan doesn't have such optimism as her, but it is also on the string. No matter how dangerous the road ahead, I can only bet on it. Half Moon suddenly smiles and reveals a serious look like never before. If I say, if it is really discovered, Big Black, you will rush to bite him. No matter how he kills you, you don't let go. I will take the opportunity to escape, and I will practice divine ability in the future and take revenge for you. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 95 Chapter 36 Incorrectly Licking the Mouse. I was not a human being, what is my conscience? Can you eat? Hey, you finally admit that I am your master. Half Moon smiled and coughed twice. As long as you yell the master to save you, I am sure we'll protect you. Li Qingshan said. Wu Ning died. Half Moon said, it's not so cute, it will be abandoned by the owner. Li Qingshan said, please abandon me. Disputed to re-enter the road, but it seems to be in the heart of the first level shadow. Li Qingshan the next action, it became more and more careful. Try to walk the deep forest dense place. encounter the monster can also avoiding, never love. With the depth of his spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets, the method of temperament is getting stronger and stronger, and often the sensible monsters walked by him, but there was no gap between them. Half Moon admire himself to choose the right one, and in his hands, spiritual pill does not hesitate to feed Li Qingshan, but this is mostly because of the big hands and feet, and Li Qingshan always feels that she is going to raise her fat, so take it. Meat shield. Finally, I walked peacefully for many days, Half Moon said. It is not far from Dragon Province. When the daylight falls, the three people rest in a natural cave. This is not a closed cave, but an endless darkness. The wind with yin cold blows out. I don't know where to connect. Half Moon is resting in the cat basket. Li Qingshan and Little An are on the side of cultivation. The hustle and bustle of the voice came from subterranean world, getting closer and closer. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, but he saw that Half Moon had got up and erected two cat ears. Obviously he heard the movement. There is monster chi. In the darkness, countless eyes are lit up, densely packed, and the sound of countless caco is heard, making people's heart chilly. There are monsters coming out of subterranean world, and there is more than one. Li Qingshan has long been accustomed to such a life, guarding with Little An, and the Half Moon consciously hides his figure. The mouse rushed through the depths of the cave. Ra Qingshan was used to all kinds of monsters. When he saw this scene, he was also a big frown. However, this is only the beginning. The rats drilled in the caves are getting bigger and bigger. Small is like a dog, big is more like a bear. The cave was instantly annihilated by the mouse's ocean, up and down, packed with all kinds of mice, all staring at Li Qingshan. The sound of the molars, even into a piece, reverberating in the cave, making people cautious. Li Qingshan calm and fearless, here is the nemesis in them. And then feel the Half Moon on the body. There is some trembling. Low voice sneer. Are you afraid of rats? Too disgusting. What place you chose to break. Dear, hurry and kill it. Half Moon in the provincial governor palace. I have seen this kind of thing. Li Qingshan is full of malicious words. Is this not your favorite food? Just take the dinner. You can quickly eat it. Revenge, resentment and complaints. As for the place, I am afraid that there is no choice. The strength of these mice is far better than that of ordinary mice. I am afraid that the entire area has been opened up as a mouse hole. No matter which place you choose, it is inevitable at their doorstep. I at you first. Li Qingshan didn't feel the voice, it hurts the ear. Half Moon bites his ear, but in addition to feeling the sharp pain caused by the teeth, but also feels the warm lips and tongue, there is a bit of experience. I don't have that kind of hobby. Li Qingshan shook his head. Little An, set fire. Little An waited for this moment, jumped up, spurted bloody inflammation, and burned to the rats. The rats were screaming. The weak, ordinary mice, instantly turned into ashes. Flesh and blood fueled the fire, and the big mice actually succumbed to the fire, biting away to Li Qingshan. The vitality is evident. But the more powerful the vitality, the stronger the cremation blood flame is. With countless rodents as fuel, the cremation blood flame rises up and forms a fire snake in the cave, opening its mouth and biting it at the big mice. Little An's use of magic spell is more and more free. Seeing the appearance of natural enemies, the shocked mouse rushed to the rush. Li Qingshan has a lot of heart, thanks to the power of Little An magic spell, otherwise it will be inundated by so many mice, and it will inevitably suffer. Especially the steel teeth of the rats are obviously not vegetarian. Even if they win, they will be disgusted. Be careful. Half Moon has released Li Qingshan's ear and whispered in his ear. Li Qingshan only felt a warm wind in his ear, and he could understand the taste in the future. He also felt the depth of the cave. A powerful monster. Chi came. Brush. A yellow light spurt penetrates the fire snake, hits Little An, and flies him out. Little An. Li Qingshan was busy catching Little An and saw a crack in his body. I know that since the cultivation Tao of the beautiful bones, his body is harder than steel. How terrible is the power! Huang Guing is like a living thing. It is turned around in the air and shot at Li Qingshan. The speed is so fast that it is too late to react. Half Moon grabbed it, but caught the yellow light in his hand, opened the palm and saw a drop of yellow beads. Monster Core. The comer is a monster core monster, which has a loud bang, an elephant-like mouse rushing out of the cave, the mouse's eyes flashing, and there is a clear sense of dexterity, staring straight into the air. I don't know what was the monster core of the restraint, and then screamed at Li Qingshan. For the first time, Li Qingshan, the monster core monster confrontation, immediately felt the other party's terrible, physical instinct is constantly warning, reminding him that he is not the opponent of this thing. In the fine mouse, the yellow light flashed. At the foot of Li Qingshan, a soil cone suddenly spurted upwards, and the elbow was changed. The soil cone was fast, and Li Qingshan could not react. Half Moon took Li Qingshan up, and the soil cone stabbed a foot on the ground, and finally it was exhausted. Li Qingshan looked down and was already a cold sweat. Little An also sent a lot of blood to the rat to burn, but was blocked by heavy yellow light, cannot enter. The rat screamed, and in midair, the monster core trembled more and more, eager to recover the within the body. Get it! Half Moon threw the inner core to Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan quickly squeezed it. I didn't expect the monster core to be so powerful. Let him use all his strength and almost come out. Now this mouse is fine. Magic spell is so fierce and fierce. If you give him back the inner core, there is nowhere to stand. Spirit Turtle C suppress evil spirits. Li Qingshan slammed Spirit Turtle C suppressing secrets, and the whole body of Monster Chi was running wildly, killing Monster Core in his hands. The mouse can't see it, screaming and rushing up. Huge body like a giant elephant, but lightning fast, no delay. Hurricane breeze. Li Qingshan leaned down and made a real bull demon horn claw, doubly angled on the white teeth. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 96. Chapter 38, The Rat King. Hey, the corner teeth collide, as if the golden diangia start. Boom, a loud noise. Dong cave shakes. Mouse Jing pushes Li Qingshan and hits the stone wall. Li Qingshan plows two deep marks on the ground. His most proud power is not the opponent of this Mouse Jing, monster with inner core, and monster without inner core. It is completely different things. The heart of the warning sign masterpiece. I saw the stunned light in the eyes of the Mouse Jing, but also a soil cone, from behind the stone wall. The sudden movement of Li Qingshan. Little An holds a sword squats down to the neck of the mouse, a long rat tail, and sweeps it like a steel whip. Half Moon shot again, the tip of the claw released for Lim Mang. The fear of the mouse in the eyes of Jing, the easy to cut the Mouse Jing, that first level body Monster Chi, the unstoppable Mouse Jing, was divided into several sections, died in on the spot. No matter how fierce looks, it takes a heavenly tribulation like the Half Moon, monster general monster, and it's equally vulnerable. Li Qingshan kicked the Mouse Jing body, the monster core in his hand no longer beats. Behind the Momo, the rock wall has been bulged, and then at night, he will be seriously injured even if he is not dead. It's too stupid, commented Half Moon. If it weren't for you, would I come to this place? Li Qingshan's time for cultivation is only less than half a year, and the life of the mouse is less than 100 years away. Under the absolute strength gap, it is so easy to weaken and win. Half Moon is about to talk, suddenly it feels like something. The face say changes. Come on, we have to change places. Li Qingshan didn't feel anything, but when she saw her so solemn, she immediately took Little An and turned and left. This chapter is provided for you. The Dong Dong was shaken, and the original Dong mouth was a few feet wide, like living up, shrinking and biting, completely closing the Dong cave. Even the first line of light cannot be seen. Half Moon whispered, "Convergence Monster Chi." Then hide the figure again. Li Qingshan converges on Monster Chi, listening to the ear, deep in the Dong cave. and again heard the sound. A big mouse was drilled out and stood on both feet. I didn't look at Li Qingshan, but I yelled at the scorpion and shouted in a weird voice, "The Rat King is driving." Li Qingshan was stunned, not only surprised that the mouse could talk, but even more surprised that a group of monster was so arrogant. Then, the 16-person rat, taking a large sedan chair of the throne, walked out from the depths of the Dong cave. There was a big fat man sitting on the sedan chair, and there was a golden crown on his head, like a king. The face is thighed, revealed with long teeth, and a rat tail is dragged behind him. Behind it, 2 female mice suspected of Shinf hold 2 large fans. Half Moon stunned and Li Qingshan couldn't smile, and it has already turned out the human form, at least Monster General Monster. And those who lifted the sedan chair Jing, the body released Monster Chi, even above the Rat Jing. The Rat King is lazy. Who is yelling at me, Black Rat Mountain, killing my white-headed general? I completely ignored the Li Qingshan standing in front of him. If the sound was too sharp, there are still a few king's heads. The mouse suspected of eunuch cried, "Da Wang, this guy." The rats sang together, "Da Wang Yingming." However, he couldn't feel the slightest monster chi from Li Qingshan. He couldn't help but be more careful. It seems that the broken Jing body on the ground has become evidence. Li Qingshan was keenly aware of the change in the look of the Mouse King's face. Suddenly she realized that Half Moon had let him converge on Monster Chi. She couldn't help but admire her sharpness. She said, "I am a Black Mountain old demon, you are a white-haired general, too ignorant. I dare to attack me, I have already been killed by me. You are now stopping the way. Is it going to fight with me?" The words went a step forward. Can't help but say, Li Qingshan, this demon body is extremely powerful. The bull horn is like a gun, and its claws are like a knife. The Rat King has shrunk backwards, and he is not as timid as a rat. If Li Qingshan is an ordinary monster, it will definitely rush to slap him, but Li Qingshan is suspected of Monster General, and it immediately shrinks. There is no plan to avenge his vengeance. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I don't know which monster marshal you are. Li Qingshan didn't want the level of Monster World, so it was so strict. He also followed the big brother Hun, and Half Moon was in the ear of Li Qingshan, and he missed a name. Li Qingshan immediately said, "I am under the command of Ink Feather, and I am sent to Boundless Mountain to do business." The Rat King was awe-inspiring and even jumped from the throne. "You originally came from Ink Sea, the messenger of Ink Feather. Is it for the cat monster?" Li Qingshan has a glimpse of his heart, but nodded on the face. "Exactly." Rat King rode, "Don't all of them have been replaced? We just want to catch the cat monster and never let Ink Feather disappoint." Mind. No wonder the person will be sent to hide his monster. She is really suitable for tracking. Li Qingshan eyes are at you. No wonder that Half Moon is so careful in the mountains, always keeping the state of the moon. It is not only human race, but even demon is also tracking her traces. She really has no place in this verdant province. The danger of this mission is far beyond the imagination at the beginning. If she is in the present shape, Liu Hong fights. Even if she can win, she will alarm all the monsters in the mountains and catch her together, let the whole escape and completely fail. Li Qingshan was more careful in his heart, and Liu Hong was perfunctory in his mouth. "That's really great river rushing to the Dragon King temple, but you are a mouse, people are cats, you are not afraid to be eaten." Half Moon's hand is behind Li Qingshan. "I will eat this dirty thing." The Rat King is responsible for the eunuch who is responsible for the pass. "You tell. What is the name of the king?" The eunuch rats said, "Eat cats." The rats also said, "Da Wang Yingming." Half Moon hated his teeth and twisted his hands behind Li Qingshan. The Rat King smirked and saw Li Qingshan's face chew. "What happened to you?" Li Qingshan bit his teeth. "Know what? You are alert. I have something to do. Take a step first." When the Rat King waved his hand, the dong would be restored to its original state. Li Qingshan walked away, and the rat under the nose of the Mouse King Momo, I always feel that something is wrong. I am the Mole Mountain. I am saying that I am the Black Mountain old demon. The rats say, the king is wise. Li Qingshan left the Mole Mountain and traveled for dozens of miles. Half Moon said, I will kill this dead mouse in the morning and evening, all fried in the pot. Li Qingshan shouted, you give me down. Peas, today's 5 more, ask for a monthly ticket. Broke out. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 97 Chapter 39 Ice Sword Cliff. Half Moon squinted. I dare to be so rude to the owner. For 8065 the eyes are getting bigger and bigger. Li Qingshan stared at Half Moon. You have never said this before. It is clearly deliberately concealed. Half Moon was seen by him, and he was inexplicably worried. He said, ha ha. What? You haven't asked. Li Qingshan sat down with Duel. It's here. What? You say it again? Half Moon revealed the claws and threatened. Li Qingshan said, your divine ability is vast. If you are in danger, you can use the transfer to change the image. We are 80% dead. You have to kill it. I don't want to use it anymore. Just put Little Un. Just fine. Little Un grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve and shook his head. Half Moon said, you thought I didn't dare? The claws were swept down, and the wind was thunderous. Li Qingshan decided to dodge, and his skin was no more tough than the mouse. The claws stopped between Li Qingshan's neck, only a few millimeters. Half Moon Xung undulating, turned and said, hey, too lazy to kill you. Go and leave, just you. Li Qingshan looked at her deeply and turned around. Half Moon grabbed Li Qingshan's little finger and whispered, Dragon Province is not far from here, we have an appointment. Li Qingshan turned her head and saw her eyes looking away, not looking at herself. The sun fell on her eyelash mouth, and in the eyes of the lake, cast a shadow, as if a stream of renewed mourning and tenderness touched the heartstrings. Silence for a long time. Li Qingshan said, well, I will send you a ride, just to complete the agreement. Half Moon faces cloudy and sunny, spit out the tongue, and revealed a smile. It's so good. There is still a little bit of mourning and softness. For 8065, Li Qingshan was planted and her face was black. Little Un looked at Li Qingshan with some pity. Agreement. Agreement. Half Moon smirked and jumped around Li Qingshan, and finally jumped over his head, urging, get off. Li Qingshan gave her a look. Move on. I haven't walked in the sun for a long time. The winter sun, warm and warm, unconsciously, has been a long time past, and he has fully adapted to this demon body. Half Moon said, don't feel embarrassed, lost under my trick, nothing shameful. Tricks? Half Moon said, actually, I have long wanted to leave, but concubine you have a revel expression, I can't help. Li Qingshan said, but in the end, you still left. Half Moon proudly said, because I am more worried. Li Qingshan said, this is not something that can be shown off. People who are jealous of others will also be jealous of you. Is it? In the Mole Mountain, the Rat King was on the ground, and his head was completely buried in the soil. Within 10 miles or even 100 miles, all the small sounds were introduced into his ears through the land. The conversation between Li Qingshan and Half Moon naturally escaped his ears. Demon Awakening's innate divine ability. Most of them are mainly offensive defenses, but they are familiar with a rare earth listening technique, which is in line with its cautiousness and timidity. It yanked its head out. The head of the grey face. Sure enough, the rats say, the king is wise. Don't talk nonsense. Chase. Half Moon suddenly raised his ears. Slots. They chased. Go. Li Qingshan took her feet and ran forward. Every step on the ground left a deep footprint, and the next step fell to dozens of feet. It's too slow. Half Moon is too slow. Li Qingshan said, you tried to run me. Half Moon Mo throws a spirit Yao into Li Qingshan's mouth, and then pulls out a spirit talisman. Talisman's face say is very similar to yellow say, but red say. The spirit Yao opened, and a light spirit rose. Li Qingshan felt that the body was half light. The spirit talisman was broken, and a hurricane was wrapped around Li Qingshan. The body seemed to have no weight. Li Qingshan stepped down. the body straight into the sky blue dazzling, the tall old tree forest is at the foot, the curve of the rolling hills in the distance seems to fly. He looked back and saw that it was rolling in smoke and rushing. Returning to the ground again, he has adjusted his body shape. Body lean forward, straight forward. Every step is beyond the 100 feet, and those hills are no longer obstacles and jump over. Half Moon stood on his shoulder and laughed. Chong. Oh ha ha ha. Rolling of smoke and dust, swept away. The speed is amazing. The smoke is the one that is headed by the Rat King. He is walking on the Lang Tao made up of countless mice. He looks at Li Qingshan and says, "Come to me." Half Moon knows the stuffing of Lu and no longer hides it. He made a face. Idiot will stop, stupid fool. In the eyes of the Rat King, the yellow light flashed, and the earth cones from the spurs, regardless of speed or strength, were 10 times more fierce than the rat generals. And they were often stabbed in the footsteps of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan left and right, rushing in the direction of change, just avoiding a puncture on the side, and there was movement at the foot. He screamed Bull Demon and stepped on the soil cone that had just emerged. The tingling is difficult at the foot, but fortunately his foot has become a tough bull hoof, otherwise it will be abolished. Straight to the high altitude of Bzhang. The sky is a blue light dazzling his eyes. Cannot care about the pain under his feet. Half Moon points to the skyline, big black, little white. Have you seen it? Ice Sword Cliff is in front of you. A walled, rolling cliff stretches across the boundless mountain, as if there is a deity Ice Sword, and a sword smashes the dragon's boundless mountain into 2 segments. That is the dividing line between King Long and Ezu. Li Qingshan's heart also ignited a hope. If the companion finally saw the end of the journey, although he understood the truth of the mountain, he knew that the ice cliff should be far away from here, but always feel that if you can cross the ice cliff, you will be able to reach an unprecedented situation. When he bowed his head and saw that he was about to settle down, the original hard rock formation became a drifting sand with 100 square feet. The whole person was heavily tied to the quicksand. The quicksand is like a water vortex, and it has a powerful suction. It seems like countless hands, and Li Qingshan is pulled down to the earth, like a tiger falling into a flat place. He has 1,000 powers, and he can't open it at the moment. It is the struggle to fall down. The Rat King seized the opportunity and chased it up with a sigh of relief. He laughed loudly, fell into trap. Let's dare to squat. The king, leave me here. Da Wang Yingming. Hey. A cat called domineering aura than fierce tiger roaring. Half Moon stands on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and it screams out of the powerful monster chi, staring straight at the Rat King. Is it a cat or a mouse? Very disgusting, but I am coming to taste the taste of mice today. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 98 Chapter 40 Swordsman Coming. The king, it's a cat. The rats were screaming, and one of them panicked and fled immediately. No ads, full text, more. After eating the cat and mouse king, I finally saw the cat I was looking for. After careful thinking in his heart, an ordinary cat can eat ordinary mice, a monster general level demon cat, and naturally can eat monster general level monsters. Then the double chew is soft and calm. Transfer. Da Wang Yingming. All the rats, playing dong rig on the spot. Ever since, a large group of rats Jing came in, and when they saw the kitten Half Moon, they immediately fled. Half Moon laughed at ha 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 again. Li Qingshan said, it's timid like a rat. The terrible gravity of the quicksand disappeared, and he jumped out of the bunker. String Moon God say changed. Our whereabouts have been violent. Go. Li Qingshan suddenly turned back. In the far-flung sky in the south, a rainbow of light broke through, just far in to look into the distance, a sharp breath. It seems to cut through the eyes. He dared to stop and rushed to Ice Sword Cliff. The mountains and rivers are madly receding. Li Qingshan originally felt that he was fast like the wind, but every time he turned back, the rainbow light became closer, and within a while he had caught up to 100 miles. Li Qingshan said to Half Moon, you can't go on like this, let's go first. Half Moon said, what are you talking about? It's almost here. Li Qingshan said, if you go on like this, you will be caught up. Go to Dragon Province yourself. Half Moon looked at Li Qingshan and looked at Nod. That, Big Black, you are careful. Don't really kill. The next moment disappeared. I don't know where to move. Device, no ads, full text, more. Li Qingshan immediately converges and turns in the direction going to the east. He did not intend to take the righteousness and deny himself. This sword is powerful. There is no possibility of confrontation at all. If it is caught up, after the sword is slaughtered by the Half Moon, most of them are not bad for him. They are also demonized by the demon. Is it a time to tell people that they are actually a human race? So only let Half Moon run first. This sword fairy is likely to choose to chase the Half Moon first. He can use the spirit turtle suppressing secrets convergence. Perhaps it is possible to escape, and the Half Moon does not have to be affected by it. This is the best choice for both. The husband and wife are the same forest birds, and the big troubles are flying separately. As for the result, life is death. Then you can only ask for more happiness, and each is safe. Li Qingshan inexplicably raised such thoughts. Soaring Dragon Elder was originally in the sky, and was suddenly alarmed by the movement of Mole Mountain. But in the mountains, it is not uncommon for the beasts to fight each other. He did not pay special attention to it. Monster General. A powerful monster chi surpassed by Monster General. He was a little concerned and fascinated. A moment later, a more powerful monster chi skyrocketed. He immediately reacted, and sword controlling chased. The fight between the monsters is fairly common, but the battle between Monster General is extremely rare. Because Monster General, who spent a heavenly tribulation, will have considerable wisdom, nominally belonging to the same Monster King. The major monster martial commanders will not fight at will. If not, the cat monster he was looking for was there. Sure enough, he still locked the monster chi hundreds of miles away, and the strange monster he had seen once. He couldn't help but give birth to an anger that was almost cheated. He thought that cat monster would act alone, but he didn't expect to have a helper. It's no wonder that for so many days, he has been looking for it. Jiangwen quickly got close, and suddenly cat monster disappeared on the little demon's shoulder, and the little demon ran to the east. Soaring Dragon Elder hesitated, ignored Li Qingshan and continued to fly to Ice Sword Cliff. It was necessary to stop the cat monster out of Verdant Province. Once it reached the ground of Dragon Province, it was troublesome. When Li Qingshan was glanced at the sword, he felt that his blood would stop flowing until the sword light swept north. He sighed and ran for a 10-mile, a deep valley, and drilled into it. Hiding under a cliff, the whole body monster chi converges tightly. Deep puts out a breath, finally escaped. Li Qingshan secretly estimated the harvest of this trip. He got dozens of spiritual pills from Half Moon. Each one is more powerful than Spirit Ginseng, making his spirit turtle suppressing secrets soaring. Now, there are 10 few spiritual pill. Did not have time to take it. He was carefully taken in the porcelain bottle. Eats the remaining spiritual pill. Probably not far from the spirit turtle suppressing secrets first layer, then painstaking cultivation for a while, recovery personally, return to the human race society. And it also ruined the hateful cat monster who claimed to be his master. It was one move, 2 gains. Li Qingshan smiled at the head of Momo Little and will soon be able to complete the appointment with you. Li Qingshan didn't move. Letting the time pass by, he suddenly felt the ground shaking, but it quickly disappeared, and then it was a shock. The sky slowly darkened, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was heavy snow, and it was accompanied by the whistling wind. Li Qingshan is more secure in the heart. It is even more impossible to find him in this weather. The Half Moon is also easy to escape. When I think of her, I still have a bit of reluctance. But presumably she has already arrived in Dragon Province and will soon be able to live the free life she wants. Everyone said that Qingshan didn't change the green water and it was goodbye. Myriad swords, secrets. In the blizzard, a loud drink, like a thunder, shattering the snow, interrupting thoughts. Infinite killing intent. shrouded down. Not good. Li Qingshan took a little leap and jumped back in the air. I saw that thousands of swords were in the wind and snow, and the cliffs that he relied on were smashed and collapsed. Come down. Li Qingshan fell on a depleted stream, just looking up. 3 feet of Qingfeng, pointing to the eyebrows, only 3 inches. Soaring Dragon Elder held the sword in his right hand and stood on a rock, looking at Li Qingshan coldly. Well, where did you escape at, cat monster? You are a Soaring Dragon sword guest? Li Qingshan was shocked when he saw the appearance of the sword fairy. The portrait of the Dragon Men's patriarch temple appeared in front of him, and the Dragon Men's family passed down for generations. 100 years away, the Soaring Dragon sword is just a little older than the portrait. If you consider the Dragon Men as a sacred person and intend to paint it younger, there is no change except as a sin word, and no other words can be called. However, he is now being pointed to the head by a terrible fairy. Do you know me? Soaring Dragon Elder can form a golden core, and his mind is so sensitive. What is your business? Elder of Heavenly Mystery said that the old Karma is here. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 99. Chapter 41, Naxi Star. Do you know me? Soaring Dragon Elder can form a golden core, and his mind is so sensitive. What is your business? Elder of Heavenly Mystery said that the old Karma is here. 15. Li Qingshan secretly thought, I feel that the mysterious and unpredictable, in the midst of it, seems to have a pair of hands in the cow. All the reasons for the cause, karma retribution, he destroyed the Longman faction, and even with the Dragon Men's school, the ancestors, in such a place, met in this way. However, I heard that Soaring Dragon Elder couldn't find the half moon, and I couldn't help but relax. Then he said calmly, the thing of the Longman faction is exactly what I did. The Dragonman sent the swaying township, and arbitrarily changed it. In order to win me spirit ginseng, I killed me, absolutely fair and reasonable. Soaring Dragon Elder. A slight glimpse, Li Qingshan's articulate, some of his accidents, not as boring as the usual demon, but after hearing it, the eyebrows pick. Sword glow flashed, dazzling Li Qingshan eyes stunned, until the shoulders squirting blood, only to realize that he had been wounded by the sword, leaving a terrible scar from the shoulder to the sun mouth. Demon, also dare to say absolutely fair and reasonable. Heaven and earth spiritual matter, is not your own demon possession, demon slayer, it is fair. Little an open mouth squirted cremation blood flame, which was 3 feet behind Soaring Dragon Elder and was rewinded by spiritual chi bai. Soaring Dragon Elder glanced at him. It's a pity that you have a good bone, but you also break into demon Dao. I will send you to hell. Li Qingshan said coldly, no more nonsense, let's talk about cat monster. Where have you gone? I will give you a good time, let you re-enter the reincarnation, and you will not have to be a demon again. If it is not, you must be devastated. He chased north, but lost the half-moon atmosphere, smashed dozens of peaks with myriad swords, secrets, and the boundless mountain stunned dog, but the except monster marsh whole class big monster, who can stop him? But in the end, I couldn't get it out. The 2 divine ability of half moon is really suitable for hiding. Soaring Dragon Elder is in a bad mood. Elder of Heavenly Mystery, since it is said that this trip is bound to succeed, it can still be a cause. Presumably it should be on this little monster body. Li Qingshan said, I don't know. The voice did not fall, and the right shoulder was bloody. He lowered his head, clenched his hands, and smashed a cobblestone. Demon is heartless and meaningless. After you have used it, you will abandon the abandoned child. I want to ask you, but it takes long time. Soaring Dragon Elder's face was filled with pity and ridicule. The Jiangwen skyrocketed. The horizontal direction was wrong, and the direction of Li Qingshan's neck was cut, and Li Qingshan still had no reaction time. Even if there were thousands of means, it could not be used. There is no continuous nonsense. It's unreasonable to start with a clean and neat. This is the sword fairy. A beam of silver, falling from the sky. She is so quiet to the Soaring Dragon Elder, The light is so quiet and sacred. Li Qingshan created an illusion, like a dark cloud of the sky, opening a gap and letting the moonlight fall. However, it is just an illusion that the dark clouds are still too heavy to be opened, and the heavy snow is becoming more and more fierce. Soaring Dragon Elder's face, instead of a surprised smile, abandoned Li Qingshan. His wrist turned, and the word glow went straight into the sky. Colliding with the silver light, the fierce sword light is still shimmering in the silver light, straight down, leaving a crescent-shaped dong on the ground. Soaring Dragon Elder is walking away. Li Qingshan looks up, but seeing the top of the valley, in the boundless snow, a smaller figure, silver light is released from the crescent of her forehead. Ha 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 ha. Familiar with laughter penetrates the snow and goes straight into the heart. In an instant, there is something unspeakable, surging in Li Qingshan's, but the exit is, a fool, what are you doing back? Go to your dragon province. Half Moon said, do not talk to the owner. Li Qingshan said, I said, you are not my master. Half Moon said, I just heard you, yelling the master to help me. Nothing. Half Moon haha smiled. Probably I got it wrong, or you shouted in your heart. Li Qingshan stunned. Yes, he shouted for help in his heart, asking for help. But not to this cat monster, because even if she came, it would be useless. Cat monster, there is a road to heaven, you don't go. The words of Soaring Dragon Elder came from the sky. Half Moon spoke to Soaring Dragon Elder, rubbing his eyelids and making a face. Smelly old man, come chasing me. The body shape turned and disappeared. The cliff on which she stood, has been smashed by Jiangwang. Her monster chi, disappeared again. Soaring Dragon Elder said, one sword is 10,000, and one Jian is falling. The sword in the hand is turned into two into three, and finally changed into thousands, showing the sky. Oh, countless swords, falling from the sky, like a torrential rain, covering the entire valley. This is a terrible punishment. Under such terrible tricks, demon is like a pig dog, and a mortal is like an ant. Everything Ketu is useless, all wisdom is illusory. Li Qingshan looks up and looks at the shining light of the sword, irresistible, only death. Jianya smashed everything. Li Qingshan did not die, a petite figure, moving shape, blocking in front of him, the forehead of the moon to release silver light, blocking the fall of the sword rain. In the snoring of the snowstorm, the silver light collided with the Jiani Uji, illuminating the dark valley, like a white dragonfly. Soaring Dragon Elder said, this is concubine you, the ghost envy person, give you a life-saving trick. I see when you can hold it. The sword rain seems to be endless, the silver light inch retreats, and the half moon bites the teeth. Li Qingshan looked at the petite figure and cried, let's go, hide, it's useless. Half Moon said, shut up, how can the owner not protect the pet? Who is when you are the master? Hey, I am not talking to you. In a flash, the silver light was pressed to the front of the foot and it was broken. In the higher sky, a white dragon with 100 feet, twisting his body and roaring from the sky. Looking closely, I discovered that it was not a dragon, but a tornado wind, smashed heavy snow and slammed into Soaring Dragon Elder. At the other end of the tornado wind, the U-fracture fan in Bianying's hand has been fully unfolded, and it glows with a ray of light. Soaring Dragon Elder, let it go. Soaring Dragon Elder has a heart-to-heart, and regardless of the tornado wind behind him, the handcuffs are smashed, the sky is raining, the sharpness is condensed, the brilliance is dazzling, the shape is vaguely like a ball, as if it is a dazzling star in the dark sky. Light up in the middle. The sword is won, and Liu Xing is falling. Bianying said, be careful. But her voice could not keep up with the speed at which the giant sword fell. The silver light shattered. In Li Qingshan's eyes, time seemed to be slow, and the snow fluttered slowly. He reached out in vain, but he could only watch it, and the light penetrated her Xung mouth. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 100 Chapter 42 Climbing Ice Sword 5th. Li Qingshan took her in her arms and opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. No ads, full text, More text from Tornado roared, slamming on the body of soaring dragon elder, slamming it against the ground, pressing him tightly, spinning like a drill bit, smashing the frozen ground, being shattered and shattered. The tornado wind turns from the snow dragon of white say to the earth dragon of black say. In the valley, the big stone rolls and the flying sand Liu Hong dances. Yanning was so sinking, she got the news from the Mole Mouse King, and immediately rushed in. I didn't expect it to be a late step. Her eyes fixed on the ground of the tornado wind. Take her away. Golden Core expert is not so easy to be killed. She has to fight with an unknown. She has enough confidence, and she has no choice but to protect her. It is almost impossible to protect the two. The light shines from the deep dong of the tornado wind. Dozens of Jiangwen instantly twisted the tornado wind. Soaring dragon elder rises, and the body is covered with a spherical body. Yanning, you can't stop me. His mouth oozes a trace of blood, and it seems that it is hard to beat the blow. But the will that he reveals in his eyes is like the divine weapon, which is indestructible. Let's talk big. Yanning also moved the real fire, Bei Longshan dance. You fractured a fan, 100 tornado, rampaged, strangling from different directions, different angles to soaring dragon elder. Everything that was in front of tornado was torn and shattered, leaving a deep gully on the ground. The large trees that several people can hold together have been uprooted, inhaled tornado, and smashed. For a time, slaying Liu Hong dance, landslides, like the end. Soaring dragon elder looks more and more determined. For 8065 bites the tip of the tongue, a piece of blood, sprayed on the soaring dragon sword. Black Wind Camp main Xung Xiang Wu, with the mortal body, can use the blood to promote the spirit talisman, to play far beyond his strength. A golden core expert with this trick. What a terrible trick. The long sword is stained with blood, immediately twisted, like a living thing, shining in the light, turned into a golden dragon with more than 10 feet, but it does not look like a dragon, but a dragon with real scales and claws, shaking his head and tail, with those tornadoes strangled together. Actually it is an enemy, and it does not fall into the wind. You turned out. Yanning was surprised. For Golden Core expert, it's not as simple as mortal vomiting blood, but to self-destruct culture. And it's not easy to use. Jinlong defeated a piece of tornado. The aura of its own is gradually dimmed. Soaring dragon elder pulled a talisman from the spatial ring between his fingers. Elder of heavenly mystery has been counted, and there will be some obstacles in this trip. Purple talisman. Yanning face say is more dignified. Talisman's way. Yellow talisman, scarlet talisman, purple talisman, power difference. Purple talisman only nascent soul cultivator can make, and it is a thing of crossing. It is also extremely rare for the golden core cultivator. He is only willing to take it out as a life-saving character. Heaven and Earth cage, sealed. Li Qingshan picked up the half moon, jumped up the valley, heading north, the ice cliff, running. Little unfollowed, Li Qingshan yelled at him, "Go away, don't follow me." If Yanning couldn't stop soaring dragon elder, he would be caught up and follow him. Little Un squatted and refused to leave. Li Qingshan said, "Are you jealous?" waving him to fly a few feet away. Little An stared at him. Li Qingshan, don't overdo it, look for a place to hide, don't come out. Declined to leave. Li Qingshan took the half moon to Ice Sword Cliff. Even after 10 miles, I can still feel the sky behind me. The wind is surging, the hands are wet, and the blood is strong. Half Moon face pale, weak road, you are a good master. Li Qingshan said, shut up, don't talk. Half Moon said, I am your master, you can't be polite. If you don't move, you will be angry and awkward. It's just more than I am. I don't know how long it was in the blizzard, for a moment or a year, suddenly looked up. An ice cliff was on the way. They finally arrived. From a distance, I felt shocked. When he stood under the ice sword cliff, he was almost stunned by the heaven and earth. He couldn't see the top of the cliff, and he didn't know how many thousands of feet he felt. Li Qingshan bit his teeth. reached out and touched the ice cliff. A cold chill came straight into the bone marrow. He could cut the claws of the Liu, leaving only a slight scratch on the ice, which is not ordinary. Ice cubes. Half Moon opened his eyes. It is finally here. It is said that this ice sword cliff is the divine sword that heavenly God has fallen. From the day of the appearance, there is no melting of the slightest, but it is constantly growing and it is difficult to climb. It's not going up. Li Qingshan said, "Give me, shut up, hug me." He carried Half Moon on his back, let her hug his neck, then stretched out his claws, clasped the ice wall, just you up, but found his feet are no longer the feet of human race, but a pair of iron hooves. The ice wall is as hard as steel, straight and brilliant. It is hard to climb than any other wall. Without any effort, it is impossible to climb. Ha ha ha. Half Moon smiled heartily, as she bullied Li Qingshan, but the laughter became weaker and weaker, and was easily covered by the snow. Boom! Li Qingshan slammed on the ice cliff and fell to the ground. I have been hard to come here, but I can't go any further. Ice sword cliff is like a giant sword, which cuts off all his hopes. I cannot be reconciled. Within the body-spirit turtle sea suppressing secrets is a crazy operation, almost miraculous. His feet have recovered, although it is much larger than the average foot. The nail is also a claw, but it is really a pair feet, not hooves. Originally, only the first layer was restored to restore the human form. With his mind, he forced his feet to recover. Half Moon was surprised. It's amazing. Li Qingshan did not want to surprise, jumped onto the ice cliff. Depart. In the blizzard, Li Qingshan was taken by the Half Moon, step by step, climbing up, and the claws were deeply caught in the ice. The chill constantly penetrates into the skin, freezes the bone marrow, can't see the sky, can't see the ground, as if there are only two of them in the whole world, and they are working hard and hard. What's the good thing about Dragon Province? Is Empress Nine-Tailed Fox beautiful? Is it pretty much better than Concubine Yu? Li Qingshan said. He had to stop talking to Half Moon, and now he became chattering because we must do our utmost to stay awake, not to be captured by the cold, and not to be defeated by despair. Because Half Moon's body gradually became cold and gradually silenced, she closed her eyes and fell on Li Qingshan's back. There was a reply without a ride. Of course. Beautiful. I don't know if the sound is too weak and is swallowed up by the wind. Come on, I will take you to Dragon Province. Li Qingshan keeps on saying, I haven't heard you call my master yet.